God, we pray to administer that which is just in all educational policies. Being ever mindful of your guidance, stir us to action with love, wisdom, and understanding. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Welcome to this meeting of the Board of Education. This meeting is being televised live on AACPS TV and live streamed on the internet. General information and protocols for the meeting are posted on the sign by the doorway as you enter the room, so please make sure you read those if you have not done so already. Item 2.03 is approval of the minutes. Second. Okay. Consensus? Thank you. Establish agenda order. Establish agenda order. Any requests? Consensus for the agenda to stand? We're good? Okay. Recognitions. We have none today. And next is school and community highlights. Ms. Alvey.
Good evening. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to provide a SMOB update tonight. I want to begin by reminding everyone that the SMOB Student Forum is taking place on March 12th in the Severna Park High School cafeteria from 6 to 8 p.m. It is an opportunity for any AACPS student to voice their concerns to myself and my fellow board members. Since our last meeting, I visited Chesapeake, Science Point Middle and High Schools. I want to thank Principal Jefferson for allowing me to do so, and two students who are juniors, Tova and Ruffy, who gave me a wonderful tour of their building. I also participated in Mabe's Day on Capitol Hill, where I advocated for more federal funding, and I'm particularly glad that I got to speak to Senator Ben Cardin about his equity policy that mirrors the goals set by Maryland's Kirwan Commission, but at the federal level. Also, I want to inform everyone that the SMOB nomination period for the 2020-2021 school year is now open. I encourage all eligible students to apply by March 5th at 4 p.m. I want to give a special congrats to the Annapolis High School varsity boys basketball team for being named the year's county champions. I couldn't be prouder to be a Panther. And finally, as we move into a very important night for the Board of Education, as we discuss the budget, I ask my colleagues to keep two things in mind. Firstly, to remain efficient and timely, and second, to continuously consider the impact tonight's decisions will make on, first and foremost, our students, as I know I intend to do this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Alvey. Ms. Antwine, Ms. Hummer, and Ms. Schallheim. Ms. Antwine?
Thank you, President Corcadell. Good evening, everyone. For my school and community highlights, I had so many I had to write them down. I was very humbled. If you notice at the last meeting, I left early. And it was because of a special recognition that the county executive and the county council were kind enough to give me. So I want to very humbly thank the county executive Pittman, the County Council, and Dr. Carl Snowden for your recent recognition of me during the annual Few of the Many awards ceremony. I sincerely thank all of the families and communities who continuously put constructive pressure on me to represent the best interest of our students in District 1 and all of our students in Anne Arundel County. I thank my fellow board members, Dr. Alato, teachers, students, and the entire Anne Arundel County Public School system for your continuous support. I sincerely cannot do any of this without you guys, so thank you. I also attended the public forum on the initiative to close the opportunity gap, and I want to commend the leadership and those supporting this initiative. It was not only well organized, but we were able to introduce some recommendations that I think will greatly influence the future stance of our school system and the opportunities that our students have access to. And then, so I'm continuing the reading tour. Thank you, Dr. Lotto and Ms. Friend, and Ms. Baden as well. You all have been very gracious to support me in this reading tour. But I got to tell you, Hilltop Elementary School, you rock. Every time I visit you all, the weather is inclement, and it's either lots of snow on the ground or lots of rain coming down. And you're always cheerful and very welcoming, so I thank you for the opportunity to read to your first and second graders. Then, for Black History Month, since being elected, I felt like I should, if I'm invited, should go to all of the Black History programs that I'm invited to. Well, last year, I guess not as many people knew me, and so I didn't get invited to a lot of those programs. This year, though, I was invited to several of them, and I thank everyone for your invitations. But one specific one, I want to thank the Annapolis High School Black History Club and Miss Ellis for your invitation to the board for your Black History program. You all captured the true essence of why we do the Black History Month, the Black History recognitions, and the emphasis to how Black history has shaped America. So thank you for that. Finally, yesterday, we're starting our board town hall meetings next week. But prior to that, I had set up community forums that I've entitled Conversations with Candace. You like that, Terry? So, and it has so far been very successful. People have been very open. Specifically yesterday, though, I met a young lady, Miss Armani Jackson at Bowie State, who gave me some incredible inspiration when I was meant to inspire her. So thank you all for your support in that, and I plan to continue these forums. If you have ideas or subject matters, just please let me know. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Antwine. Ms. Hummer, and then Ms. Schulheim. Ms. Hummer.
So last week I attended the CCAC, which is the Special Education Citizens Advisory Council, and they had a special presentation on teaching reading and helping your children at home learn to read. And it was a great turnout, a wonderful presentation. I want to encourage all parents to come when they have special speakers often at their meetings and the information they're sharing is not just beneficial to those who have children with special needs, but really for all parents. But if you are a parent of children with special needs, CCAC is an amazing resource for you to have to network with other parents who are going through some of the same things. And we have our wonderful Partners for Success who work with parents to help them navigate the special education process. So if you haven't been to a CCAC meeting before, I highly encourage you to come out.
Thank you, Ms. Hummer. Ms. Schulheim.
I also attended the presentation of the status of the joint initiative to close the opportunity gap, and I thought it was fabulous, and I thank everyone for putting that on. And I found there was breakout sessions on various topics. I was in the one on curriculum, and I just thought it was spectacular. The voices in that room were wonderful, and I hope that the committee members got a lot out of our breakout, as I did. I wanted to say that I also got invited to go to Annapolis High School's event for Black History Month that took place on Saturday, and I was really devastated to have missed that, and so I apologize to that club, and because I really wanted to be there, but my family needed me, so and they come first. I'm a mom first, so but please, don't let that deter you from future invites, because I really, really want to support, and that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schulheim. Policy Committee update. Mr. Leib.
Thank you, Madam President. Today the Policy Committee met, and we reviewed quite extensively policy BK, If you recall from our last meeting, we referred it from first reader back to the policy committee. And policy BK, now titled Board Ethics and Professional Standards, will come back for first reader at our March 4th meeting.
Thank you, sir. Budget committee update. Ms. Ellis.
Thank you. Just real briefly, we met today at 5:30, and we just worked through finalizing the documents that contain proposed amendments, and we worked through the procedure of how we're going to operate tonight, and I'll be sharing that all with you briefly.
Excellent. Thank you so very much. Next is our CRASC report. Sir.
Good evening, President Corkadell, Vice President Ellis, members of the board, and Dr. Arlotto. My name is Pariti Cherry, and I'm the CRASC Secretary of Education. Student member of the board election season events are underway. SMOB Information Night was held at Annapolis High School on February 12th. The nomination period has opened and will conclude at March 5th at 4 p.m. The first two of the SMOB candidate campaign clinics will be held on February 26th at Arundel High School at 6:30 p.m. for interested students. All SMOB applications are due to the Office of Leadership by 4 p.m. on March 12th. On February 6th, we had our middle school General Assembly called Making a Difference Through Student Advocacy. We welcomed about 195 students from 18 middle schools. Students attended sessions on public speaking, using social media for digital advocacy, and a guide to the hook, line, and sinker advocacy method. We would like to thank County Council Chairwoman Allison Pickard and Vice Chairwoman Sarah Lacey. They spoke to students about advocacy and what it means to be a leader. On Saturday, February 8th, 21 AACPS students had the opportunity to attend the Mask Legislative Session at Frederick High School. Students attended breakout sessions, took stances on current legislation, and voted for the two finalists for the Maryland State Student Member on the board. Congratulations to the two final candidates, Noreen Badwi from Baltimore County and Jason Wu from Montgomery County. Their names will be forwarded to Governor Hogan, or one will be appointed for the 2020-21 school year. Official ballots have been sent to schools to ratify the changes made to our Constitution. CRASC added 3 new appointed positions, a mental health liaison, an outreach coordinator, and a 3rd middle school voting member. Changes can be viewed on our website, in addition to a link for students to post comments or questions. Ballots are due back by March 6th. We know that the budget season can be a busy time, and CRASC appreciates all the effort for increased funding in English language learning staff, transportation staff for efficiency, and school counselors. We are particularly in support of the additional counseling staff because the CRASC platform advocates for increased accessibility and availability for school counselors and supporting equal opportunities for access to all resources for students. Finally, we would like to advise high school students that the Anne Arundel County Board of Elections has been busy registering students to vote during lunch periods at our high schools. They will be at Glen Burnie High School on February 24th and Meade High School on February 26th. To register students to vote, students must be 16, hold a valid Maryland ID such as a license or learner's permit, and know the last 4 digits of their social security number. CRASC is looking forward to the SMOB Leadership Forum being held from 6 to 8 p.m. on Thursday, March 12th in the Severna Park High School cafeteria. We hope to see many AACPS student leaders there. I appreciate the time to give you an update about what's happening in CRASC, and thank you for your continued support of student voice in AACPS.
Thank you. Excellent. PTA report.
Good evening, board members. Good evening, Dr. Arlotto. My name is Regina Riley, and I am the Vice President for the Anne Arundel County Council of PTAs. Unfortunately, our president couldn't be here this evening. I have a few updates to share. Our scholarship applications have come to a close. The scholarship board will be meeting to review all applications. The awards are to be used by students towards tuition and books at a higher institution of education of their choice. This year, the Anne Arundel County Council of PTAs will be celebrating our families from all around Anne Arundel County with a Family Fun Day. It's free admission for all. One of the items we are doing is we're collecting cans for the Maryland Food Bank. So we'd like everybody to bring as many cans as they can because we want to do a mile of cans. We will have an award ceremony for our volunteers and also our reflection winners. We have a silent auction to support our scholarship fund, food trucks, games, mobile escape room, a stage area where schools will be performing, a DJ, crafts, fire trucks, free books in our reading room. The list goes on and on. We have many organizations coming. So we ask that you please help us and attend. It's April 25th, 2020 at Old Mill High School in Millersville. Our next board meeting will be on March 9th at 5:30 here at the Board of Education. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I look forward to seeing a mile of food for a worthy cause. I can just imagine how many cans that is. I hope everybody steps up for it. Next is public comment. Anyone wishing to speak on an item not on today's agenda may offer testimony during this public comment portion of the meeting. Speakers are allotted 3 minutes each and may not allocate their time to others. A tone will sound when the time is expired. The board asks that comments remain civil and appropriate for the various audiences that may be watching or viewing this meeting. Student-specific and personnel matters are confidential and cannot be discussed in this forum. It is not the board's general practice to engage in question and answer sessions with speakers. For the record, please give your name before speaking, and handouts should be given to the board assistant. As a special note for tonight, public testimony on the superintendent's recommended fiscal 2021 operating and capital budgets was already taken at the Board of Education's public hearings that was held on January the 9th and January the 27th. Accordingly, no public testimony on the recommendation will be taken this evening. If amendments are offered by board members, and we do have them on the ready and organized, public comments will be taken on the content of those specific amendments only. As always, written testimony is accepted and encouraged. Currently, I have no one signed up for public testimony. Seeing no motion in the audience, we're going to move along. Item 4.01, classroom furniture. These are consent items of awards of contracts. Second. We have a motion to bundle and a second. Any comment to that? Okay, Ms. Howell, do we have consensus on this? Yes. We're good? Okay, seeing consensus on a motion to bundle items 4.01, I'll just read them out. Is classroom furniture, 4.02, grass mowing and stormwater device maintenance, 4.03, large kitchen equipment, and through 4.05, and then 4.06 is walkie-talkies and accessories. Do we have a motion? I'm sorry, Dr. Alato, your recommendation, please.
Yes, Madam President, I recommend the board approve the contracts as listed on today's agenda, 4.01 through 4.06.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any commentary? Any public comment? Seeing none, Ms. Howe, please call roll.
Ms. Alby? Aye. Ms. Ellis? Aye. Ms. Schulheim?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Mr. Leib?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer? Aye. Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Okay, great. Let me get to my next. Next item is 5.01, administrative personnel appointments. Dr. Alato?
There are none. There is for board approval. There is one for information for the board.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, seeing no additional comments to that. Item 5.02 is items of legislation. Yes, sir, and I do believe we have staff. Okay, so yes, we are being very efficient this morning. That's
She's listening upstairs, and she never expected to be here this early.
Oh, my goodness. Okay. Okay, I'm going to turn this over first to Ms. Ortiz if she wanted to highlight additional new information and should give us an update. I know we've had a very busy session, so before we get started, I just want to continue to extend gratitude to you and your staff and to all the members who are pitching in and going the extra mark. This is a very busy season. As you can well imagine, I've never seen so much legislation on one item in my entire life. So major kudos. This is a lot to follow. So with that said, I'll let you roll.
For the record, Jeanette Ortiz, Legislative Policy Council, thank you so much for your kind words. It has been a crazy session, lots of bills, lots of education bills, and we just had introduction deadlines and all kinds of things. So there will be more coming your way at the next meeting. There were no bills this meeting for that required a vote, but I'd be happy to answer any questions on any legislation.
Looks like we do have a couple questions. We have Ms. Schalheim, Ms. Ellis, and Ms. Hummer. Ms. Schalheim.
Good evening. I would like to echo the gratitude because I know this is busy. I have a question for you about a bill that we were previously in support of, but has since had amendments. House Bill 287. Where do we stand on that with regard to the amendments? Which I don't. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Can you remind me of the
one that was supposed to be the mundane one to change our annual meeting from July to December, but then there was all that followed that. Yeah.
So right. So there's a House bill and a Senate bill that would have aligned the annual meeting date of the board to coincide with the fact that we're moving towards a fully elected school board, so it would be in December, and that was a request of the board. And so the House had a hearing on the legislation, both the House bill and the Senate cross-file, and the sponsors of the bill added additional amendments to the legislation that would also talked about the election of a president of the board. And so the language states that the president and vice president shall be selected at the annual meeting. They shall serve a term of 1 year. And that was voted out of committee. Out of the delegation unanimously. I believe it was Friday or perhaps the Friday before. There's a lot going on, so things are the days are blurring for me, so I apologize. And so what happened is we did submit testimony supporting the, actually Ms. Corkadell, I believe, spoke to the original bill as drafted, yes. And then the amendments were introduced after the fact, and we submitted testimony to the two committees, the Senate committee and the House committee, on the bill as drafted. And so what typically, and then the delegation voted on it. So now what happens, since there are amendments, the House bill, I don't believe, has moved forward. The Senate bill did get voted out either Thursday or Friday from the Senate, and so it'll cross over to the House. And so if the board, has the same position, we would submit the position. If there's a different position, at that time it would be appropriate now that the bill has been amended.
My issue with it was that the officers were going to be from the quote selected from the elected officers, and that the student member would no longer be able to be elected. Was that your understanding of that?
So the language says the president and the vice president will be selected from the elected members of the board. And so typically I will say that the board has not weighed in on legislation dealing with the actual structure of the board. Like when we went towards elected board, we didn't weigh in on any of that. And so that's been sort of what the board has chosen to do in the past. This bill would fall under that. And that was under the advice of previous board counsel. It did pass unanimously out of the House delegation the legislation as amended. That means a lot to the committees, I will say that. And the Senate bill did pass unanimously out of the Senate.
Thank you very much. Okay, Ms. Ellis, was that it, Ms. Shelhan? Was that the only question you had?
Yeah, yes, I think so. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ellis.
Thank you. I just wonder if you could give us a little update snippet on Blueprint for Maryland's Future. I know there was a big hearing. I know there's lots of opinions about it. I know we're presenting amendments. Are you getting can you just give us a brief update? Are you getting a sense of how people are feeling?
Yeah, so I had the pleasure of spending my President's Day in the joint hearing room of the General Assembly with dozens and dozens of other folks for the hearing of the what we call the Blueprint bill, or other folks refers to the Kerwin Commission bill. And so all 4 standing committees assigned to the legislation were there, all of their members. So it's the Senate Budget and Taxation Committee, Senate Education, Health and Environmental Affairs Committee, House Ways and Means Committee, and House Appropriations Committee. So they started off the hearing with a presentation by Britt Kerwin, who is the chair of the commission, and Rachel Heiss, who's Department of Legislative Services staff, who's been working on this for years and is really the resident expert on education for the Department of Legislative Services. There were lots of questions. You know, the bill was just introduced less than 2 weeks ago, and it's 199 pages of a lot of information. So I'm sure a lot of folks had not gone through it. I have gone through the bill, as some of my colleagues here have as well. And there's a lot in there. And so while we support the overall sort of the mission of the Kerwin Commission and the original goal, we do have some concerns, some preliminary things that stuck out to us, and I kind of identified it briefly in the legislative exhibit. Related to implementation dates, for example, we think that, you know, the school systems would need some more time to be able to implement some things. Also, accountability was a huge conversation on Monday. It seemed like a lot of folks questioning it hadn't actually read the bill, because there's a lot of accountability in the bill. And so while we obviously support accountability and we understand that it's important when you're talking about this level of education funding, our concern is the overlap for existing accountability. And so what we want is a better clarification about these other accountability bodies that are being created in this legislation and how they coincide with existing, like the State Board of Education, the Maryland State Department of Education, the Attorney, the Inspector General was created out of last year's legislation. The governor has his own body, et cetera, et cetera. And so we've asked for clarification. In that, you know, we had just some concerns with some program management, with some of the pre-K requirements that would require the school systems to manage private entities, but does not provide funding for that management. And so those are some of the things. I mean, I will say that the chairs of the committees reiterated numerous times that there will be amendments. The Speaker of the House and the Senate President both also reiterated that they understand that there will be amendments. I've been working with my colleagues in the Maryland Association of Boards of Education, the Public School Superintendents Association of Maryland, to come up with good amendments. Also MSEA, the Maryland State Education Association, on things that we all kind of agree upon. There was a work group this evening. Unfortunately, I had policy committee and was unable to attend, but I will be circling back with my colleagues tomorrow and Friday to get a better understanding of where they're moving with the bill. You know, I anticipate lots of amendments for sure, maybe some more technical ones and maybe some substantive ones. And as my colleagues and I keep going back and sifting through the bill, we might have some more specific things that, you know, again, that either they align or they don't align with our legislative program and our positions already stated. And so obviously for the things that align, great. For the things that don't align, we will certainly call them out. And I just want to mention that Ms. Hummer was there with Maeve and gave great testimony on the legislation and raised some of the concerns that Maeve also has on the legislation, consistent with our concerns.
Thank you. Ms. Hummer, and then Ms. Antoine.
Yes, I'll just reiterate that I spent 6 hours of President's Day listening to testimony. They had 130 people sign up to testify, and every one of them was in support of the main goals of the blueprint legislation. But there was very good feedback about how to improve the bill and make it so. We are all for accountability, but if there's duplication between things, we want the money from Kerwin to go to the classroom and actually be being used for students. And some of the accountability measures that duplicate each other, that's going to be money that's going to be spent on duplication rather than on the students. So it was encouraging to hear so many people from so many different groups and organizations that were voicing some of the same suggestions for how we could make the bill better as we came along, from the state PTA to individual parents that spoke up. It was really exciting to see how many people were vested in this bill and had really studied it carefully and really wanted to have a say in making it as strong as it can be to help our kids. So it was a long day, but it was worth it to hear everything, and I was glad to be able to add in our piece that was there too. My question is on page 22 of our legislation, HB 1234, County Boards of Education Student Transportation Vehicles. This is something I'm actually very excited to see, something we've been trying to talk about, that would there be a way that we would not have to transport all of our children in full-size school buses. For instance, some of our homeless children or some of our special needs students who go to non-public placements. And this is a bill that looks like it may have that potential. So I just wanted to get some clarification on there. It states that here that they could use a vehicle other than a Type 1 or Type 2 school vehicle. Does it limit what other type of vehicle we could use?
So my recollection of the bill, and again, I've read lots of bills in the last week, but my recollection is that doesn't specify that. I don't know if Mr. Sheknovich recalls something differently, but it does provide school systems the flexibility and specifically mentions, homeless students, foster care students, special education students, for us to be able to use something other than like a school bus. And I know we have instances where it might just be one student in that one bus stop that might go to a different placement, non-public placement or something to that nature. And so it would provide flexibility.
Certainly, Alex Sheknovich, Chief Operating Officer. It would provide that additional flexibility. We're seeking some clarification, I think, much to your point. Today, Type 1 and Type 2 school buses are permitted, as well as, where taxi cabs are a permitted vehicle. What is explicitly prohibited is the use of either vehicles that look like minivans or what you and I might call karate vans. There's kind of 12-person, 15-person kind of vans. They are actually explicitly prohibited. So this, while it provides some loosening, it actually doesn't repeal that other piece of it. So we're looking for the transportation directors have been in contact with MSD as well to say, in the end, what would this look like? I think we all would like to have some additional flexibility, some other alternatives. And it's important to a location like Anne Arundel County. It's even far more important to some of our smaller counties in the far eastern and western reaches of the state. So it's an item of a lot of collective interest, and we want to get it right.
Well, I know this is having this kind of alternative transportation is one of the recommendations from the transportation consultants report as well that we'd like to have. It's a little disappointing to hear that as of right now it doesn't include that we could use those vans, because that could be a real possibility. But are there any restrictions listed in the bill about which students could be transported in an alternative thing?
Yes, there's a prescriptive list of classifications of students that would be eligible for alternative transportation means.
Okay, so that but it's fairly long.
It's a long
list. It's a pretty long list.
Yes.
Okay, so it would be open to have, because for many of our students, right, it's not most cost benefit to have one student that's riding a bus, and also they're not as fast or easy to navigate if you're going into Baltimore City to a special school or something. So to have an alternative, it might be a more comfortable method of transportation as well for some of our students to have. So I don't know if this will move forward, but I was thrilled to see it, and I'm glad that we're going to be supporting that, and I hope that this will gain momentum to move forward. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hummer. Ms. Antwine.
Thank you. So I know the week has been rough. I was with you on some of it, not all of it, including President's Day, and it sounds like you guys had fun. But I did have some questions about some of the bills that are being introduced that we opposed. Wanted more clarification on our position in terms of opposing. The first one is on page 5. So it looks to me like there are plans for other counties to get a regional career and technical education center, and we oppose that. And based on what I'm reading, we opposed it because there's a risk of us not getting the type of funding we may be able to get if they introduce this. Could you help me better understand that, please?
Yes, and that's correct. So this is a perennial bill that's come before us a few years now, and we've always opposed it. And so, I mean, obviously we support CTE for students and students around the state. However, the way this bill is drafted, it would be funded through public school construction dollars that are currently already identified for existing projects, and so it would, the funding would be used from that money, and so that money would, there would be less money to fund our projects and other school system projects. And so we oppose, anytime there's less money going towards our, school construction dollars or for education funding and things of that nature. So for those reasons, it's not like a separate dedicated funding source for this. It would be from the existing program, so that's problematic.
Got it. Okay, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
And then on page 8, the instruction in print and cursive handwriting. As a mom who had to teach her son cursive, and her penmanship is horrible, I'm always for instruction on how to do that properly in terms of print and cursive handwriting in our schools. But we oppose that as well, and I just didn't quite understand the stance on why.
Yeah, so this is another perennial bill that's come a few years now, and so we oppose curriculum mandates. And so if school systems want to have cursive writing in their curriculum, they can do that now. They don't need a law to require them to do it. They have the flexibility to do it. So it's not so much based on the, the merit or the substance. It's just a curriculum mandate. And so, MABE and other school systems typically oppose these mandates.
Understood. So our opposition is not to have it in the schools. Our opposition is the autonomy that we have as an independent school system to be able to say what we have in our curriculum.
Correct. Yes.
All right. So then on page 12, at the bottom, talks about therapy dogs. Mm-hmm. And in some of my school visits, I have been introduced to therapy dogs, and they seem to be right in line with the need of the students that are having those dogs at that time. Now, I have not been introduced to a litter of dogs at one school, right? It may be one dog that all the students rely on for comfort or otherwise. I saw here that we opposed that as well, even though we have introduced some dogs in our system, and it seems to be working. So I wanted to, just as with the other clarifications, if you can help me understand the opposition, please.
Yeah, thank you, because you're not the only one that had questions about it. So we have service dogs that we allow in our schools, and that's aligned with state and federal requirements. And so this creates a separate category of an actual therapy dog, but there's no actual certification for therapy dogs. Okay. And so it really leaves open to interpretation what is a therapy dog.
Because it's not-
So we currently follow state, federal requirements on service animals. And so this is something different, and it's kind of like a loose terminology utilized for dogs. And so because it's not clearly defined, because there's no existing certification, we could run into some issues with having disruptive animals. And, you know, if you have people saying like, oh, well, this is a therapy dog, we would really have no way to say, well, it's not. Whereas with service animals, there's, you know, that's certified, there's processes, these animals are trained specifically to provide the unique services of their owners.
Understood. So in the cases that I've encountered in the schools, it's the school providing that service to those students so that legally and in terms of management, we have that direct control. So the opposition is not for not having that type of support in the schools. The opposition is for the possible logistics and other concerns that come along with animals that may not be covered by law.
Exactly.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Oh, here it is. So then finally, on page 13, it talks about a notification to parents once there's suspicion of a sexual assault. And this has come up earlier in the year before our board. Some of the protocol behind these actions. We opposed that bill as well. It indicates that by the close of business day, a parent should be notified of whatever the concern is. So as I'm reading here, we are indicating that we want to be able to first get sound information before moving out to the parent. So if you could please expound upon that opposition.
Yeah, so that's exactly right. So it's not that we oppose notifying parents. You know, we want to notify parents of any situation relating to their children, particularly something as a problematic sexual behavior. And we do follow all state, you know, mandated reporting laws and regulations. And, you know, we provide training to all of our staff on that issue in particular. So the concern with this legislation, it's very prescriptive. It requires a school to report to the parent, as you mentioned, close of business day. So, for example, if we had a situation that happened 15 minutes before school ended and it's an allegation, you know, the school administration won't have sufficient time by close of business, or may not have sufficient time by close of business to gather the correct information to ensure that we're providing parents, guardians, families correct information. The last thing we would want to do is to prematurely give out information and have false allegations or things of that nature out there. So we want to ensure that we are responsibly reporting to parents, guardians, families of such behaviors, and don't want to feel like rushed, like we have this deadline and then we don't have sufficient information that we may find out with further investigation it was actually incorrect.
Right.
And so that's our opposition to legislation. And the Maryland Association of Boards of Education also opposes it for the same reasons.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Okay, you're welcome.
I'm sorry, I did have one more question. With the blueprint, I know testimony was that President's Day, but there's a window before the final decision is made. Could we, as the Board of Education, introduce more information concerning that, or were we done on Monday?
Yeah, no. So Monday was one of the very first steps. As I mentioned, there was a work group held by the Appropriations Committee in the House today, and there will be more work group meetings to try to figure out amendments. And so what we've done is, you know, I've been working very closely with Matt Stansky and some of my other colleagues to put together our preliminary concerns and reaching out to our colleagues from around the state and MAVE and PAZAM to kind of figure out, you know, what do we all agree upon, because obviously there's power in numbers, and when you have MAVE and PAZAM behind
Right.
something as well, and MSCA, that helps, and there's a lot of agreement on things. And so that's going to be part of the work group process, very similar to the Maryland Safe to Learn Act from 2 years ago that I was very involved in helping craft amendments with my colleagues to make it more workable for school systems. And so that'll be, so yes, we will definitely have a seat at the table in any issues and concerns that arise. We'll be able to vocalize them to leadership and hopefully have the amendments introduced and accepted to address the concerns. Thank you. You're welcome.
Anything else, Ms. Handway? You good? Okay.
Kind of, sort of.
Kind of, sort of.
So you
well, this happens like every meeting from here till March. So
no, I just
it's not going
it
anywhere.
just popped in my head because we talked about it earlier. So if we want to reach out to some of the delegates for some of these bills directly, for example, there's a controversial bill with Delegate Saab at this point in time. Should we work with you first? Do you, Dr. Lotto? I'm trying to figure out the appropriate protocol between my advocacy as a citizen and my advocacy as on the board. I would like to be able to talk to, for example, with Delegate Saab to better understand, so that when I come back here, I'll be able to make a better decision on the board as well. So I guess the question would be, when these come up, would it be better that we work with you all first and then move on to the delegates, so that we're kind of speaking with one voice, or should we continue our outreach individually?
Okay, I'll take a stab at that answer, actually, because, well, of course, anything that we can do to move our legislative stuff through. And so, yes, board members do meet with them. I would just, normally, I say if I'm there as a member or they're officially helping us. And if I'm there officially helping us, I usually do try to get with Jeanette, or like Julie does the MAID connection, you know, along with Melissa. And so I'm usually giving them a heads up. And if I'm going as a member, I just make sure that every person that I'm speaking to understands that I'm there as an individual resident, or I am there as an individual board member, but not representing the whole board. That's really the only rules of engagement. But clearly, it's greatly appreciated, because when we can coordinate with Ms. Ortiz, she can give you some of that information, knowing going in before a meeting, or, you know, you may not be the wiser that they've already negotiated out your concern. So that would save you some time too, type of thing. But that's pretty much how
Thank you,
how
Michelle.
it works.
That's what I've been doing. But my in this particular case, some concerns were raised that we didn't consider before we put in our position on that particular bill, and so I wanted to go back directly to in this case to Delegate Saab to get more understanding of his position as we move as the bill moves forward. But I also want to be able to work with Dr. Lotto and his staff in doing that, so that we speak the same voice. So thank you very much for that update.
And if I could just add, yes, please, definitely reach out, let me know if you're meeting with delegates and senators on legislation. That's helpful to me, because sometimes I get like, oh, I was meeting with your board member, and I'm like, oh, okay, and I have no idea what the conversation was about. So it's helpful to me, and when I'm communicating with them. And the only thing I would just point out, which I know everybody's aware of, if you're meeting with them and it's a position, the board has a position on legislation, board members would not be able to go and have an opposing position on the legislation, contrary to what the board has already determined. That's the only thing. But yes, and if you have questions or just need some insight, I will say that Delegate Saab's bill, House Bill 535, had the delegation hearing last Friday. And I spoke on behalf of the school system. That bill was at the last meeting's legislative exhibit, and they had the hearing in the committee today. There was lots of opposition from various organizations from around the state at the bill hearing. I submitted written testimony, and so I've as always, we always offer to work with our legislators, and I always ask them, if you have ideas or you have thoughts, please reach out to us, because we can help inform sort of their decision in whether to draft legislation or how to draft legislation. And, you know, as I invited him and other members of the delegation, you can come visit our schools and see our programs and see what we're already doing, because they may not be aware of that. Thank you.
Excellent. No, good. Thank you for bringing up Miss Antoine, because that is something that, you know, definitely gets a little gray area. Miss Alvey.
So I had a question about a bill that was put in for the Baltimore County delegation about increasing the voting rights for their student member on the board. Do you just have a status update on whatever, you know, happened with that bill, if you know?
So I don't, but I can definitely get back to you. I will say, though, that the Frederick County, because I wasn't able to go today because we had so much going on here, but I was watching the bill hearings online, and I believe it was Frederick County that had similar bill being heard today in Ways and Means delegation. As we all know, we're the only school system where the student member has full voting rights, and so over the years, different school systems have tried to increase the voting rights of their student members as well. And so Frederick has done it, Baltimore County this year, but I can get back to you.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Seeing no more comments from board members, seeing no motion, any comments of public, seeing no movement. Item 5. Dr. O'Donnell?
Good.
You're good? Okay. Item 5.01. Yes, you're very good. Thank you, Ms. Ortiz. 5.01. No, I'm sorry. 5.03. Mayo Elementary School third-party project playground equipment. Thank you.
We have no presentation.
Okay, Dr. Olato.
Yes, Madam President, I recommend board approval of the Mayo Elementary School third-party project playground equipment.
So moved.
Okay, we have a movement and a second. I just want to say that I know that for both Mayo and the upcoming one, which is Shipley's Choice, I just so happened to be in a community meeting quite a few years ago, I think, going back, I believe, probably about 4.5 years ago, when the PTO president had asked Shipley's Choice HOA to give her a hand in fundraising. And I know Mayo Elementary equally worked very hard. These are hard projects for the community, but I do also recognize the proud ownership that the communities also have when they have this opportunity. It's truly an enterprise level fundraising, and the benefit that it serves our students by having it is absolutely outstanding. So I would just wanted to give an extra shout out to the PTO of both Mayo and Shipley's Choice Elementary, because they have done a fabulous job in getting this, getting their school the playground equipment that they need, and obviously the help of staff and in maneuvering through that and getting the best equipment possible. Thank you so much, Ms. Ewart Crawford. So we do have a couple comments coming in. So we have Ms. Alvey, Ms. Ellis, and Ms. Antoine. Ms. Alvey?
So I just want to express my excitement for this project because one of the first constituents I ever responded to as SMOB was a 4th grader at Mayo Elementary School who reached out to me and said that she really wanted a playground. So I'm super excited that this is going through, and a special congrats to her on her hard work on fundraising for this awesome project.
Thank you, Ms. Alvey. Ms. Ellis?
First of all, I just have to echo the kudos to the PTOs. This is amazing work when this gets done, when people fundraise like this and they see a need for their students and they make it happen. Can you talk a little bit about the process when a PTO does this? Do they come to you and say, we want a playground? How much is this going to cost? Do they help in the design? How does that?
Yes. Well, they put in a major amount of work request saying that they would like to add some playground equipment. We share with them our standards and what meets our playground safety standards. And sometimes they have some equipment that, they would like to have, and we go through whether it can meet it or not. And most of the time, we work together well. They do a great job fundraising. They work well with us. Once that is done, they provide us the documentation, the letter from the PTO supported by the principal, and then we bring it to the board for approval. And then we help them, assist them with the purchase and getting it built.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. That's so exciting.
Yes, absolutely agree on that one. Miss Antoine.
So I just wanted to make a motion that we bundle 503 and 504, but I see Dr. Arlotto has stepped out, so I take that back. Because he would have to make the recommendation for 504.
Okay.
So.
Sure. Yeah, I didn't even see he was gone. No, that's okay, because we're just going to, it won't take very long, and my comments I already made for the both, I think, for both projects. Because these are great, when public-private partnerships get together, because government can't do it all. And so these are great examples of how we're able to work so closely. I don't see any more comments from board members, anybody from the audience that would like to say a word or two about this project. Seeing no motion, Ms. Howell, please call the roll.
Miss Alvey? Aye. Miss Ellis?
Aye.
Miss Schallheim?
Aye.
Miss Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Mr. Leib?
Aye.
Miss Hummer?
Aye.
Miss Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Okay. Our next item is 5.04, Shipley's Choice Elementary Third-Party Project. And we have the recommendation, drumroll.
I was listening.
I know you were.
Madam President, I recommend the board approve the Shipley's Choice Elementary School third-party project, also playground equipment.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have unanimous in second. I see no comments. Any members of the audience? Seeing no motion, Ms. Howe, please call roll.
Miss Alvey? Aye. Miss Ellis?
Aye.
Miss Schallheim?
Aye.
Miss Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Mr. Leib?
Aye.
Miss Hummer? Aye. Miss Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
All right. Okay. Next up is the big item of the night. All right. 6.01, the superintendent's recommended fiscal year 2021 capital budget and 6-year plan. Good evening. Before we begin with budgets, I did want to just say a couple notes on budget night. Tonight's the night. We will hopefully be striking the budget, barring any complications. We do, of course, have a Plan B date for that. And with that in mind, I do want to express large considerations of gratitude to all the staff and to all the board members who participated in this process. It's an undertaking. It's a giant budget with giant budget books. And that's just the summary pages. So I know that the staff works hard on weekends and on evenings and first things in the mornings. They made sure that we got ample information for all of our questions up here as they were provided, and up to literally the minutes leading up to our meeting tonight, crunching numbers and making sure that all the amendments are in, that it's appropriate and by our members, and that they are well represented. So for that, congratulations. I think that's a victory in and of itself, because here we are ready to take our votes. This evening, our budget chair and the budget committee have worked very hard in preparing this in a manner that is flows well and freely. And so with that in mind, I'm going to take a back seat to the actual amendments in and of themselves and the management to Ms. Ellis, and will reserve myself, outside of individual comments as a member tonight, to parliamentary procedure as should anything unique come up. So with that in mind, I believe Alex and Dr. Arlotto, you guys are up for starters.
Recommendation?
Yes, sir.
Fantastic. So before I give my recommendation for the capital budget and then discussion, and then of course we'll move on to the operating budget, I would like to thank you for your comments of thanks to the team It is an incredible amount of work that is almost year-round now. I think they take about 2 weeks off in July, but it's in terms of budget. So I want to thank, you've got Alex and Lisa Seaman Crawford sitting before you. Much of the executive team and senior staff do a lot of work in building the budget, but I also need to recognize Mr. Stansky and his Fab Four. Would you all stand up, please? They are amazing and do incredible work. And with that, Madam President, I recommend board approval of the $214,892,000 capital budget and 6-year plan and any approved adjustments.
Thank you, sir.
Again, for the record, Alex Chaknova, Chief Operating Officer.
Lucy Seaman Crawford, Director of Facilities.
And we are here to present the FY21 capital budget as well as the 6-year capital improvement plan. The exhibit before you is a replica of the exhibit that was presented as part of the superintendent's budget introduction in December. Absent any amendments that may be undertaken tonight, there is no difference between the document that lays before you at the moment and the one you saw in December. And with that, we are prepared to undertake any questions or amendments you may have.
First, I think we need a core motion of the board and am willing to entertain as such.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for the superintendent's recommended capital budget, and I believe we have a couple checked-in amendments. Ms. Ellis, if you would mind taking them.
We do. I have to take a moment. I did speak briefly, giving an update on the budget committee, but as committee chair, I've been very involved in sort of collecting information as board members, so that just so the public knows, the board members do not work together in unison in developing their ideas or their amendments or anything like that. So the budget committee sort of is able to serve as a gathering place, and we work closely with the staff, and we provided, we kept feeding questions to the staff because we get this in December, I believe we got it. Little light reading over the holidays, but always as we're trying to carefully consider what adjustments may need to be made in the best interest of our students, we begin to gather information, and we've been firing off questions now for a couple of months to Mr. Cheknovich and his staff, and the questions, a lot of times we'll get responses and it leads to more questions, and so we keep firing back, and you guys have been remarkable in responding and being very prompt with your responses, and I know how hard you guys are working, and I just want to give you my thanks, all of you. So, as I said, we worked through some procedure during the budget committee meeting, so I'm going to explain that all now. So currently before us is the capital budget. Once we finish with the capital budget, I'm going to introduce some amendments that have been developed by various board members. We will, I will first read through the entire list of amendments so that everyone is able to see what's on the table, what's going to be on the table, because one amendment may affect another amendment for some board member, and they need to be able to consider all of that. And so for the public to be able to see what the board members are considering, we want to make sure you all are aware of what the proposed amendments are that are coming. So I'm going to read once through the list of amendments, and then I will go back and introduce one amendment at a time. And one amendment at a time will be on the table for someone to move and discuss and vote on. And then we move to the next amendment. When we finish with the amendments, we still have to vote on the entire budget as amended, if it is amended. And once that happens, assuming we do pass a capital budget this evening, we will break very briefly for staff to make any adjustments to the figures. And then that is when we will vote on the capital budget. So once the staff brings back those numbers, we will look at sort of the final budget that we are proposing to pass, and then we will vote on it. And then we'll move on to the operating budget and follow the same procedure. So if everyone's clear on that, oh, and one more thing to note, once the amendments have been introduced, they will be made available online for anyone who wants to follow along. And I will give you that information as soon as I'm done reading the amendments. So for the fiscal year 21 capital budget, the following 3 amendments are being proposed. Amendment 1, decrease $1,450,000 of local county funding to the superintendent's recommended fiscal year 2021 fiscal year to 2023 capital budget line items titled security related upgrades to result in a $2,300,000 total request for each of the specified fiscal years. The impact of this amendment, it reduces the fiscal years 2021 to 2023 capital budget recommendations by $1,450,000. Amendment 2, provide a capital investment of $40,000 to preserve the historic structure on the Goshen Farm property. The impact, it increases the fiscal year 2021 capital budget recommendation by $40,000. Amendment 3, add an additional $800,000 in local county funding to the superintendent's recommended fiscal year 21 capital budget line item titled PS Military Installation Grant to result in a $4,800,000 total request. The impact, it increases fiscal year 2021 capital budget recommendation by $800,000. And now that the amendments have been introduced, for those in the audience and watching at home, the proposed capital budget amendments I just read can be found online at www.aacps.org/FY21 capital amendments. CAPITALAMENDMENTS. Hopefully everyone got that who needs it. And with that, we will now reintroduce Amendment 1. Decrease $1,450,000 of local county funding to the superintendent's recommended fiscal year 2021 to 2023 capital budget line items titled security related upgrades to result in a $2,300,000 total request for each of the specified fiscal years. The impact again reduces fiscal years 2021 to 2023 capital budget recommendations by $1,450,000.
Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Mr. Luck.
Thank you, Madam President. This amendment is submitted to align AACPS school facilities design efforts with the recently identified best practices for school system entrance foyer door security technologies, as identified by our Office of School Security, the AACPS Facilities Division, and the Johns Hopkins Applied Physics Laboratory's comprehensive report on school technology as developed for the U.S. Department of Justice. As you will recall, in December of 2019, our board voted to increase the physical security posture of school entrance foyers in new construction schools by including bullet-resistant glass in construction plans. After close consultation and collaboration with the Anne Arundel County Police Department and with due deference to their well-honed tactical and operational procedures regarding school security, it has been determined that the use of more appropriate, code-compliant, and law enforcement community-endorsed best practice door technologies for school entrance foyer door security protection will achieve our goal of increasing the physical security posture of school entrance foyers. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no more comments from members, any comments from public? Seeing none, Ms. Howell, please call roll.
Miss Alvey? Aye. Miss Ellis?
Aye.
Miss Schallheim?
Aye.
Miss Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
No.
Mr. Leib?
Aye.
Miss Hummer? Aye. And Miss Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-1.
Nice. Amendment, as a matter of fact, I think we're all clear because there wasn't really discussion. It was just supported, but we will reread the amendment before we vote on it from here on out in case there are any changes. Amendment 2. Provide a capital investment of $40,000 to preserve the historic structure on the Goshen Farm property. The impact? It increases fiscal year 2021 capital budget recommendation by $40,000.
So moved.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Looks like we do have a couple notes of discussion. Ms. Schallheim and then Ms. Hummer. Ms. Schallheim.
Thank you. So for the benefit of not only my colleagues up here, but the audience and those watching at home, Goshen Farm is a property that's been owned by Anne Arundel County Public Schools for quite some time. And I just want to tell you all a little bit about why I am proposing this amendment. So the use of the land can be traced back to 1663. And the farmhouse that's on the property, the structure on the property, was built sometime in the late 1780s. It was first listed on the tax records in 1798. Over time, the farm was a working farm. From the 1800 census, we can see that 9 slaves also lived on the property. Lore has it that those who owned the property during the 1812 war could watch those events going up the river. The property has exchanged hands, multiple times over the years, including a relative rumored to be related to Alexander Graham Bell. Dr. Morris Leon Radoff purchased it in 1942. He was at that time the Maryland State Archivist. The property has a variety of farms on it now, and has over years lots of different uses. Plants a victory garden during World War II. In 1967, the Board of Education, Anne Arundel County Board of Ed, approached him to buy 30 acres of his land for an elementary school. He had the house put on the Maryland Register of Historic Properties sometime between the late 60s and the mid 70s. Initially, that property was for a junior high school, but as we all know now, there are 2 middle schools reside on a property separate from that, and that land has not yet been needed as a school because it sits on the edge of a peninsula. It'll likely not be needed for a school in the future. And so the rationale for this is to preserve a historic structure. That structure is in desperate need of repair. That structure is on the Maryland Register of Historic Places, and it's a very important part of the history of the Cape St. Clair, of the Broadneck Peninsula and Anne Arundel County. and it's one of the few examples left of a colonial farm in the county. And so every time it rains, my heart breaks a little bit more because I've gone to the property with several of my colleagues, and so I know what a state that house is in. This would provide a one-time capital investment to stabilize that property and preserve it for educational purposes for our students for generations to come, and I hope my colleagues will support this amendment. Thank you.
Ms. Schalheim, thank you. Ms. Hummer.
Yes. Goshen Farm is a wonderful treasure in Anne Arundel County, and very grateful to the Goshen Farm Preservation Society that works that. And it does give a benefit to our students. However, we have an existing contract with the Goshen Farm Preservation Society that charges them $0 in rent. And in return, the society shall fund, plan, design, construct, maintain, restore, and provide all services and materials as needed on the premises. So if the society would like to renegotiate the terms of the existing contract, they may formally request that of the board, but until then, we should not be considering violating the terms of an existing contract. Grants to nonprofits are not the role of the board. Another property that we own that has a similar lease is Maryland Hall, which our students use all the time. However, we have never provided grants to Maryland Hall to improve that property. They have gone to the state and to the county and gotten extensive work. The society is actually appearing before the county delegation on Friday to seek a grant for this very work. And I hope they are successful at that, and encourage them to also seek a grant from the county to do that. But providing such grants to nonprofits is not the role of the board, and we need to honor the existing contract that we have with this organization.
Thank you, Ms. Hummer. Ms. Antwine, and then final comment with Ms. Schalheim.
Thank you. It's my understanding that that current contract has not been up for any type of negotiation in nearly 5 to 10 years. And there was nothing that I was able to find to say when it would be back before us to negotiate. So us being proactive in supporting what has been described as a historical treasure would not be necessarily arbitrarily giving money against a contract, but introducing money to preserve the treasure that's there. I am specifically in support of this particular amendment because of the Black history that is there as well. It was recommended to us that much of what was there in that area was built by slaves and has been preserved since. So I support that. I also support figuring out how we can bring the contract back before us so that we can support them further.
Thank you, Ms. Antwine. Ms. Schalheim, and then Ms. Ellis. Oh, I'll go after.
I'm fine.
Ms. Ellis?
Thank you. I did have an opportunity to visit this treasure that we have. And I understand Ms. Hummer's concerns, but I'm concerned if our tenant, is that what we call them, that their organization that has that is currently using the land, if they are unable to do what is needed to secure the historic structure on that property, I'm still concerned about that structure that's on AACPS property. And I tell you that land is a tremendous learning environment for our students. I do want to commend Goshen Farm for the beautiful gardens. I do know one of those gardens is specifically dedicated to the slaves who worked the land there, and that truly is an important piece of history there. So I understand the concern with providing funds to a nonprofit, and that's not what we're here to do, but I'm concerned about the historic structure that we could lose, and then there's nothing to be done.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis. And lastly, Ms. Schallheim.
I just really want to encourage my colleagues to support this. Again, that building was built in the late 1780s, and if that building falls to the ground, which again is on the Maryland Register of Historic Places, then it's just a pretty piece of land. We need to do more to be proactive. This is not the same as Maryland Hall. This is a very unique situation involving a historic structure. And I just encourage my colleagues to support this, please.
Okay, seeing no more comments. Any public comments to this? Seeing no motion in the audience, Ms. Howe, please call roll.
Miss Alvey? Miss Ellis?
We're going to hold on the roll call because we do want to try to read each amendment prior to roll call. So my apologies.
Yeah.
That's my bust.
Though there were no changes. Amendment 2, provide a capital investment.
I think there was someone who wanted to.
Was there someone who wanted to speak?
I did not see any
Oh, there's a hand. You can come.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I didn't think it was up before. Yes, sir, you may speak on the amendment exclusively.
I want to thank you for even considering this amendment. True, we have a lease in place. We would love to renegotiate it. However, the house is in such a state of disrepair. And I look at it from a different perspective. We have helped support educational programming for several thousand students over the last 5, 6, 7 years. We work with the Environmental Literacy Program. You all have seen our 5 years of annual reports. To allow that house to become the centerpiece of the Goshen Farm Educational Center is a minor investment for us to continue to work without cost to the Board of Education to support educational programs in at least 5 schools. Thank you for your consideration.
Would you,
could you please,
would you introduce yourself?
Yeah, please
sorry.
state your name.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
I need name for the record.
I'm Louis Biondi. I'm president of the Goshen Farm Preservation Society. We have about 10 members here. Thank you.
Sir.
I've got a question.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
What other fundraising attempts have been made?
Oh, we do 5 fundraisers a year. We do 2 open houses. We do got a Java and Jazz coming up March 8th at the community center. We have a kayak raffle. We have a harvest pasta dinner at Gloria Dei Church on College Parkway. So we do 5 or 6 fundraisers a year, and for those of you who've worked with nonprofits, you know the amount of work that takes. And part of that expense is getting set aside. We passed a bylaw that 15% of all of our proceeds are going to go into a house restoration fund. However, when you're only bringing in $30,000–$35,000 a year, it's going to take us forever to get the funds we need. And Dana Schallheim is right. The house is at a tipping point that if something isn't done, we will lose an amazing historic resource, but also an educational resource, because we already are planning architectural, art, and other kinds of activities that can go in a renovated building. Thank you very much. Any other questions?
No, I think we're good. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, reread of the amendment prior to roll call, please.
Amendment 2, provide a capital investment of $40,000 to preserve the historic structure on the Goshen Farm property. Impact increases fiscal year 2021 capital budget recommendation by $40,000.
Ms. Howe, please call roll.
Miss Alvey? Miss Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Nay.
Miss Schallheim?
Aye.
Miss Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
No.
Mr. Lyde? Miss Hummer? Miss Corkadell?
Nay.
3-6, motion fails.
Ms. Ellis?
Amendment 3, Add an additional $800,000 in local county funding to the superintendent's recommended fiscal year 21 capital budget line item titled PS Military Installation Grant to result in a $4,800,000 total request. Impact increases fiscal year 21 capital budget recommendation by $800,000.
We have a motion and a second for amendment number 3. Mr. Lott.
Thank you, Madam President. This amendment is being submitted to comply with the recent federal grant funding match requirements as calculated and specified by the Department of Defense Office of Economic Adjustment, OEA, in support of advancing the proposed capital construction project at Meade High School, which is funded solely by federal dollars provided through the Office of Economic Adjustment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We do have one more question. Mr. Grannon.
So, Mr. Lott, does that mean if this amendment does not pass, that we will forego $800,000 of federal money? Is that the implication of what you're saying?
Sir, if I might, so that is our match. We will forego in excess of $90 million worth of federal money if we don't boost our local match by $800,000.
Oh, I see. So you lose the entire thing if you...
Yes, sir.
Ah. Thank you. That puts it in perspective.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no more questions from the board, any public comments? Seeing no motion from the audience, Ms. Ellis, please state prior to roll call what we are voting on.
Add an additional $800,000 in local county funding to the superintendent's recommended fiscal year 21 capital budget line item titled PS Military Installation Grant to result in a $4,800,000 total request. Impact increases fiscal year 21 capital budget recommended by $800,000.
Ms. Al, please call roll.
Miss Albee? Miss Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Miss Schulheim?
Aye.
Miss Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland? Mr. Live? Miss Hummer? Miss Corkadell? Motion passes 9-0.
Okay, we are going to, do we have any other amendments to present by the board members? I don't see any lights on. Seeing none, we are now going to, the board is now going to stand at ease while the final calculations can be created for the final vote count.
Yeah, I'm in favor of that. I remember that from our conversation. Yep. Cool.
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Mr. Leib? Aye. Ms. Hummer? Aye. Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0.
Okay, great. We are now moving on to the item 6.02.
Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir.
I'm just going back to something, a little backtracking. It's come to my attention that Goshen Farms, the folks, they're submitting a bond bill this year to the state to support their efforts to try and preserve our property. And Mr. Biondi is going to forward me a copy of their bill. I'd like to make a motion to this board that we vote tonight to support their efforts and indicate to the state delegation that as the owners of the property, we appreciate and support their efforts to maintain this tremendous educational asset in our county.
Absolutely. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any board comments? Seeing none on this motion and second. Any comments from the audience? Seeing no movement. Ms. Howe, please call roll, and if Mr. Leib, you could please repeat your motion just for the benefit. Since we didn't have any comment on it, I just thought we would
I
just
move the
one
Board
more
of
time.
Education submit testimony in support of the Goshen Farm Foundation's efforts to obtain state matching money for the improvement of the Goshen Farm property.
Ms. Howe, please call roll.
Ms. Alvey? Aye. Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon? Aye. Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Mr. Leib?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer? Aye. Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0.
Thank you, sir. Excellent suggestion. Okay, item 6.02, the superintendent's recommended fiscal year 2021 operating budget. And we're going to start off with Dr. Olato.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. I recommend board approval of the $1,355,581,618 operating budget and any approved adjustments.
Yes, you did. Okay. We have a motion and a second on the main. Sir, any comments that you would like to make leading into this?
Yes, thank you. For the record, Alex Shaknovich, Chief Operating Officer.
Matt Stansky, Director of Financial Operations.
So, as is usual and customary, our norm at this time is to bring the board up to date and speed regarding developments that have occurred since the submission of Dr. Olato's budget. As you know, just by basis of time, we really wrap up the work on Dr. Olato's budget in late November, early December, so that it can be introduced to the board. Dr. Olato did that this year on December 18th, 2019. Since that time, two rather large developments have occurred. One is the governor has remitted his budget recommendation to the General Assembly. So that's one stake in the ground. And the second thing is that we've been able to firm up some developments with respect to the Kerwin funding and the blueprint funding. The culmination of those have generated some revisions to the revenue estimates. So we'd like to begin tonight by bringing the board up to speed again with those revenue adjustments, the pluses and minuses to close the gap in time between December 18, 2019 and now February 19, 2020. So in terms of federal funding, on the federal front, the initial recommendation from the superintendent and unrestricted funding had a $600,000 year-over-year increase. That remains the same. There was a change in the unrestricted funding from the state. While we did grow enrollment, our wealth indices grew at a rate faster than was originally assumed in everybody's modeling. As you know, because of the inverse proportionality of state unrestricted funding to wealth, that resulted in a reduction of funding from what we had originally assumed. So in the unrestricted operating budget category, we will be receiving $4,647,631 less than we had originally anticipated. As has been our custom and norm, when we have a reduction in the unrestricted portion of the state's budget, that results in a dollar-for-dollar exact match increase to the request of the local county government, so that the unrestricted budget delivered by the superintendent, recommended by the superintendent, can remain balanced. And therefore, the budget that's before you is depicting an increase request of the county government of $4,647,631. Again, that's a match. There's no change to either the local funding or the fund balance. So the bottom line in the unrestricted category remains exactly as the board saw it with the adjustment, the balancing act adjustment between state and county. So on the unrestricted side, the general fund request year-over-year increase is $77,990,203. On the restricted side of the ledger, there have been some changes as well. From all sources on restricted grants, we are actually going to experience at this stage a $501,843,000 increase. So that's going to be an increase of $501,843,000 or $843. There's going to be no change to the restricted internal service fund for health care, and there is going to be a modest decrease for the special revenue fund for food nutrition services of $151,770. You take all of those adjustments into account in our base budget that's being recommended by the superintendent before any amendments are entertained is an increase of $350,143 over that what was originally recommended back in December. And on a percentile basis, the superintendent's recommendation back in December was a 6.67% increase. The resulting adjustments have led us to a point where we're now at a 6.69%. So 6.67% up to 6.69% year-over-year increase from all funding sources. There have been no changes at all on the expense analysis side, again, absent any amendments. So we will not go through that because that is exactly as was presented back in December. And with that, we're prepared to entertain any questions and or amendments.
Okay. Seeing no questions on the general introduction, thank you very much, sir. And thank you once again for following that. I know those are moving targets, some of our numbers, and I'm sure they're going to change at least once or twice more before they even hit to the council.
Yes, ma'am.
So with that being stated, I'm going to turn this over to Ms. Ellis.
Thank you. So for the fiscal year 2021 operating budget, we have received, the Budget Committee has received a total of 26 proposed amendments. And for any newcomers, we're doing pretty well compared to last year. Okay.
A third or even
about
less.
Yeah.
Just slightly under a third.
Alrighty, so let's get going. Amendment 1, decrease the proposed general fund supplies and materials budget by $2,447,805 to $44,470,224. The impact, it reduces the fiscal year 21 operating budget recommendation by $2,447,805. Amendment 2, reduce the number of additional teachers for class size reduction contained in the superintendent's recommendation from 124 to 68. The impact, it reduces fiscal year 21 operating budget recommendation by $4,305,280. Amendment 3, restore all years of experience that were docked from any employee upon hiring. Impact, increases fiscal year 21 operating budget recommendation by $2,807,152. Amendment 4, add an additional 1% COLA for all AACPS employees to the superintendent's proposed compensation package. Impact, increases fiscal year 21 operating budget by $7,225,537. Amendment 5, add $2.2 million to superintendent's recommendation to be used for teacher recruitment and retention. Retention funds would be used to introduce incentives for teachers beyond COLA, closing equity pay gaps. Recruitment funds would be used to recruit more classroom teachers, which addresses capacity concerns due to aggressive student enrollment growth and overcrowding in our schools. Increases fiscal year 21 operating budget recommendation by $2,200,000. Amendment 6, add 3 additional community ambassadors. Impact increases fiscal year 21 operating budget recommendation by $66,863. Amendment 7, an additional $1 million to the superintendent's recommendation to meet ongoing special education needs, including funding for the following: specialized instruction, instruction in physical education, vocational education, speech, language services, occupational therapy, physical therapy, assistive technology, counseling. Increases fiscal year 21 operating budget recommendation by $1 million. Amendment 8, add 10 additional special education teachers to the superintendent's recommendation. Impact increases fiscal year 21 operating budget recommendation by $768,800. Amendment 9, add 10 additional special education teaching assistants to the superintendent's recommendation. Impact increases fiscal year 21 operating budget recommendation by $400,000. Amendment 10, add 5 additional special education teachers, 5 special education teacher assistants, and 1 social worker for a self-contained diploma-bound program at Southern High to replace an existing non-public partnership program. Impact increases fiscal year 21 operating budget by $419,952. Amendment 11, add 9 additional special education teachers, 12 special education teacher assistants, and 11 permanent substitutes to support the developmental center programs Ruth Parker Eason, Marley Glenn, and Central Special Schools. Impact increases the recommended budget by $1,611,920. Amendment 12, add 15 additional school counselors to the superintendent's recommendation. Impact increases recommended budget by $1,548,600. Amendment 13, add 6 additional school counselors to the superintendent's recommendation, including 2 that are designated to middle school. Impact increases fiscal year 21 operating budget recommendation by $619,440. Add 4 additional social workers to the superintendent's recommendation. Increases recommended budget by $434,320. Amendment 15, add 3 additional school psychologists to the superintendent's recommendation. Increases operating budget recommendation by $359,340. Amendment 16, add 2 additional assistant principals to the superintendent's recommendation. Impact increases recommendation by $266,560. Amendment 17, add 2 additional bilingual facilitators to the superintendent's recommendation. Impact increases the recommended budget by $138,560. Amendment 18, add 2 additional bilingual teaching assistants to the superintendent's recommendation. Increases recommended budget by $80,000. Amendment 19, add 3 additional middle school teachers for class size reduction to the superintendent's recommendation. Impact increases the recommended budget by $230,640. Amendment 20, add 10 additional permanent substitutes to the superintendent's recommendation. Impact increases recommendation by $400,000. Amendment 21, add 1 college and career counselor to each of the following schools: Glen Burnie, Meade, and North County High Schools. Increases operating budget recommendation by $309,720. Amendment 22, add $1 million for the expansion of the global community citizenship curriculum models to the middle and elementary levels. Funding would be used for introduction of curriculum studies on modification of the global community citizenship course of learning at the middle school and elementary school levels, materials and supplies, student self-exploration and collaborative discussions of events, traditions, cultures, and circumstances that shape views, behaviors, and individual goals, professional development, value learning to streamline or eliminate episodes of bullying, hate, bias, and discrimination, fostering, enhancing, and maintaining trust relationships between students and staff that promotes considerations for safety, diversity, and inclusion in our schools. Impact increases operating budget recommendation by $1 million. Amendment 23, initiate annual funding to Goshen Farm for equipment storage, fuel, and funding for equipment repairs to maintain the grounds leased by the Goshen Farm Preservation Society, as well as access road needed to safely allow AECPS students and faculty to attend educational support programs requested by the faculty. Increases the operating budget recommendation by $20,000. Amendment 24, add $114,426 to allow live streaming of all future Board of Education hearings and workshops. Increases budget recommendation by $114,426. Amendment 25, add $570,375 to allow all high schools and middle schools to have an activity bus once per week. Impact increases fiscal year 21 recommendation by $570,375. And finally, Amendment 26, double the number of STEM seats available in clusters that have capacity for additional students without recourse to portable classrooms. Impact increases recommended budget by $627,690. For those in the audience and watching at home, the proposed operating budget amendments I just read can be found now online at www.aacps.org/FY21 operating amendments. And now we'll go back to the beginning. Alrighty. Amendment 1. Decrease the proposed general funds supplies and materials budget by $2,447,805 to $44,470,224. Impact reduces fiscal year 2021 operating budget recommendation by $2,447,805.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. And Ms. Ellis.
Sorry, I've been talking a while, but I'm about to talk a bit more. And if you forgive me, I'm gonna, I have to take a moment to make a statement that's gonna be very important to what I'm proposing. I would like to start by commending the staff throughout AECPS for the hard work each of you do to enhance the lives of our students. This goes to our teachers, guidance counselors, secretaries, custodians, substitutes, and teaching assistants, various support staff, and certainly our administration. I never question what is in the heart of any of our staff, as I have seen on a regular basis how much our students mean to staff at every level of our school system. I consider the budget to be one of the most important responsibilities of this board. We have a responsibility to our students to seek funding for every student need. We also have a responsibility to the students and taxpayers of Anne Arundel County to ensure that funds that we receive are spent responsibly and efficiently and that they are truly being used to the direct benefit of our students' education. Should we ask for every dollar that we know is needed, or do we prioritize the needs to ensure the greatest needs are met first? We were presented an overview of county funds from staff from County Executive Stuart Pittman's office just a few weeks ago. It was made clear that this year is not last year, and that we can expect cuts to be made from the requested budget. And I want to follow that by thanking everyone that was involved in last year's budget. County Executive Pittman, certainly our County Council, this board and AACPS for working together for our students. We also know that Dr. Arlotto carefully considered his request, knowing there are limits to what the county will be able to provide. For this board to significantly increase the superintendent's request would put us in a position of having the priorities determined by the county rather than this board. I firmly believe that each of us was put here, whether elected or appointed, to make up the body that is to determine the priorities of this school system. Therefore, I have carefully combed through the superintendent's recommended budget for fiscal year 21, as well as previous year's budgets and financial statements, as well as state data, to see if there are places we could slow down our spending in favor of our highest priorities. This evening, I'm presenting this amendment to decrease the budget request from the superintendent's recommendation. I will present a clear explanation of the budget history that goes into this amendment. Let me be clear, these are not cuts to spending, they are reducing the increase. It is my wish in the upcoming years to find places we can actually begin to cut spending, but I do not want to cut into areas without a careful and clear purpose for the cuts. Again, by cuts, I don't mean we should spend less on education. I mean we need to ensure that the dollars are going directly for the students where they are most needed. This year we learned much about how to improve our transportation system that I believe will lead to savings with greatly enhanced efficiency. We are in the process of going through an internal audit or a performance audit that I hope will find other areas for improvement. On top of that, I believe that if we begin to shift from a somewhat rigid approach to management that includes excessive testing and reporting that is a burden on our students and teachers, there will begin to be a shift from work that is taking place here on Riva Road in favor of enhanced learning in the classroom. According to the MSDE financial data, Anne Arundel County is number 7 out of 24 school districts in spending on administration, despite being number 16 in per pupil spending in that same year. This is not meant to be disparaging against our administration in any way. This is simply a philosophical difference in educational practices that this board will need to begin exploring as we listen to teachers, students, and parents. I look forward to further discussion, as this could have a huge impact on staffing in our schools, our retention efforts, and of course, student achievement. That being said, amendment number 1. Ms. Howell. This one. Okay, thank you. The most recent selected financial data on the MSDE website indicates that despite being number 16 on per pupil spending in that report, now I believe we're even lower on that list, among the 24 Maryland school districts, Anne Arundel County is number 1 in spending on textbooks and instructional supplies. The superintendent's recommended budget for fiscal year 21 requests an increase of $4,944,623, which is 11.8% above last year's budget. Student enrollment rose 2% last year. So I took those figures, I took last year's budget, I added 2% for student enrollment. I added 2.3% for this consumer price index for non-food or energy items. And then I added all supplies and materials listed in the program enhancement section of the superintendent's recommended budget. And by doing that, I came up with a figure of increasing the budget by $2,447,805 instead of the 11.8% of, which equates to $4,944,623. This proposed amendment, to me, is an extremely conservative cut from the superintendent's request, as it does nothing to reduce spending on supplies and materials, just seeks to slow down the increased spending in this category. Again, Anne Arundel County is #1 in Maryland in spending in this category, and I am very, very focused on some really important priorities that I know many of these board members have. Teachers, guidance counselors, to name a few. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis. We do have one, more than one. Ms. Hummer is first, and then Ms. Antwine.
Before I say something, I do have a couple of questions for Mr. Sheknovich. How much of the proposed increase in this category for supplies and materials pertains to the opening of Crofton High School?
Around $400,000.
And how much of this proposed increase in supplies and materials connects with the priority in the budget to expand the EEE program to the additional 4 clusters?
Over 500,000.
Over 500,000. So that's $1 million right there that is an increase for different things that are opening next year. I know in the past 3 years, over the past 3 years, the school system has made a concentrated effort to reduce the number of fees and other out-of-pocket cost for our families. So we've gradually been reducing lab fees or art fees for classrooms, correct? And we've enhanced that. This covers more of those materials. We've also been, those of us with elementary students and those of us with many elementary students one time know how long those supply lists used to be. And I would be asked to bring in 25 boxes of tissues. And we realize that is really a burden for many of our families. So part of this enhancement is to increase those supplies so that students aren't having to, parents aren't having to provide those, but also teachers don't feel as more things are being hopefully being provided in the classroom, so teachers don't feel that they also have to impact that. So I have concerns about how this increase will impact students in the classroom. Anytime I see a reduction or an increase, I want to know the impact. And this, while is a big number, but it doesn't tell me specifically what we will have to cut, what we will not be able to do if we cut it by $2.5 million. It doesn't take into account what potential financial impact this could have on parents and teachers. When we decrease supply budgets, teachers feel compelled to provide more classroom resources from their own pockets. AACPS has made a concerted effort over the past few years to decrease the supply list so that nobody's feeling they have to provide the necessities such as tissues and hand sanitizers. We don't want to be one of those school systems you hear of in the news that are requesting students bring in reams of copy paper because there isn't enough money for supplies. Teachers have quite enough to worry about, and a lack of tissues in January should not be one of them. While studying expenditures and looking ways for save is always commendable, large undefined cuts have the potential to negatively impact the students' learning and adding financial stress to teachers and parents. So I am all for fiscal responsibility and for us taking a deeper, in-depth dive of this category and getting more detailed information from staff and seeing how we compare and what are the differences between us and other counties. But there is not enough information here for me to support this without knowing what real impact this could have on our teachers, our students, and our parents. And so I cannot support this amendment.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hummer. Ms. Antwine, Ms. Scholheim, and then Mr. Grannon. Ms. Antwine.
So I have a question for you first, Mr. Sheknovich. Does supplies and material include instructional material like books?
Textbooks, workbooks, manuals, trade books, reference material, library books, pretty much everything that's used in a schoolhouse that's either in print or in digital format as well.
Okay. And then Ms. Ellis, the supplies and materials reduction in the increase based on what you just shared, you considered there were considerations beyond what the basic needs of the school system would be. So then that reduction would be maybe from other departments. You recommended that it come from other departments outside of basic supplies and materials for education.
I recommend that the needs in the classroom are met by increasing last year's budget in step with the enrollment growth and adding additional cost for the most recent CPI, which was 2.3%, and also adding in all of the program enhancements that I found in the back of the book that included Crofton High School and Triple E. So again, I'm not cutting any specific funds. I'm trying to keep us on level because again, we are, Anne Arundel County, #1 in the state in spending in this category. And so I trust our superintendent to determine, we can't even say cuts, I'm not asking him to cut spending. I'm just keeping spending in line with where we were last year. In other words, we're still going to be spending $44,435,555 on supplies and materials, which is significantly more than last year. It's $2,482,000. Sorry, no, I'm sorry. It's I don't have the figure in front of me. I'm decreasing the recommended increase. I'm not cutting supplies.
Thank you. Are you good, Ms. Antoine? Did you have anything? Okay. All right. Ms. Scholheim, then Mr. Grannon. Ms. Scholheim?
I just want to thank Ms. Ellis for this amendment. We have a responsibility to our students, but we also have a responsibility to the taxpayers of this county. 4 of us were elected up here to represent. 4 of us were elected on a ballot that our voters voted on in November of 2018 to represent various districts of this county, and I definitely don't want to cut anything that's going to affect students, but I definitely agree with slowing the growth of this category in accordance with our enrollment and program enhancements that are all listed in the back of the book, which include Crofton and Triple E. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Scholheim. Mr. Grannon?
Ms. Ellis, just in your defense, both figures, actually, the amount of your decrease and the amount that would still be increased are both $2.447 million. So it's almost exactly half. That's why it's a little bit hard to follow. But so your math is good. I have a question for Mr. Shaknovich. The superintendent's requested increase in this category is about $4.9 million. Do you have an estimate of what it was last budget cycle, what the request was from the superintendent in this category, and what was actually obtained, even directionally?
Well, so here's the trend. So the board, the public, the superintendent have directed us on a journey to eliminate fees, not require charges for required courses, increase materials of instruction. So by way of example, back in 2019, we purposefully eliminated fees associated with coursework in high schools. So there was a purposeful bump up to that. in addition to enrollment increase, consumer cost increases, and programmatic enhancements. In 20, we eliminated supply fees for middle schools and then eliminated all fees for environmental ed programs at all grade levels. In the 21 year, we're increasing supply and material budgets for elementary schools purposely to reduce the size of the annual lists that our teachers are sending home with parents, as well as we've heard from teachers in a bargaining unit representing the teachers that the $100 per year figure that is provided to them as a reimbursement in terms of their out-of-pocket expenditures is insufficient. And so I think strategically the trend has been to, again, put more materials of instruction in the schoolhouse, put more at the discretion of the principal and the leadership committees and the curricular committees within each school to eliminate fees that are charged to parents directly over and above their tax dollars that they already pay directly, and then also to supply enhanced transportation to programs and cut down the supply lists that are going home to teachers. So it has been going up, part of it for the very reasons that Ms. Ellis has up there, so that has occurred over the last 3 years purposefully, but we have been on a very deliberate journey to eliminate, I won't call them nuisance fees, but some others have used that phrase to me, so eliminate fees, supply lists, and out-of-pocket costs, or the heavy burden of out-of-pocket costs on the part of our educators. I don't have an exact number without going to get the last 2 years' books.
So you're very sharp, so I'm going to assume that I was not articulate in the way that I asked that question, because that's all very helpful. One thing I'll note in response to what you said, which again very helpful, is that those fee cuts in high school and middle school are already baked into this and would have been taken into account, would be reflected in the 4.3% increase that Ms. Ellis has for student enrollment and CPI, and then obviously the separate one for program enhancements. What I'm asking is, just directionally, this is about a 4.9 million request in this category. Obviously, usually, most categories are not even close to satisfied by what comes back from the county count. What I'm saying is, directionally, in the last budget cycle, do you have a sense of how much the county council approved for an increase in this category, even percentage-wise?
So again, no. No, I don't. They fully funded, absent a very few, so the county council funded in excess of 96-something% of the budget, so they funded almost the entire request that pertains to supplies and materials. There were no cuts, substantive cuts that were made by the county council in this last cycle that would have affected this programmatic area at all.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Ellis, did you have a final comment to make? Or are you good?
Yeah, final comment. I just want to be clear that we have a whole lot of important priorities, and I do consider this to be a modest reduction in the increase. I don't want to call it a cut. It's not a cut. So I just want to remind everyone, we have I read 26 amendments. We have some really high priority items that I think are important to a lot of us, and I think we should be determining what our priorities are by allowing some funds to focus in other areas, like perhaps guidance counselors, psychologists.
Mr. Grannon.
Yeah, just one last comment. I'll say, not only based on what I've seen tonight, but also what I've seen from Ms. Ellis in the Budget Committee, I actually think, in 4+ years that I've been here, this is one of the more thoughtful, detailed, kind of drilled down amendments that I've seen come from a board member with regard to a proposed line item in the superintendent's request. I think it's reasonable to bake in a 2% student enrollment increase. I think it's reasonable to bake in a 2.3% CPI increase, and then to have on top of that a whole separate category of over $600,000 for the program enhancements, which is actually higher than the number than Mr. Shaknovich said for Tripoli and for Crofton. So that captures both of them there. So I intend to support this.
Okay. Seeing no more comments from board members, any comments from the public? Seeing no motion, Ms. Ellis, please reread the amendment prior to roll call.
I don't know where it is. Got it.
I was going to say you can cheat over
All
here.
right.
I have it right here.
Amendment 1, decrease the proposed general fund supplies and materials budget by $2,447,805 to $44,470,224. The impact, it reduces the fiscal year 21 operating budget recommendation by $2,447,805.
Ms. Howe, please call roll.
Ms. Alvey? Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Antoine?
Nay.
Mr. Gilliland?
No.
Mr. Lyde? Ms. Hummer? And Ms. Corkadell?
Nay.
3 in the affirmative and 6 in, I'm sorry. Yes, that's correct. 3 in the affirmative and 6 in the negative. Motion fails.
Here it is. Okay, Amendment 2. Reduce the number of additional teachers for class size reduction contained in the superintendent's recommendation from 124 to 68. The impact, it reduces the fiscal year 21 operating budget recommendation by $4,305,280.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second for amendment number 2. Comments? Introduction, Ms. Ellis.
Thank you. So I'll take this moment to remind board members that since we have read into the record all of the proposed amendments for this evening, unless anything new comes up, there were only 2 amendments that recommended decreasing the superintendent's request, yet there's 24 additional amendments requesting an increase in the superintendent's recommendation. I also want to remind everyone that I made a very heartfelt statement about our priorities. And class size reduction is a huge priority, but I want to point out some numbers. Ms. Howell, thank you. Oh, is that the one I sent you? No, not that one. Sorry. You remove that? Thanks. Alrighty. So I'm gonna.
We don't have those in transparency.
I know. Would have been much better to have that, so I'm just gonna go with it. Hope you guys can follow along with the numbers. In fiscal year 19, the board approved the board approved 5,717.1 FTEs, or teachers. This was 204 more than the actual from fiscal year 18. In fiscal year 20, the board approved 5,033.4, and it ended up teachers, and it ended up being 331.5 more than the actual teachers for the year of fiscal year 19. The fiscal year 21 superintendent's recommended budget recommends 6,234 teachers. That's 301 more than the previous year. And that number is probably going to, that difference is probably going to increase once we get the actuals for fiscal year 20. So we sat in some board meetings this year and heard a lot about our challenges with hiring teachers. And I know going well into the first semester, we still had a lot of openings. I asked, we had a presentation just a few weeks ago on recruitment efforts. And I asked, is there any reason to expect that the market is changing and that we're going to have an easier time hiring teachers this year than last year? That there's going to be a greater pool of well-qualified teachers? And the answer was no. So, sorry, I'm reading. Last year, additional teachers requested by the superintendent in the program enhancement section of the budget book totaled 155 teachers. So in other words, additional teachers in the program enhancements. Superintendent requested 155 teachers last year. And we struggled to hire that many well-qualified teachers. This year, the superintendent recommends an additional 268 teachers in the program enhancement section, 124 of which are for class size reduction. We have an additional burden for hiring this year because if we do expand EEE, assuming this budget passes and it's in there, and 18 additional teachers for the new high school, I believe we need to be realistic about how many positions we can fill with quality teachers this year. Class size reduction is an important, let me say extremely important priority without a doubt. But should we tie up funds for an overly ambitious goal of hiring even more additional teachers than we attempted to do last year under the current market for teachers? The recommended budget before us requests 113 more additional teachers for program enhancements than last year. I propose we split that number in half. This would mean we would still budget for hiring 57 more additional teachers than was requested last year. I believe this is a modest cut under the current circumstances, leaving us ahead of last year and allowing us to focus on more achievable and equally important goals, such as hiring more guidance counselors and student mental health support staff, as well as addressing teacher retention. Because that's one thing we can control more than we can control the market of available teachers to hire, is keeping our teachers. So I would like to see a modest cut, I believe, to the number of teachers being requested, which gives us a good chunk of money to work with on these other efforts. So I hope, and I see Ms. Howell, as I've been reading, I see you found. So hopefully everyone is now able to follow along with the numbers to see where I was coming from, what numbers I was using. And I hope to get everyone's support.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis. Ms. Alvey, and then Ms. Antwine, and then Ms. Hummer. Ms. Alvey.
So while I appreciate all the work that Ms. Ellis put into crunching the numbers and explaining to us really her argument that she's provided, I'm going to kind of do my job here as the student representative and speak to the importance of small class sizes. I know that there's no way that I could be sitting here if it wasn't for the teachers who noticed me in a classroom and taught me that I had the potential to do the things that I'm doing here. So the smaller the class size, the less students there are in a class, and the more attention each individual teacher can give to those students. So when I walk into a class and have a bad day, my teacher can now notice that I'm having a bad day and ask me if I'm doing okay. So to me, having more teachers to focus on class size reduction is the first step in making sure that we have mentally stable and sound students, because the teachers are often the first to notice when a kid is not doing well. So for that reason, I will be voting against this amendment, but I think it's an important consideration, for the rest of the board members to consider.
Thank you, Ms. Alvey. Ms. Antwine, Ms. Hummer, and then Ms. Scholheim. Ms. Antwine.
Thank you, President Corkdale. Vice President Ellis, I wish we had talked a bit about this amendment prior to it being presented here, because based on the rationale you shared, I concur in part. But it is still a reduction, and it still contributes to, in my opinion, to overcrowding in the classroom when we don't have enough teachers. I do understand introducing ambitious goals that we can't meet and paying for and having money there with no recruitment values to prove that we're able to meet that. I just do not want to risk us. You owe me about my Southern cliches, but it is better to have and not want than to want and not have. And I truly believe we need these teachers in the classroom. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Antwine. Ms. Hummer, Ms. Scholheim, and then Mr. Grannon. Ms. Hummer?
Ms. Alvey put everything I was going to say very, very articulately and eloquently. I just want to add in that my 5 years on the board, the most common request I have heard, aside from increased employee compensation, is to reduce class sizes. Students want lower class sizes, parents want lower class sizes, teachers want lower class sizes. And if we are prioritizing the relationship and the social emotional health of our students, we have to continue to make this a priority and be aggressive in our attempts to hire the teachers in order to reach that goal.
Thank you, Ms. Hummer. Ms. Scholheim, then Mr. Grannon. Ms. Scholheim?
Okay. Thank you. I'm a parent too, and of course, I believe in smaller class sizes. I looked at this from a different perspective. I pulled up CAFRS. That's the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report. These are actual numbers of they're audited after a particular fiscal year, and so it shows, you know, what the original request was in the 15 categories, including instructional salaries and wages, what the final amount was, and then what we actually spent and what the delta was. So I looked at this to come up with my thoughts on this one, because I think these numbers are important to note. So in 2016, there was for lack of a better word, a turnover rate of 2.3%. In 2017, 1.6, in 2018, 1.1, in 2019, 0.7. And so there is a little bit of wiggle room, because there's, you know, we can want all day long, but are they here? You know, we're a net importer of teachers, and we try very hard, and I commend the efforts of the HR department, in fact, the entire staff, to be frank. But there's a little bit of room where there's some that we can't, these numbers tell me that we can't necessarily fill all those spots in any given year. And so then there's money on the table that we might have wanted to use elsewhere for, you know, student mental health, and for any other number of topics that are going to come up tonight. And so that's kind of what I based my opinion on of this amendment, and I'll be supporting it just based on, you know, the actual numbers and the facts of what we've asked for and what we were able to achieve in previous years. And, you know, these numbers don't lie. These are actual audited numbers from the previous fiscal year. So that's what I based my opinion of this amendment on. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Scholheim. Mr. Grannon, and then Mr. Libe. Mr. Grannon?
I have a couple of comments here, so I'll try to keep them from meandering. First, I wanted to just at the highest level kind of generality say that only 2 out of the 26 amendments tonight, and I'm glad there's 26 and not 86 or so like last year, only 2 out of the 26 propose reductions. So just for that, I want to commend Ms. Ellis for making some thoughtful suggestions to reduce the budget in certain categories. I think that my ultimate goal, and this is not going to be a surprise to anyone, is to have this body be the body that passes the budget that's closest to the budget that's actually implemented, not to send it out into the ether and kind of hope and pray that it comes back in some form that we can live with. So I want to say, with the exception of last year, my recollection for this category in particular of adding teachers for class size reduction is about, it could be vary by 10 or 20 whatever, but it's about on the order of what we see here of the 120 FTEs. And each time the board supported that or even added to it and said how necessary it was because class sizes are too big, and I think some of them are. I certainly agree with that. I'm a parent of 2 children in elementary school. I have very serious personal and practical concerns about class size. But then when the budget came back through the whole political cycle, every single member of the board, I think but me, voted to pass the budget and commended what a great budget it was and how we've taken all these great strides. That does not work for me, and it should not work for this board, and it shouldn't work for you. We are the ones that should be controlling this budget, and that's why when this does come back from the county council, if this doesn't pass tonight, Ms. Ellis, we will have another opportunity to address that, because we are going to be the final ones to touch this budget. I want to say that. But this is exactly the kind of thing that you all should not only hope for, but expect from your board members, to take a look at what the superintendent puts out and make tough choices. Not say, okay, well, we're just going to me too it or add to it and then send it out and then have other folks like the county executive and the county council members make the tough choices. We're the ones that are closest to the education system. We're the ones that deal with us all the time. We're the ones that say that we're the specialists in this area. We should be making the final determination, not other public officials. And I do want to say that last year obviously was an outlier, and that, as I understand it, it's been made abundantly clear, unequivocally clear from the county executive and his staff that there's not going to be the level of increase that there was last year, and that we need to take account of that. So I want to commend Ms. Ellis for taking into account those real fiscal realities and trying to look for something that could possibly be adjusted, and to say, okay, well, we wanted to hire all these teachers last year, but we actually had trouble filling those spots. That's a very reasonable way to look at it. So, especially in the context of all 24 of these other amendments seeking increases, I'm going to, as someone who wants smaller class sizes, I want this to be abundantly clear, in case I get criticized for this. I want smaller class sizes, but increasing by 68 helps us get smaller class sizes. Sending out a number that's much larger than that and then having the county executive or the county council make a determination of, well, where should we get that? That's not what I want. I want this board to decide that. And for all those reasons, I am going to support this amendment.
So I will tell you, this one I'm probably not going to decide my vote until it says my name on it. And I've been struggling with it because if we do go back to last year, I had proposed 9 amendments of cuts. 2 of them made it, and the rest of them didn't have enough support and had to be withdrawn, and none of them affected the classroom directly. So I do laud the coming around of wanting to do cuts, because I basically took that approach last year. I had about $6 million in and $6 million out. Got 2 supported, and the rest had to withdraw because there was no interest when we got down the road. So I do applaud this, and under any other circumstance, I would be voting for both Amendment 1 and Amendment 2, but I would have rather them be not directly affecting the classroom. And having gone through the exercise last year, I did recognize that, yes, we could make other adjustments in other places with other non-essential personnel that may make operations a little bit more struggled, but I would rather struggle here in this building than struggling out into our schools directly. And you were right, there is a recognition this year in particular that our fire, our police, our schools are struggling to find positions. But if we don't make the money available, then we will never know if we're filling them or not. I am very for spending what we know we should be spending this year that we know is accomplishable. So there are going to be amendments coming through that I just don't think we're ready to fund yet for that same reason. But as we're standing right now, my struggle with this is because of my personal commitment to the classroom and the classroom resources. And I just wish that we could have come up with these several $1 million looking at the non-classroom essentials. So I'm not quite sure where I'm going to be at yet with it, but I just wanted to make that statement out to the public that, yes, I am a balanced person, but I also recognize the will of my board and chose to take a pass this year because I do believe that the council and the county executive will be shaving that down. But I do think that those are their decisions to make, in part as it relates to my classrooms. So I just wanted to make that little statement there. But finally, probably one of the most important things, though, is that I got to say I didn't do all of this homework. I did a lot of homework on mine, but these numbers and the historical gestures put in here, I think is definitely worthy of continued conversations on this. And I will say that whether or not I vote for this tonight, come next year, taking a look at those numbers in advance to see what adjustments we do need to make thereafter, I will definitely be right alongside Ms. Ellis on that to ensure that we are spending prudently. I'm just not sure if I'm convinced that cutting this number in half, that's a huge number. And we have amendments to actually increase this, and I think one of them was mine. So thank you very much, Ms. Ellis, once again. Okay, wearing now back to the regular hat, I have Mr. Leib, and then Ms. Ellis will conclude.
Thank you, Madam President. Going back to 1996, 1995, in fact, when I was hired by the Board of Education, we've had class size reduction efforts year in and year out. Some years you make some progress, other years you don't. But it's something that has been a constant siren, not only in the school system, but I heard it when I was on the staff of the county executive for another 9 years. So this is an issue that's not going to go away. It's an issue that affects us every year. So I think you got to look at this line item in particular from a much larger context. There are years when you get next to nothing, and there are other years when you get more than what you think you're going to get. So, putting that all in context, this is not something to trifle with or to start to cut, in my opinion. Additionally, I agree with Ms. Corkadell that, last year I also submitted quite a few numbers of amendments that reduced budget line items. I did that in order to balance out things I may have wanted to do in the classroom. They were not successful. And cuts of this nature that have an effect on the classroom, and whether we want to admit it or not, this will have an effect in the classroom. Those are things that I cannot support.
Thank you, Mr. Leib. Ms. Ellis, did you want to round out?
Thank you. I can't speak on this without reiterating again and again, smaller class sizes are extremely important, without a doubt. I'm just going to address a few comments that were made. One is the wish that we could find the spending elsewhere, or the savings elsewhere. I don't believe that will happen until this board shifts the educational philosophy, like I mentioned earlier, and that is something we absolutely need to explore. So again, looking forward, our performance audit, and we need to look at how much we should have going on here on Riva Road and how much of that we should put in the hands of our principals and vice principals and teachers in the schools. And then I think we'll go a long way with class size reduction. it was mentioned, should we pass the budget with all of the requested additional teachers, and we can look at how that plays out and give it a look next year. That's what I'm doing this year. I looked at how it played out last year, and I know that there are savings to be had here for these 24 other priorities, several of which I think are really important. But here's one I really want to point out. Again, I want smaller class sizes. This request for this year, I believe, is overly ambitious, and my HR management background tells me that putting this money towards retention will go further to reduce class sizes if we use it to retain our current teachers, because currently we bleed them out and fill them in. I really think, again, we have some really important priorities. None of them is greater than class size reduction, but we have to be realistic about what we are going to achieve with the budget that we pass. And I have no doubt that we can hire 15 additional guidance counselors like that. And boy, do we really need them. As well as many of these other amendments. So I will leave it at that. It's really important to me that no one paints the picture that I don't recognize that class size is important, because it's extremely important. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ellis. I don't see any more comments from board members. Do we have any testimony from the audience? Yes, sir, Mr. Silkworth. Please state your name officially.
My name is Robert Silkworth. I'm a 48-year veteran teacher. I have to say, the testimony that I've heard that resonated with me so far about this subject was from our student member. From my standpoint, my philosophy is about caring for students. It's about the building of relationships. I go back to 1972, Brooklyn Park High School. I taught classes with 43, 45 students. We have classes today, I think, that are as large. The reason her testimony resonated with me, because she talked about that relationship piece between her as a student and the teacher. With all due respect, I think we should keep the recommendation, because the more teachers that we can get to be able to lower the class sizes so that teachers will have a better shot at building the relationship piece between themselves and their students, the better chance we're going to be able to do so many things, the better chance they're going to have for a great education. They'll be able to achieve their potential, and we'll be able to close some of the gaps that we have.
Thank you, Mr. Silkworth. And yes, we do have another gentleman. Name for the
Dennis Sullivan. I'm from North County High School. I absolutely agree with you, Melissa. I'll be the first one to tell you, I think you have to do a cost-benefit analysis of what's happening right now. And what's going to happen right now is that you're going to have teachers leaving because they are not getting paid on the steps that they're going to be put on. And because of that, you can wish for as much as you want, but the reality is those wishes are going to go away pretty soon, because you're going to see other teachers leaving. You're going to see people having another mass exodus out to Howard County because you're not paying your teachers properly. There are over 600 teachers that are not on their proper step right now that are 4 to 5 steps behind. And so with that in mind, you have to make that decision. You're going to lose your veteran teachers, not your first-year teachers, your veteran teachers. Think about that when you're making that decision. And this is responsible. This is a responsible way of doing it, and if you want to get the help and support for the kids with counseling, I am always going to be for that. And your You did resonate with me too. I want small class sizes, but I do not want to see any more veteran teachers leave. Thank you.
Mr. Grana, did you have a comment for the public testimony to make?
I've actually, in response to the public testimony, in particular that of Mr. Silkworth and his references to what Ms. Alvey said, Mr. Shaknovich, so if the proposal is 124 and Ms. Ellis is suggesting an amendment to 68, that's just over 50% or so. I would call it 51, 52% of what the superintendent has asked for. With the exception of last year, put last year aside, can you give us a general sense directionally for the 2 or 3 cycles prior to that, what percentage of additional teachers for class size reduction that the county council actually approved based on what the superintendent requested? Just roughly, directionally.
Sure. So we always break up our teacher requests into essentially 2 buckets. There's one for the mathematical tread water number, which is computed based on the year-over-year enrollment growth. That has traditionally, but not always, but traditionally been funded. The second component is then to make the inroads to the amount of classes that we have that are over our prescribed student-teacher ratio. That is almost a balancing number in many years on the part of the county when they do have to make reductions. We computed the amount of teachers, the amount of classrooms that are over our guidelines in terms of student-teacher ratio, and we, last year, the superintendent in his testimony, he reiterated it again, wanted to basically get back to a break-even point over a 4-year time period. And so we last year requested a quarter of that class size reduction number, and we received, we actually received 109 out of the 100 and, let me have the right number here. We received 109 out of the 124 that were requested last year. In prior, and again, that was an outsized year. In other years, it has been less. So they've traditionally first tried to fill the teachers for enrollment number, and then they look to this area as the next funding element. So we have been getting them in the better years. There were, unfortunately, in the tougher economic years, there were years actually when we got 0 teachers at all, and yet we grew 1,200 students, 1,300 students, but got 0 teachers. So we've sort of created this backlog that we've amassed through the tighter years, and now as things have recovered, we're trying to dig our way back out of the hole, and that's what this kind of represents.
Okay, but does it sound right to you that with the exception of last year, so if you take into account the budgets I've been exposed to, so if you take out last year, I've been exposed to 3 before that. So in the 2 or 3 before last year, again, just directionally, is it about accurate to say that the final budget came out at about half of what was requested in this category?
Under the SHU administration, it would have been half or more, but certainly not 90+%.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, we don't have any more questions or comments from the members. Ms. Ellis, please read the amendment one more time prior to calling roll.
Reduce the number of additional teachers for class size reduction contained in the superintendent's recommendation from 124 to 68. Impact reduces fiscal year 21 operating budget recommendation by $4,305,280.
Cal, please call roll.
Ms. Alvey? Ms. Ellis?
I have to say it again. I want smaller class sizes, but I got to be smart. Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Yeah, I also want smaller class sizes, and I want the Board of Education to be the final arbiter of how many additional teachers we should have for class size. So with an eye toward us doing that, in a final meeting after the budget comes out of the county council, I am for now going to vote in support of this amendment. Aye.
Ms. Schulheim?
I also want smaller class sizes, but I look at the history of the audited numbers, and it tells me that there's room for this, so aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Nay.
Mr. Gilliland?
No.
Mr. Leib? Nay. Ms. Hummer? Nay. Ms. Corkadell?
Nay. No,
Motion fails 3-6.
We got to go faster, guys.
Okay, guys. These were probably the more complicated of all, so I think we should be able to get a good groove going on here with these remainder ones. So we are on
All
amendment
right.
number 3.
Let's go. Amendment 3. Restore all years of experience that were docked from any employee upon hiring. Impact increases fiscal year 21 operating budget recommendation by $2,807,152.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. And we do have 2 comments. 3 comments. Okay, we're lighting up here. Ms. Schulheim, Mr. Grannon, and Ms. Hummer. Ms. Schulheim.
Thank you. In years past, newly hired Unit 1 employees were docked between 1 and 3 experience steps. This practice started in fiscal year 2010 as a way to create equity between employees whose steps were just frozen and new employees. At the time, 2 parties, AACPS and TAC, agreed to these terms for new hires. Over time, the practice decreased, and today we no longer dock any experience steps for new hires. Contracts are renegotiated every year. I don't believe for a second that the terms of any contract can't be renegotiated, including this now very inequitable situation. What started as a move to create equity is no longer equitable. Frozen steps are being restored, but we have yet to resolve this issue. It is the board's responsibility to be good stewards of taxpayer dollars. At the same time, we are still bleeding out teachers to other jurisdictions. We all know that retention is less costly than recruitment, and making these teachers whole by paying them in accordance with the years of experience should be part of our retention strategy. No one signed away their ability to negotiate a better contract once economic conditions improved. They have improved, we're restoring steps, and we should fix this issue once and for all. Nationwide, it was once common practice to pay women 70 cents on the dollar to men. That delta is much smaller today. So we can't indefinitely punish our now veteran teachers who joined us during lean times. We've become a training ground for amazing teachers just to see them leave for better paying jobs nearby where compensation is aligned with their experience. That is not a good use of taxpayer money. According to the Teacher Recruitment and Workforce Diversity Report we received, teachers with 6 to 20 years of experience represented 36% of turnover last year. Another 35.6% of our turnover were teachers with 1 to 5 years of experience. Teachers leave us for lots and lots of reasons, but one of them is to teach elsewhere. One reason why 74.2% of the teachers that left our county last year could be due to our previous practice of docking experience steps, a practice that was in place until last year. I urge my colleagues to do what is right and stop holding our veteran teachers' pay hostage. Remember, the reason this started was to create equity between new hires and existing employees whose steps at that time were frozen. We are restoring frozen steps, and we should pay all teachers according to their years of experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schulheim. Mr. Grannon and Ms. Hummer. Mr. Grannon?
I just wanted to say that was a very thoughtful bit of context from Ms. Schulheim, which I appreciate. I do say with utmost respect on this item and several others here that there's already been a lot of ventilation of these issues, and so that everyone in this room can see this process through at a reasonable pace and not go until Thursday like we did last year. I'm going to move to call the question.
Ms. Howe, please call roll on a calling of the question.
Ms. Alvey? Ms. Ellis?
I would like to move her along. I gotta say nay.
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Nay, sorry.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Mr. Leib?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer? And Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 6-3.
Point of order.
Okay, we have.
Point of order. May I ask a question? Ms. Corkadell?
Yes, Ms. Hummer.
Called the question, but you had already called my name to speak, that I would be, you had said Ms. Schallheim, Mr. Grannon, Ms. Hummer, and the question was called before I was given an opportunity to speak.
I'm going to defer to Mr. Grannon if, but technically, no, once the question is called, this is the order that I'm receiving it in, out of courtesy to members as well as our production guys. But typically, if the question is called, if we had 6 lights still lit, and I called out their order, I do not believe we could go back. And it was calling the question. However, what was the final vote? I think we have to have a supermajority for that. In which case, I believe the motion failed.
No, that's
Mr. Burns?
What was the vote? 6-3.
6-3 is the vote.
Yeah, we got the supermajority.
6 in the affirmative, 3 in the negative.
And now so that does qualify. Okay, I'm just verifying there. Unfortunately, Ms. Hummer, I'm going to have to decline because I want to do this equally for everyone. So, but I do take your point and wanted to clarify that. Okay, let's call roll on the vote, please.
Oh, wait, public comment.
Yes, please reread.
Public comment?
No, when a calling of the question occurs, no public comment
All right, thank you
is
for clarifying.
permitted. Yeah, that's why it's a supermajority, because it shuts everybody down, always. Thank you. Ms. Ellis?
Amendment 3, restore all years of experience that were docked from any employee upon hiring. Impact increases fiscal year 21 operating budget recommendation by $2,807,152.
Ms. Alvey? Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Yeah, before I vote, I just want to make it abundantly clear to all my colleagues and to the public that I'm not trying to shut anyone down. This is, I think in fairness, we can say this is a very well-trod issue. It's been discussed. People understand it. I'm trying to make it actually, the whole process be transparent so that everybody can see this through to conclusion. And to the extent that people don't have their minds made up on these issues, I think that will come out in the votes here. I don't think we would have gotten 6 votes to shut down and call the question if there were still people who were largely undecided or had a lot of factual questions or needed a lot of additional testimony. And I'm going to vote nay.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
No.
Mr. Leib? No. Ms. Hummer? No. Ms. Corkadell?
Nay.
Motion fails 3-6.
Amendment number 4. Ms. Ellis? We're kind of on a no roll, aren't we?
Amendment 4, an additional 1% COLA for all AACPS employees to the superintendent's proposed compensation package. Impact increases fiscal year 21 operating budget recommendation by $7,225,537.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for amendment number 4, and we do have Ms. Hummer. I believe this is your origin.
The superintendent's proposed budget includes 1 step for all eligible employees, a back step for all eligible employees from fiscal year 2012, and a 2% COLA. It's important for the public and employees to understand that any compensation request in the budget is a placeholder. It is detailed out in specifics in order to provide an exact dollar amount, but it is a pool of money that the bargaining units can propose and negotiate to be allocated in whatever way their members feel is best. In the past, some bargaining units have negotiated all compensation in the form of a step, while others chose to use their part of the pool to provide all of its members with a COLA. That is the benefit of collective bargaining. The priorities of individual employee groups can be addressed. I'm proposing to add a 1% COLA to the compensation pool. This amount, added to the superintendent's proposal, provides a pool of money that will be large enough or very nearly large enough to meet the priorities that we have heard the various bargaining unions advocate for publicly. If this amendment, along with the superintendent's proposal, are fully funded, each unit will be able to come to negotiations and either agree to using the compensation exactly as delineated here, or they can propose other disbursements that reflect the wishes of their members. But with an additional 1% COLA, the pool will be increased enough to allow for many, if not all, of the requests we hear from our employees to be fulfilled. I urge my fellow board members to support this amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Hummer. We have Ms. Ellis, Mr. Grannon, and Ms. Schallheim. Ms. Ellis?
Thank you. I'm just wondering, is there any reason not to put the wording of this amendment to be the equivalent of a 1% COLA, so that it doesn't imply that the board's will is for it to be used as a 1% COLA? I understand, and we all understand, but for it to be reflected on the record that this is what the board is voting for.
I don't know that necessarily there's a difference. It's still part of the pool that can be negotiated anyone. It is a 1%. It's calculated to be a 1% COLA for across all the employees to have there. But it does not, just like anything the superintendent has proposed, it does not have to be used that way. That will be totally in negotiations.
Right. Like I said, we understand how that works, but if the wording of the amendment that then goes on record, if it said the equivalent of a 1% COLA, then that implies to everyone that it's not the will of the board that it be used as a cost. A COLA means cost of living.
Right. Mr. Shaknovich, does it impact it if we say the equivalent of a 1% COLA?
It doesn't, and I don't want to sound trite, but in the end, it's all subject to negotiation. So whether you add that word or don't add the word,
okay.
we'll see in June.
I'm fine to say an equivalent.
Would you accept the friendly
amendment?
amendment?
That's fine, as long as it's not making a difference in what's being offered. Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so do we have consensus on this?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, we have consensus on the friendly amendment to edit with equivalency. Mr. Granum?
Yes, Madam President, I move that we go directly to any public testimony on this matter.
Do we have a second?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay. Ms. Howell, call roll on move to public comment.
Ms. Salvi?
No, I thought we had consensus. We don't have to vote for public.
We're good.
No. Just go. Yeah.
Do it.
All right. Public
I am
comment.
1,000% behind this.
So can you please state your name?
I'm sorry, my name is Dennis
Because
Sullivan.
the audio doesn't pick up that it's still you again.
Thank you. My name is Dennis Sullivan from North County High School. I'm 1,000% behind this. Just to give you a little history of what we've been coming here for probably 5 years advocating for this. This would be a big way to really solve this problem. And I know you guys all know the problem. I've probably talked to every single one of you, either personally or sent you an email. And I really do think that this does go a long way. And what I really, the only question I always had is whether or not parents wanted to have this too. And so last week I went and put out a petition with a couple of my friends, and they basically came back with 800 signatures that also agree with this amendment to fix this. This only took about 25 days to get 800 people. I want to submit this to you guys, if you don't mind, so you guys can read it over. It spans across the entire county. It was done by a group called PAGE, the Parents Addressing the Achievement Gap, that really want and they believe that teachers are going to be important to this community. I really, really appreciate all your hard work. I know you guys don't get paid enough to deal with all these problems, and I can definitely, I totally get it, because I feel like I'm not getting paid enough right now either. Thank you very much. Please vote for this. It will help save teachers from leaving. It will help. The community. It will help your schools. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. Russell Leone, President of the Teachers Association and elementary school teacher. What Dennis is saying is 100% correct. This will go a long way to fixing those gaps that we have and that have been existing for many years that we've been trying to get out of. And the simple fact that this also is for all employees is huge, because we stand with our fellow unions in SAAC and AEL and AFSCME, because this is what's right. We need to make sure that our people are taken care of so that we are not losing them to other counties, and this will go a long way to make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, Erin Lorenz, teacher at Annapolis High School, Board of Ed candidate in District 6. I just want to echo what my colleagues have said. This will go a long way towards retention, and that will contribute then later on to when we can get to lowering class sizes. We want the best people in there. But as someone who did have several years docked from experience when I came in, this means a lot. And I know it means even more to people whose steps were frozen before I got here. And as we've been struggling to try to make up this gap, this would be a huge step. So I urge you all to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Silkworth.
Robert Silkworth, North County, and I'm also Board of Ed candidate in the election for District 2. I didn't mention that earlier. I have to tell you, folks, this is absolutely marvelous. Over the course of my career, Anne Arundel County Public Schools has treated me extremely well when it comes to salary. I have never lost anything. There may have been a year or two when, in fact, no one got anything, but there are so many of our teachers that are so dedicated, like Mr. Sullivan here, who absolutely have been hurt so much financially by whatever has transpired. This is a huge step in doing what our county executive said that he wants to do to help make our young teachers whole. So, ladies and gentlemen, I urge you, please vote for this amendment.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am?
My name is Lisa Bates, and I'm at Chesapeake Bay Middle School in the SAAC Executive Board. Hello, Dr. Arlato. And SAAC stands with everybody else for this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, public testimony aside, can we please get a restatement of, particularly because we did do a minor technical edit to it. Ms. Ellis, please.
And someone help me maybe wordsmith if we need to, but in addition, add the equivalent of an additional 1% COLA for all AACPS employees to the superintendent's proposed compensation package. The impact, it increases fiscal year 21 operating budget recommendation by $7,225,537.
Ms. Howell, please call roll.
Ms. Alvey? Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon? Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Schulheim?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Mr. Leib?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Nay.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-1.
Okay. Amendment 5. Add $2.2 million to the superintendent's recommendation to be used for teacher recruitment and retention. Retention funds would be used to introduce incentives for teachers beyond COLA, closing equity pay gaps. Recruitment funds would be used to recruit more classroom teachers, which addresses capacity concerns due to aggressive student and enrollment growth and overcrowding in our schools. The impact, it increases the fiscal year 21 operating budget recommendation by $2,200,000.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on amendment number 5. I'm not seeing any comments. So let's roll with the public testimony.
I'm very sorry.
Oh, okay. I was like, damn, we
I'm
actually
caught
got
up.
one of the news.
So
Okay,
I would respectfully request that we come back to this specific amendment, considering that Amendment 4 passed. That changes this number greatly.
Okay, we can.
I would prefer to
so,
have the time to work with
we'll
staff
table
to
the
revise
amendment?
it.
So we can table the amendment, and did you want us to stand at ease for a minute for yourself,
no.
or no?
Well, I think I can multitask, and if Mr. Shagnovitz and his team can identify what that cost would be, I'm going to send a text over to you, Diane, if you can get it out to them, and they can get the info back to me, please, so that I can update the proposal.
Okay, so
Wait, why does this number change because of 4? I don't understand that.
Well, it regardless.
Mr. Shaknovich just said it doesn't.
Okay, well, if the member wants to adjust their amendment, I'm happy to hold it.
He's the one that's going to do the adjustment. He just said it's not going to change.
So
as I'll share publicly, the intention of this motion was to address the retention and recruitment in our school system. So my plan is to readjust the 2.2 mil, since we have approved $7.2 million in consideration of the overarching budget, although the 2.2 mil is well under 1% of Dr. Alato's recommendation. I still want to adjust the numbers and then revise.
Okay, so we have a request to hold the amendment. Let's go on to amendment number 6, and Ms. Antwine will get to that. We'll take that on after amendment number 26, which I believe is the last declared one.
Yes.
So I'll let you get started working with those folks, and let's move on to amendment number 6, please.
Amendment 6, add 3 additional community ambassadors. Impact increases fiscal year 21 operating budget recommendation by $66,863.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I do not see any lights lit, so public comment. Seeing no movement, Ms. Howe, please call roll.
Miss Alvey? Miss Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Nay.
Miss Schallheim?
Aye.
Miss Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
No.
Mr. Live? Aye. Miss Hummer? Aye. And Miss Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-2.
Okay, amendment number 7, Ms. Ellis.
Add an additional $1 million to the superintendent's recommendation to meet ongoing special education needs, including funding for the following: specialized instruction, instruction in physical education, vocational education, speech language services, occupational therapy, physical therapy, assistive technology, counseling. Impact, it increases fiscal year 21 operating budget recommendation by $1 million.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. And we do have comment, Ms. Antwine.
So bear with me. I'm trying to send you a text and do this at the same time, but let me address this quickly so that we can move forward.
Ms. Antwine, if you could get your mic a little closer. They're having.
I'm very sorry.
No worries.
All means all. Sound stewardship. Ready, set, launch. That is the strategy that was adopted by the board for our entire school system. Over the past year and a few months, I have been able to not only assess our funding responsibilities, but also the needs of our school system. One area that came up consistently was the area of special education. Therefore, I am respectfully recommending an additional $1 million to the superintendent's recommendation to meet ongoing special education needs, to fund specialized instruction, instruction in physical education, vocational education, speech language services, occupational therapy, physical therapy, assistive technology, and special education counseling. Anne Arundel County Public Schools consistently develops based on the needs of our students in special education. We are also, though, in need of not only meeting the demands of those those students' needs, but we're also in need to sustain them and to be ahead of advancements in order that we meet future needs as well. This amendment provides for additional sustainment and those anticipated future needs. This includes staffing needs, especially for specialized counseling, occupational therapy, and dedicated one-on-one assistance. Additional funding supports advancements for physical therapy and education. It will also support the acquisition of assistive technologies for sophisticated rehabilitation and adaptive aid for our students' convenience in daily living and lifestyles. All of this supports constructive educational growth and independence for our students with disabilities needing special education. Finally, these funds can be used for additional family support, direct engagement, and outreach. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Antwine. Dr. Arlato.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam President. Ms. Antwine, could you, so that we can make sure we get the budget numbers correctly, the amendment does not include any staffing specifically in these areas. You just mentioned that in your comments. Could you share with us, because that's as you know, we have to ask for staffing different than we ask for monies, right? We have to keep those separate. So can you tell us where you see the staffing in these areas?
So I understood in my research and requests from you and your staff that one of the underlying needs for the school system was manpower. And I believe if we have the money there in the overarching special education, we can contribute to that manpower to include those staffing needs. So are you recommending now that that be a separate amendment?
Yes, ma'am. We have to ask for FTEs. We have to ask for the staffing separately than money. We just can't we can't get the county council to approve a bucket of money to be spent in various ways and take money from that to buy staffing. We have to get the staffing approved in advance in particular areas.
Okay. So then I would then amend that to exclude the staffing needs because you have already identified your specific staffing needs for that.
Okay. Question answered. Ms. Ellis.
Thank you. So I was about to make the recommendation. There are some staffing amendments that could support what you're looking to do with this amendment, I would guess. I'm trying to understand. I know you read, an explanation, but I'm still a little uncertain as to where this money will go if it's not for staff. So I did hear something about technology, but what are we buying with the $1 million to help our special needs? Special education.
So excluding the staffing needs, there are still needs for specialized instruction. That doesn't necessarily mean a staff person, but the updates that are needed in specialized instruction that go towards special education, instruction in physical education, vocational education, speech language services. Especially when we choose to outsource that support, it will go towards occupational therapy, physical therapy, the assistive technology, and the advancements that are available to us for that, And if we are to exclude staffing, because we're requesting counselors, I will remove counseling from that request.
Okay, so you said specialized instruction. You're not talking about the actual staff. You're talking about the training of?
Not only the training, but it was my understanding, especially after visiting many of our schools, it is there in our special education, I guess, box of need in terms of instruction. Many of our teachers or staff and otherwise come out of pocket in order to meet the needs to successfully support the educational needs of these students. So when we talk about the instructional needs, we talk about trying to augment through our sources the support to those that are already sacrificing out of pocket.
Okay, and I think this might be a question for Dr. Arlotto, but some of these other things like occupational therapy, physical therapy, how would the money be spent for something like that? It's not, so it's not, it's not to hire the staff for those things. Are you able to?
So I'm sort of hearing this for the first time.
Okay.
So I'm going to think on the fly, and I would say that if the monies were there in whatever way, shape, or form in areas of speech language services, occupational therapy, and physical therapy, while we have some of those folks on staff, we also have contracts with outside vendors. So that could be contractual money to increase services in those areas as needed. And then, again, thinking out loud, that would then reduce the need for those that are in-house, that are part of our staff, and be freed up to do some other things and do more work with students. Does that make sense?
Well, can I ask, would it be more beneficial if it were an FTE? I'm trying to, like, in your eyes for AECPS, would it be better if it was an occupational therapist, or is it better for it to be funds to contract for those services?
That's a good question. I want to tread lightly because this is Miss Antoine's amendment, and I don't know from exactly where she's coming on this, so I want to tread lightly. But we certainly could take any monies that were available and use those in contracted services in these areas, because these are certainly areas of need that our students with IEPs will always need. And so it certainly could lighten the load of, with contractors in these areas, could lighten the load of our staff.
Okay, and Ms. Antoine, I'm not trying to change or I'm trying to understand for myself so I can get there, how the money will be spent. So that's why I asked about the FTEs.
So I sincerely understand. It was my understanding when I discussed this over several months of investigative reporting, I guess you can say, trying to make an informed amendment. I gathered information from the superintendent, from Mr. Shagnovitz and his team, as well as going directly to some of these schools to see those needs. If worst case scenario, we are unable to get those FTEs, we will still have funds to augment the support that we need, and this allows that.
Thank you very much. Okay, seeing no more members, do we have any public testimony? We do have one public testimony. Ms. Oakes.
India Oaks, Hillsmere Elementary School and Board of Education candidate for District 6. I will make this super short, and this applies to every amendment connected to special education. I have looked at these budgets for years now, and year in and year out, the superintendent has asked for more teachers and support for special education because our school system has been on the verge, if not in actual non-compliance of federal regulations related to special education, and quite frankly, I do not want to keep seeing minimal increases each year just to avoid non-compliance. Our students in special education deserve the high quality and challenging education that other students get, and that will not happen if all we are doing is treading water with how we address their needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Oakes. Seeing no one else in the room, Ms. Ellis, please restate the amendment prior to vote.
Amendment 7, add an additional $1 million to the superintendent's recommendation to meet ongoing special education needs, including funding for the following: specialized instruction, instruction in physical education, vocational education, speech language services, occupational therapy, physical therapy, assistive technology, counseling. Impact increases fiscal year 21 operating budget recommendation by $1 million.
I think, wasn't the counseling part excised?
So I did amend it to take the counseling off because their request for counselors.
Okay. Okay. So
Are we all under the understanding that it is, as was recently just read, minus counseling?
Yes.
Excellent.
Okay. Minus removal of one bullet point. Ms. Howe, please call roll.
Miss Alvey?
Read it again.
Miss Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Nay.
Miss Schallheim?
Aye.
Miss Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
No.
Mr. Leib?
No.
Miss Hummer?
Nay.
Miss Corkadell?
Nay.
Motion fails 3-6.
Amendment number 8. Ms. Ellis?
Amendment 8, add 10 additional special education teachers to the superintendent's recommendation. Impact increases fiscal year 21 operating budget recommendation by $768,800.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Seeing no comment from the board members, public testimony. Seeing no motion in the audience, Ms. Hall, please call roll. Oh, well, because we only read it once without comment, I think we're good on that.
Miss Alvey? Miss Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Nay.
Miss Schallheim?
Aye.
Miss Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
No.
Mr. Leib?
No.
Miss Hummer?
No.
Miss Corkadell?
Nay.
Motion fails 3-6.
Amendment number 9, Ms. Ellis.
Add 10 additional special education teaching assistants to the superintendent's recommendation.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
My apologies. Impact increases operating budget by $400,000.
Still
Got
so
it.
moved.
Second.
Okay, seeing no comments from members. Any comments from the audience? Seeing no movement there, Ms. Howell, please call roll.
Miss Alvey? Miss Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Nay.
Miss Schallheim?
Aye.
Miss Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
No.
Mr. Leib?
No.
Miss Hummer? Miss Corkadell?
Nay.
Motion fails 3-6.
Amendment number 10, Ms. Ellis.
Add 5 additional special education teachers, 5 special education teacher assistants, and 1 social worker for a self-contained diploma-bound program at Southern High to replace an existing non-public partnership program. Impact increases fiscal year 21 operating budget recommendation by $419,952.
So
Thank-
moved.
Second.
Okay, motion and second. I am going to speak as a member on this. This is for, as many board members have heard, for the Kennedy Kriegers closing at Southern High School. This will create an environment for which we can continue the work that we are already doing with those students in-house, recognizing that not all of them would be able to matriculate into alternative programs. And so that is that was the request being made for this one. I have Ms. Hummer and Mr. Grannon. Ms. Hummer.
Yes, I just want to say that I am thrilled to see this in here. The Kennedy Krieger program that we've had at Southern High serves a a special niche for some of our students, and I know everyone was disappointed when Kenny Krieger decided to end their programs in their public schools, not just in Anne Arundel County, but in other places, and so that we will continue this and give this opportunity, especially where in the southern part of our county, so that some of our students down there wouldn't have to travel farther to get the services they need, and we could continue this. So I wholeheartedly support us taking over and keeping this program intact.
Thank you, Ms. Hummer. Mr. Grannon, Ms. Antwine, and Ms. Schallheim. Mr. Grannon.
So this is just a point of information, I guess. I'm seeking the information from you, President Corkadell, as the move-in, but I'll also take any information from anybody else in terms of what are the special needs of these students, and then also the second part of the question is this basically a head-for-head replacement of the people that had been providing the support before?
So, although I kind of know the plain English answers to that, I'm going to defer to staff so we can get specificity in better interaction. Dr. Alato or Alex?
Sure, we'll start. So we've, as was alluded to, we've had a long-standing program with a non-public provider. That non-public provider, depending on year in, year out, was educating somewhere between 16 to 24 students. Depends on how many students are eligible. These are special education IEP students, but one of the unique variables are they are diploma-bound. So they are diploma-bound IEP special education students, and are also provided with field experience, job shadowing, internships, et cetera, to augment their instruction. They do take core classes because, again, they're matriculating towards a diploma, and then they are integrated with the rest of the building for as many specials as absolutely possible.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Michelle Batten. These students are diploma bound. They are in a self-contained classroom, and we do look for opportunities when we can include them in the comprehensive classroom, dependent on their individual education plan.
So what would happen to them if this amendment did not pass?
We would most likely, that would be per their IEP, would most likely be putting them in a non-public placement.
And so we've cost modeled that. Our per student tuition, essentially, in non-public placements that are off premises, which would be the likely outcome here, is much more per student. One of the reasons that the program at Kennedy Krieger was successful in our building was that we were essentially getting rent abatement. So we were not being charged a facility fee, and also our transportation costs were not as great because we were transporting them, the youngsters, from the southern region to Southern High School, as opposed to transporting them up to Baltimore or the other Kennedy Krieger facilities. So there's a pretty good offset. You'll see that, again, Mr. Grannon, there's 11 positions here, but $419,000 because we're crediting the offsets in not paying the non-public tuition, not the extended transportation costs, et cetera. So we're netting the program down from the existing to the proposed.
So in fairness to President Corkadell, then, although this is for purposes of this budget styled as an amendment to increase, when you actually look at it, it's actually a cost savings compared to what we would be exposed to, because all of these students obviously will have to be educated by law. We'd have to be sending them out to something that would cost more. So this is styled as an increase, but it's actually a decrease.
That's absolutely correct.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome, Mr. Grannon. Ms. Antwine and Ms. Schallheim.
So, the program that Kennedy Krieger offered was only at Southern High. It wasn't at any of our other schools in the area.
Right. It was unique because we had an opportunity at Southern where we had space and capacity. We also had a student population that could avail themselves of there, and we had a very good partner that was willing to work with us at that location. They simply made a business decision that they are no longer going to be doing these extension service programs. They're going to sort of retrench back into their core facilities, which are up in the Baltimore region.
And students that meet this type of need from anywhere in our system will be able to take advantage of this program. It's just located at Southern High.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Schallheim?
I just wanted to say that I'll definitely be supporting this amendment. I was sad to hear that the Kennedy Krieger program was no longer going to exist at Southern High School, and how heartbreaking that must be for the parents and especially the students. And so, you know, in the absence of that continuing, I see this as a wonderful opportunity to continue to do the very best we can for their students. So I will be voting yes on this.
Thank you, Ms. Schallheim. Ms. Alvey?
Just for clarification, the same implications will be applied to the next amendment, correct? No, that's separate.
They are
Okay.
for separate intents.
Okay, never mind.
But coming in last. Okay, Ms. Ellis.
Just quick question, since this was operated by another entity, is there a training mechanism? Is there going to be? I mean, how are we going to implement this? Sorry.
Yes, our special education team is prepared to provide that training.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Seeing no more comments from members, we do have a motion in the audience.
Thank you. I'm Joanna Tobin, a parent at Annapolis High and also a candidate for Board of Education District 6. I would like to urge the board to pass this amendment. I happen to come from a family that has dealt with this particular niche of special ed. It's very complex. These are very bright students with very complex learning disabilities, and that is a hard area to find services for. To my knowledge, this really was the only place in our school system that provided this kind of education possibility for students. I should say my own brother dealt with this. He is now a 20-plus year fabulous middle school English teacher in Chesterfield County, Virginia, but my parents literally gave up their retirement to send him to the lab school for 2 years in DC. So you need to understand how important this is. And these kids have often been traumatized because they're hard to diagnose. They don't fit the usual categories, and most of them have been bounced around a lot. And they are super smart, and that makes it harder. So I just want to thank you for bringing this amendment. I express gratitude to you for recognizing how difficult this is for the families who have been part of this program, and to urge you to support it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, if we could reread the amendment since we had some discussion prior to vote.
Add 5 additional special education teachers, 5 special education teacher assistants, and 1 social worker for a self-contained diploma-bound program at Southern High to replace an existing non-public partnership program. Impact increases operating budget recommendation by $419,952.
Ms. Howe.
Ms. Elvey? Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Mr. Leib? Aye. Ms. Hummer? Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0.
Amendment number 11, Ms. Ellis.
Add 9 additional special education teachers, 12 special education teacher assistants, and 11 permanent substitutes to support the developmental center programs Ruth Parker Eason, Marley Glenn, and Central Special Schools. Increases fiscal year 21 operating budget recommendation by $1,611,920.
Second.
Okay. Ms. Hummer?
Yes, I'm thrilled to see this increase for our special centers, especially the permanent substitutes. Back in my early days when I got into teaching, I originally started as a substitute, and I would substitute at some of the special centers, and they would call me every day because many substitutes will not substitute at special centers because they don't feel qualified or overwhelmed by the needs of many of the students. So they were always, that's going back 30 years, working very hard to try to find substitutes for their teachers. So to have permanent substitutes there that can help assist the staff is just crucial. So I'm going to very gladly support this amendment.
Ms. Schalheim.
Obviously, I support increasing special education teachers because while amendments 8 and 9 failed, I voted for both. That would have been 10 special education teachers, 10 special education assistants. And so I'm just asking for some clarification, especially in light of last year. Shouldn't we leave the placement of special education teachers, teaching assistants, and permanent subs? Isn't that under the superintendent's purview to decide where that staff goes? I remember distinctly last year several amendments that were sort of rather prescriptive, X number of whatever to fill a specific pot, and in almost every case last year we decided that is really up to Dr. Arlotto to decide. So I'm just a little confused.
So this was an amendment that was working in conjunction with the superintendent and Alex to identify the needs. These are the needs of the programs. These are where our programs are housed. And so in this particular case, this is based on discussions to advance some of the needs and the wishes of the superintendent and his staff. So I will defer any details of that over, but that is why they were included.
Right. So we just had his recommended budget come to us in December. So why weren't they included in the recommended budget we just got 2 months ago?
Just for
Can I
this.
hear from Dr. Arlotto? I want to hear his opinion on this.
I would like to finish because I put the amendment in. And most certainly I would like Dr. Arlotto to comment in, but I'll just point out, just like we had additional teachers on the Kennedy Krieger, there have been additional needs that have been identified as being beneficial to add into the budget. And so I've been working with the staff on that, and hence we have our amendment that came in. Okay. That's as simple as that.
So in the, I think it's a great question, Ms. Schalheim, and for clarification, in the budget that is before you, there is a line for special education staffing in specialty sites. So some of the staffing that we believe we need is included in that, and that's what I released in December. Those were our best numbers at the time. We've continued to study the staffing in special education across the system, not only at the specialty sites, but at our individual satellite locations as well. And as we are studying that, you even heard in some of the public testimony the need for staffing from staff at some of the specialty sites. They stood before you at the microphone and shared some of that in the public testimony as you all were considering the budget. So we just don't put the budget out and then stop thinking about it. We're continuing to think about and growing. So we've gotten to the point that since we're at this point in time, we thought we could add an amendment. I met with the board president, and with her agreement, she agreed to put it in that these are areas, and I do appreciate your comment that, all right, staffing should be the responsibility of the superintendent staff. So I very much appreciate that comment, you saying that publicly. I could tell you this is where a certain need is, and this is where this specific staffing would go.
This is incredibly helpful, and I'm grateful for your clarification on that, because I think that it's obvious I support this. I voted for all the other amendments related to special education. I will be supporting this one too. I just needed to hear the clarification from you, Dr. Arlotto. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Antwine and Mr. Grannon. Ms. Antwine?
So when I first got this amendment, of course I gave it a complete thumbs up, because as I shared earlier, I have been at least to Central Special and seen the aggressive need that is there. Plus our public testimony that has come back to us, parents that talk to us, the students that I am witnessing need additional support. My concern at this point, though, is because the other amendments in special education have not passed. What do we do about the other schools that have those same needs? If this should pass and we get funding for that, what is the plan then to support those needs with these additional teachers if they're only going to be at the specialized program schools?
So I think I can help with that, Ms. Antoine. So in the superintendent's budget, it was put forth on the 18th of December. There were 32.8 special educators that were assigned to our Birth to 21 program staffing needs. So those are special educators out in most of our comprehensive schools. In addition to that, there was a request for an additional 19.4 positions that are at our specialty sites, which are our regional programs, some of which are these three, but some of them could be like at Glendale Elementary School or at Chesapeake Bay Middle or High School. So we have other regionalized places. So this is in addition to the 32.8 special educators for our Birth to 21 program, and in addition to the 19.4 special educators already assigned to our regional programs. If that helps. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Granum?
But, Mr. Shaknovich, unlike the last amendment, I guess I have a two-part question. This is not the amendment that's proposed in Amendment 11 is not to address a program that is going away, nor is it only a kind of purported increase that's going to save us money someplace else. This is just an increase. So there's not a cost savings, an ultimate cost savings associated with this number.
So in general, your answer is yes. However, these students, once again, are students that if we cannot service appropriately under our roof, are candidates for non-publics. But this here is not specifically designed to create that type of exchange. It could prevent additional students from going to non-publics, but by funding this, I am not proffering to you that I am explicitly going to be able to cut my existing non-public expenditures.
Mm-hmm. Right, and I think it would be fair to say that with your level of expertise, if you're not able to quantify it, then it's not a direct implication of this.
Correct, that's what I said. At the margins, it's a possibility, but your direct answer is no. It's not specifically designed to be a targeted offset, which differs than the one we discussed earlier.
Got it.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Schellheim, you had additional comments? Okay.
But could it be, like, I know that there's several groups of students that we have identified that we can't serve as well as we would like. Could this money, although going to our special centers, could it be targeted to whittling down the non-public placement costs?
Again, it could, at the margins, yes. It could either prevent potentially a youngster that we're currently servicing in-house from transitioning to a non-public, or at the margin there may be some additional non-public students that could come back. Capacity is an issue at the three regional centers. If you've been through Ruth Parker or Marley Glen or Central Special, I mean it's not like a traditional state-rated capacity kind of environment. There are some space constraints, much of it attributed just to the amount of either adaptive equipment or mobility assistive equipment, et cetera. So it takes a lot more square footage. So there are some logistical implications to taking on more students. Again, that's why I'm couching my comments to Mr. Grant and to you to say, at the margins, yes, but I know there are limits to that because of some of the constraints, largely space constraints that we have.
Well, I know that, I mean, I've voted for all the other special education amendments. I'm going to vote for this one too. And I just hope there's some intentionality to trying to whittle down that number where we can, you know, if this goes through us, the county executive and the county council, like I would love to see ultimately our nonprofit, non-public placement number in terms of tuition and also in terms of transportation expenses go down. And so
as would we. That is a clear,
and we stand right beside you.
Cool.
And that's an ongoing yearly, monthly, daily conversation with the team, particularly the special ed team, as they are looking for ways. Right, it's so individualized. It's per student conversation.
Yeah.
That's why it's an IEP, right? So it's a per student conversation saying, can we support the needs of that student? And we want that answer always to be yes. Sometimes that answer is no, and we have to look outside and work with the parents about outside agencies. But we're always looking for ways, can we support those students' needs inside our schools? And we always want that to be yes. That's not always the case.
Wonderful. Yeah. Thank you all for this. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no more comments from members, do we have any comments? Yes, sir, Mr. Silkworth.
Again, Robert Silkworth, North County High School. I look at this amendment and I think about what I know about our special ed population, our special kids. These kids have the same dreams, the same aspirations as all of our children do. They just have some extremely severe problems. And it's amazing that they're able to do what they do. I had the honor, many of you know I'm an announcer at North County High School. I had the honor recently to, you know, when you win a state title, you get a state championship banner and it goes up in the gym. That's a big moment. And I had the honor recently, our unified tennis team, I believe it was, they won a state title. And I know many of those kids. I mean, one of those kids is in a wheelchair and he's fighting for his life. He was there. He also was there when it's time to bowl. Folks, they have the same dreams, the same aspirations. I look at that price and say, I don't care what that price is. These kids are special. And we need to make sure that we give them whatever we can to help them out. So please vote for that.
Thank you, sir. Seeing no more testimony in there, Ms. Ellis, could you please read one more time?
Amendment 11, add 9 additional special education teachers, 12 special education teacher assistants, and 11 permanent substitutes to support the developmental center programs Ruth Parker Easton, Marley Glenn, and Central Special Schools. Impact increases operating budget recommendation by $1,611,920.
Ms. Howe, please call roll.
Ms. Salvi? Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Nay.
Ms. Schulheim?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
I'm very proud to vote aye on this, but if there was any doubt, Mr. Silkworth, your testimony made it very clear that this is the right thing to do. So very proudly, aye.
Mr. Leib? Aye. Ms. Hummer? Aye. Ms. Corcato?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-1.
Ms. Ellis, amendment number 12.
Amendment 12. Excuse me, one moment. Okay. Amendment 12, add 15 additional school counselors to the superintendent's recommendation. Impact increases operating budget recommendation by $1,548,600.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Ms. Ellis.
I will speak to this one. As everyone is now well aware, I combed through the budget extensively and looked for places we could redirect our money, our funding to our priorities, and to me this is one of our biggest priorities. I don't know now what's realistic. 15 additional school counselors. Again, if this passes the budget and it, this summer, I think we'll hire those counselors like that, and they will be put to work and very well, very, very much needed. That being said, I know there's a following amendment for 6 additional school counselors, and considering where we're headed with this budget, that may be more realistic at this point. So I welcome any other comment.
Mr. Grannon.
Mr. Shaknovich, how many additional counselors did Dr. Arlotto seek in his budget?
9 additional, 9.0 additional school counselors were included in Dr. Arlotto's recommendation in December.
Okay, so I just want to take an opportunity to say this to whatever extent it's not clear. I'm sure we could use more school counselors, and I'm sure Dr. Arlotto put a lot of thought into his recommendation of 9 and weighing different priorities based on his long experience and knowledge of this particular school system. And with all due respect to Ms. Ellis, who I lauded earlier for her kind of deep understanding of the budget and her scrutiny of these line items and everything, built into this proposal was the idea that she was going to get offsetting cuts someplace else. Those cuts did not happen. So I just wanted to explain to everybody, on this one as on many, I don't think that we don't need more counselors. I don't think that it would be a benefit to students. But we have to make choices, and we do not have infinite resources. So when I vote against this, I don't want the perception to be that I don't think we need school counselors. What I think is that we have a very experienced educational specialist who sat down and made these tough choices, and the only way that the 1.5 million or 1.54 million that was going to be earmarked for this was that there was going to be an offsetting cut someplace else. That cut has not happened, and then we're still going into a cycle where every indicator is that we're not even going to be able to meet the needs that Dr. Arlotto asked for in the first place. So I just want to make it clear, I'm sure we need more counselors. I hope we get the 9 that Dr. Arlotto asked for. The indications are we may not. So that's why I'm going to vote against 15 additional counselors, not because I don't think there's a need, but it's a need that has to be weighed against all the other needs that we have in keeping this ship afloat and doing the best job that we can for our students.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Ellis.
Mr. Cheknovich, are you able to share how many counselors we need in order to fall into the recommended caseload of 250 students per counselor?
It was in one of the 7 or 8 round of questions. So if we can go back and find it for you.
Okay.
We can start looking and maybe can discuss.
Okay. I mean, really, that's.
We did calculate it for you, as I recall.
I recall that too. I didn't. Right. Oh, here we go.
Right. It was as a result. It was at the board workshop that we discussed.
We would need 36. 36 at the elementary level.
36 right? More.
36 more.
36 more at the elementary level. We would need
5.
19 at the high school level. Am I reading that correctly?
Yep. And 5 at the middle school.
And 5 at the middle school level.
That's 60? That's 60. 60 more.
Yeah.
In excess of, yes, sir.
So, I'm sorry, I don't want to take up people's time, but I have to make a point here, and that's the mental health of our students. And guidance counselors are not psychologists, is true, but they are that resource for students. That's that person that students can go to. They are the person that helps the student along. And these shortages are very concerning to me, and I'm a bit frustrated that we don't have more money to work with now to address this concern. But I don't disagree with what Mr. Grannon said.
Well, then
I have to express my frustration.
I just want to add to that in some, I hope, somewhat thoughtful way, is if the metric that leads to the number that we need 60 more counselors, maybe that's not the right metric. If there's a metric that leads to such an outsized, disproportionate number beyond what Dr. Alato is seeking, which is 9, this amendment is only 15, that would only be 24. That's 1/3, basically a little bit more than 1/3 of 60. So maybe that's not the right metric. Maybe that's some Pollyanna metric that is not what we should be using to guide these decisions. Where did that come from?
Yeah, the National Counseling Association recommends 250 students for one guidance counselor. We have counselors with 700, 800, right?
I'm not trying to be glib about this, but there's some recommendation out there that I should drink 8 glasses of water a day. I mean, that's not exactly what should happen for every single person. We have to use metrics that make sense. We have to use metrics that we can work with.
Well, I think 200, personally, I think 250 makes sense. That's a lot of kids for one guidance counselor.
Then you should accept the friendly amendment to make this 60. That's what we should do.
Ms. Antwine.
I'd like to call the question, please.
Yes. Do we have consensus on that? Yes. Okay, good. Ms. Howell, please call the roll.
Ms. Alvey?
Nay.
Ms. Ellis?
Nay.
Mr. Grannon?
Nay.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
This is on calling the question.
No, you guys did it.
No, we consensused.
Okay.
There were no one in opposition.
So I'm certainly voting for additional counselors. So that's a yes. Aye.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Mr. Gilliland?
No.
Mr. Leib?
No.
Ms. Hummer? No. Ms. Corkadow?
Nay.
Motion fails 7-2. 2-7, sorry.
I told you I agreed with you. Not on your second one. Amendment 13, add 6 additional school counselors to the superintendent's recommendation, including 2 that are designated to middle school. Impact increases fiscal year 21 operating budget recommendation by $619,440.
You don't have a second. We don't have a motion.
Oh, so moved.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. And Ms. Schallheim was first. I didn't see you push your button. You gotta push your button. Ms. Schallheim?
I just have a point of clarification. This goes back to the previous comment I made and also to last year where we're recommending that this to add to the superintendent's recommendation, but we should also respect his purview of being able to decide where exactly those counselors go. And so I'm hopeful for a friendly amendment just to say add 6 additional guidance counselors to the superintendent's recommendation.
I will take your friendly amendment. Ms. Howell, please strike. I'll restate the amendment 13. Add 6 additional school counselors to the superintendent's recommendation. Period.
Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no further questions or comments from the dais, do we have any public comments? Seeing no public comments, Ms. Howell, please call roll.
Ms. Alvey? Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
I'm going to vote in a moment, but I do want to say that I think it is entirely appropriate for members of the board on matters that require a majority of the board to act to make specific allocation suggestions, such as, in this context, including 2 that are designated middle school. I understand that's no longer part of this, but I just wanted to be clear for the record that I think that's completely appropriate, especially because it's not the kind of thing that's happening all the time. We got to take this in context. Somebody sat down and put some thought into why these 2 should be specifically allocated for middle school. So I'm going to vote against this, but I also think it is entirely appropriate for this board to be making specific recommendations like that.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Mr. Leib? Ms. Hummer? Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 6-3.
It is now 11 o'clock, so I just wanted, or just after, so I wanted to pause real quick before we introduce the next amendment to check in with everyone and see if we feel like we are going to pass this budget, hopefully before midnight. Because last year we were here till 2 a.m. and for that reason we built in an additional day to resolve this budget if necessary. So I think at this time, I mean, I personally, before we vote, would like to get done this evening. But I also hope that everyone is going to move I don't want to stifle any necessary, thoughtful discussion, but I hope we're going to be able to move quickly. I don't want to keep staff till 2 a.m. either.
What? No, I have something to say about this.
Okay. We were just, Ms. Ellis was bringing up a matter of process, and so I don't believe, well, I guess we could, if there's additional comments that are to the contrary, as Ms. Schallheim is nodding her head, then we will need to make a motion and a second and go into a vote as to whether or not to conclude prior to adoption or not. I move that we proceed until the budget is adopted, barring any excessive things that may arise that may conclude us to need to go to tomorrow night.
Second.
Okay. Ms. Schallheim?
I respectfully disagree, and here's why. Last year at 1:30 in the morning, we were a singular vote away from adding, at that moment, it was going to be an additional $10 million to teacher compensation. We all put a lot of time and effort and thought into crafting our amendments, and those discussions deserve us to be awake enough to have them and not rush it and not plow through. And so as much as I miss my family and want to be home tomorrow night, I respectfully disagree and think we should be fresh for this discussion tomorrow night and cease this for tonight.
Ms. Antwine?
So it's my understanding that we will continue it on the 20th, but wouldn't do it the night of. What's the proposed time?
The backup plan is, if we don't spend another hour talking about this, of course, would be that we conclude tonight. We will take a pause after we get through. We're over halfway, and we don't have too many more amendments, and so the idea would be that we would conclude tonight, and the second night was set aside for weather, because remember we had the weather event last year, and was also if someone had proposed an amendment or amendments had changed that it required additional number crunching, that would require the carryover. And then lastly is that everybody would spend an hour talking about every amendment and get us into the 2 o'clock in the morning, which I still don't think we would be at personally, but that is why it was held back over to the 20th to include that as a placeholder date.
Right, I understood the date. I just understood that we would continue it the next day and not necessarily tomorrow night.
Well, it would be an evening, yeah.
Okay,
it would be an evening, and I'm not even sure that everybody will be able to make it, so, okay.
Call the question. It's been on our approved thing for a year. Okay, Mr. Leib.
Call the question.
Yep, she just, okay. If we don't have any other comments here, and we're good with this, Ms. Howell, please call vote on a motion to proceed to conclusion of budget tonight, if at all possible.
Ms. Alvey? Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Just for clarification,
Voting to continue.
To continue. Mm-hmm.
Nay, because I want everyone's amendment to get the respect and the time it deserves and not feel pressured by colleagues to rush. So nay.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Mr. Lai? Ms. Hummer? Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-2.
Okay, barring any extreme things, we were going to continue. If you could read amendment number 14, Ms. Ellis.
Add 4 additional social workers to the superintendent's recommendation, increases operating budget recommendation by $434,320.
We got a motion and a second. Any comments? Seeing none. Any testimony from public? Seeing none. Ms. Howell, please call roll.
Ms. Alvey? Ms. Ellis?
Nay.
Mr. Grannon?
Nay.
Ms. Schalheim?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
No.
Mr. Live?
Nay.
Ms. Hummer? Ms. Corkadell?
Although it was my original amendment, I'm going to say no.
Motion fails 2-7.
Be a couple of.
Amendment 15, add 3 additional school psychologists to the superintendent's recommendation, increases operating budget recommendation by $359,340.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments from members? Seeing none. Any comments from public? Seeing no motion in the audience. Ms. Howell, please call roll.
Ms. Alvey? Ms. Ellis?
Nay.
Mr. Grannon?
Nay.
Ms. Schalheim?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
No.
Mr. Live? Ms. Hummer? Ms. Corkadell?
Nay.
Motion fails 2-7.
Amendment 16, Ms. Ellis.
Add 2 additional assistant principals to the superintendent's recommendation, increases operating budget recommendation by $266,560.
So I did want to, as the author of this, just to make one brief comment, and that is that, you know, as we proceed, I look at this one and Amendment 16, and then coming up in Amendment 17 and 18 accordingly, that this is part of what I know will have the greatest immediate impact on addressing bullying, hate, bias, and closing that gap. I think of all the positions, in addition to our teachers, our assistant principals are that first line of defense for bullying. I know that from personal experience, from dealing with my some of my children's past experiences. And so this is near and dear to my heart, to have the additional assistant principals, and I think it would go a long way also to help further our superintendent's goals and missions. And I think it's a modest amount that could have a very large impact as we continue to strive to get assistant principals in every school. That has still not happened. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Seeing no additional comments, do we have additional comments from the audience? Seeing no motion, Ms. Howell, please call the roll.
Ms. Alvey? Ms. Ellis?
Nay.
Mr. Grannon?
Nay.
Ms. Schalheim?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Mr. Live?
Nay.
Ms. Hummer? Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion fails 4-5.
Amendment 17, add 2 additional bilingual facilitators to the superintendent's recommendation, increases operating budget recommendation by $138,560.
So I'll just say on this one, out of all the things that we're doing for all the groups to make their experience better, there's very little being done to address our ELLs as it relates to priorities and such. And for me, this is a very big priority. Our family's ability to continue to interact with the staff, with the teachers, combined with our students' abilities to interact as they continue to integrate and become more familiar with our language is very important. And I believe Ms. Sasso would be, probably would have scolded me for not adding, like quadrupling the number, but recognizing that we are in a modest budget year, and also recognizing that very, very few times our board has an opportunity to support this group, and this is one way I think that we can definitely do it. It's what we heard in the formerly known as Achievement Gap, now Opportunity Gap group, as one of the biggest people who are challenged in our entire school system that transcends many of our other minority categories. So once again, I would just encourage to consider the exception to the reductions and stabilization of the budget in this particular case, because I think we're going to get a lot more bang for our buck with this allocation. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Ms. Schalheim, and then Ms. Antwine, and then Mr. Grant. And Ms. Schalheim.
Just a point of clarification, don't we have to move in second before we dive into our comments? I thought I heard it, and apparently I didn't. Okay, I just, you know, just for us all to follow the same rules.
Pointing out my transgression, Ms. Schalheim. Thank you very much.
Well, I mean, if we're following parliamentary rules, you motion, you second, and then you discuss. So I just thought I would raise that. Maybe at this late hour, that's why that was overlooked. Of course, I'm going to support this, as I have the lion's share of the other amendments tonight.
Okay, Ms. Antwine.
Thank you, President Corkadell. I move that, if we could, I move that we bundle Amendment 17 and 18 and vote on them at the same time, since you had the same premise for both.
I'm willing to accept that and second your motion to bundle. So we are now discussing whether or not to bundle these two amendments specifically. We're no longer talking about the Amendment 17. We are now on a motion to bundle 17 and 18. It looks like we do have some comments. Mr. Grannon, on the bundle.
Yeah, so I don't think the motion to bundle takes precedence over all other business. So
it is germane to it, so I think it would be covered. I'm not seeing Darren in my corner here. For a second, I believe it would be germane because it is asking for additional. I'm happy to take it out of the way.
For sake of efficiency, then I'll make both my comments. I'll make the first comment is, I think at this point, talking about the bundling is going to take more time than it actually saves. So I don't think we should do that. But I had a substantive point on this thing about the bilingual facilitators. Mr. Shakhnovich, weighing all the same considerations that President Corkadell very eloquently addressed, as well as the constraints that we have to deal with in the school system, how many, well, I'll ask two questions. How many additional bilingual facilitators did Dr. Arlotto request in his budget, and how many do we currently have?
2 is the request in the superintendent's budget, 2 additional, and 22 existing FTEs prior to the addition of the 2 the superintendent recommended in anything we're talking about this evening.
So currently there's 22
yes,
full-time. Dr. Arlotto sought an additional 2, which would bring it to 24, and this amendment would take it to 26.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Seeing no further comments, I believe we have a motion on the table, an amendment to the amendment by Ms. Antwine to bundle this and add in. Basically, the amendment is to add.
Was that motion seconded?
Yes. It was. Yes, it was. So if you could please call roll.
This is on the motion to bundle 17 and 18.
Yes, Ms. Antine's, basically Ms. Antine's amendment to 17 was to add 18
Yep, I'm just
to
making
it.
sure everybody knows. Ms.
That's
Salvi?
another way of putting it.
Ms. Ellis?
Nay.
Mr. Grannon?
Nay.
Ms. Schallheim?
Nay.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Mr. Live?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer? Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-4.
Okay, so we now have, I'll restate the amendment. If you, or, I'm sorry, Ms. Ellis, can you please restate the amendment, the new version of the amendment as amendment as amended.
So is this to be read like one amendment? Amendment 17, add 2 additional bilingual facilitators and 2 additional bilingual teaching assistants to the superintendent's recommendation. Increases the recommendation by 218,560.
Ms. Howell, please call roll. I'm sorry, I forgot to ask for public testimony. Do we have public testimony on this? I don't see any motion. Ms. Howell, please call roll.
Ms. Salvi?
Nay, because I was in support of the teaching assistants, but not the facilitators.
Ms. Ellis?
I was in support of one, not the other. Nay.
Mr. Grannon?
Hearing my colleagues say this, I have to move that we unbundle these so that people can vote their conscience on how they want. So you can vote it down. I move to unbundle them.
I have to agree with Mr. Grannon. If you guys, as part of the discussion, that should have come out, and she did make the point that both of these were related, and so she agreed to second the amendment.
We already voted and that motion passed to bundle.
Right, and I'm making a move to undo that action.
We're in the middle of a vote on another amendment. Okay. A motion that's out there. Hold on. Let's get a rule of order here. This is pretty simple. I agree with what Mr. Grannon is saying, and we could still proceed with Amendment 18 as such, or they could get both reintroduced separately. But right now, we do have to follow through with our roll call, and I hear what you're saying, Mr. Grannon. So you are up for vote.
Nay.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Mr. Live?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Aye.
Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 6-3.
Okay, so that took care of that problem. Okay, Amendment 19, Ms. Ellis.
Add 3 additional middle school teachers for class size reduction to the superintendent's recommendation. Increases operating budget recommendation by $230,640.
As the author, I was going to move to withdraw, since we've already discussed class size reduction and made our decisions on that. I do think that this would be kind of redundant, to say the least.
Alrighty.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second to withdraw. Do we have consensus to withdraw here?
Yes.
Okay, consensus is withdraw.
Amendment 20, add 10 additional permanent substitutes to the superintendent's recommendation. Increases operating budget recommendation by $400,000.
We have a motion and a second. Mr. Gilliland.
Thank you, Madam President. The hour's late. Just a very brief question. Would the hiring of 10 permanent substitutes save money when it comes to paying the daily rate for substitute teachers?
The answer to that is no, because the permanent subs will be eligible for the suite of benefits that a
Great.
daily sub would not be able to avail themselves of.
So we would not save money with this amendment?
No, but it's a coverage issue. I think you've heard HR and the superintendent and others talk about the difficulty to get adequate sub coverage, which occurs almost on a daily basis and is exacerbated around Friday, Mondays, holidays, et cetera.
Understood.
So this is what I think that will help make some inroads into, but it's not a money saving strategy.
Okay,
per
thank
se.
you.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Just a quick question, Mr. Shaknovich. How many additional permanent substitutes did Dr. Alato request?
The superintendent's request was for 5 additional positions.
So this would double that. And how many are on the rolls currently?
52.
At PS 152, 10 was twice 5, but anyway.
52.
What?
52 are currently authorized.
Got it.
You still ask for the 5 plus the 10.
I'm saying this is, okay.
Okay, seeing no more comments from members, do we have any comments from audience? Seeing none, please, oh, we got it, okay.
Good evening, Russell Leone, President of Teachers Association. So I will tell you on my school visits, one of the #1 things I'm hearing this year is substitutes. The need for substitutes is at a crisis level in our county, and if not daily, at least weekly, teachers are being asked to cover other classes simply because they can't get substitutes in. So I would support this permanent substitute amendment. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no additional comments, thank you, Mr. Leone. Ms. Howell, please call roll.
Ms. Alvey? Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Nay.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye, because when we combine classes due to lack of coverage, our class sizes balloon. So, aye. Totally.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Mr. Leib? Ms. Hummer? Ms. Corkadell?
Nay.
Motion fails 4-5.
Amendment number 21, Ms. Ellis.
Add 1 college and career counselor to each of the following schools: Glen Burnie, Meade, and North County High Schools. Impact increases operating budget recommendation by $309,720.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Ms. Antwine, or I'm sorry, Ms. Alvey, followed by Ms. Antwine. Ms. Alvey.
All right, so as the maker of the motion, I'll do my best at this hour to explain what my thought process was. So to specify first, the college and career counselor is different than a general counselor. Their duties are specific to providing resources to do with college and career counseling. So whether that's coordinating with colleges to come into the school and speak to students, setting up opportunities with our CAT North and CAT South programs, things of that nature. And this kind of position has already been piloted at Southern High School, and as Dr. Arlato has explained to me, it's doing wonderful there, and it's a great resource for the students. And the reason why I've specifically allotted these positions, if they are to go through, for Glen Burnie, Meade, and North County High Schools are because those are our top 3 challenge schools. So based on the number of farm students they have and other factors, Dr. Arlato identified them to be the top 3 schools in need of support. And I think college and career counseling is a very positive way to elevate the students who are struggling in those schools. And all 3 of those schools also have a high number of minority students. And as a nation, we're looking to elevate those students and get them into college and career in a sustainable and prepared manner. So that's why I proposed this amendment, and I ask for support from my colleagues.
Thank you, Ms. Alvey. Ms. Antwine and Mr. Grannon. Ms. Antwine?
So my question would be, I appreciate Ms. Alvey, what you're doing here, but I have a concern about there's indications that there are no college and career counselors at those schools currently?
No, there are currently no college and career counselors. They're just general guidance counselors that also take part in being a college and career counselor. So having a particular position would alleviate the load of the other counselors to focus on things like mental health and other issues that occur with students on a day-to-day basis.
So, Dr. Alano, could you share the difference between them? Traditionally, I understood that part of being the guidance counselor was college and career support.
Right. So we, using the term school counselor, the school counselor is responsible for all of those things. The school counselor is responsible for scheduling and making sure the student has is taking all the right classes so that they can graduate with their class. The school counselor is responsible for the social emotional needs of their students. The school counselor is responsible for helping the students in the application, in the identification, selection, application process to colleges. The school counselor is responsible for students that may be going off to 2-year schools, 4-year schools, or going off to the career or the military, maybe having the student have to sit and take the ASVAB if they're considering the military. So I say all that very purposely to answer your question. The school counselor is responsible for all of those things. And they are spending, I can tell you from experience, spending more and more time counseling students with regard to social emotional needs and having less time to focus on, as Ms. Alvey, I think, is pointing out rightfully so, your applications to colleges and making sure you're applying to scholarships and accessing Naviance, which we've now purchased for all of the high school students. So it is a really broad brush that school counselors have to undertake. I think what Ms. Alvey is proffering here is to have somebody identified and trained at each of our high schools along the way that can focus specifically on college career. I don't think it would take the place of your school counselor that's assigned to you based on your alphabet, based on your name. But it would be an additional resource that could focus specifically on those issues and would not be assigned a core group of students based on alphabet that they would be responsible for. Does that meet the need?
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Let me also add that this position does not yet exist. We are piloting it. There is no job description, so we would build a job description, hire people, do training, and again, I think this is a good way for us to start. We started at Southern with some private donations. A donor came to us and said they wanted to do something sort of special at Southern, and we came up with this idea of a college and career counselor. This might be a nice way to extend it. I would also add, if I'm not mistaken, that this is built into Kerwin funds. We will see this into the future. In the next 10 years, or the next 7 years, be responsible for building college career counselors through their CTE umbrella. Is that correct?
Yeah, required to do so.
Okay, required. That's a better word.
Right.
Thank you.
There's a phase-in period. Yeah, there's a phase-in period.
Encouraged.
Or unfunded mandate? Sorry.
Well, we haven't quite gotten there, but yeah, we haven't gotten there yet.
So my last question on that one, if the county does not support this, there's still that need there. Will we utilize the counselors that we have on board? Are there plans to utilize the counselors we have on board to have their jobs be specified and the work that they do be specified in just college and career counseling?
At this time, no.
Okay.
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Granum.
Okay, I'm inclined to support this. I think that Ms. Alvey's comments are particularly impactful coming from where she sits in this. I do have one question for Dr. Arlotto, and I also want to kind of footnote, to me this is different than some of the other categories that we've just voted on where, you know, Dr. Arlotto sat and weighed all the numbers and weighed the priorities and said, oh, we need X number of new FTEs for this category, and then there was an amendment to make that 2X. To me, this is exactly the kind of thing that where the board has its most and best impact is not taking the numbers that Dr. Arlotto has and just increasing them, but thoughtfully adding in places where, for whatever reason, he didn't initially. So this is exactly what I think the board should be doing, and I commend Ms. Alvey for doing it. If I could just ask Dr. Arlotto to give, if possible, any specifics, any measurable results that have come out of the pilot program at Southern High School.
I can't. I don't have any metrics to share with you. From what I have is just anecdotal, from talking with the previous principal that started the program, and it's just anecdotal. The number of students that are coming in, they actually set aside a room on the main hallway across from the main office that is a college and career center, for lack of better terms. at Southern, and so they've put a couple of computer terminals in there and put some comfortable seating where they can bring colleges in. They're bringing in career folks to do brown bag lunch sessions during lunch hour with the students at Southern. So they're using it in a really unique and I think purposeful way. But I don't have any metrics to say how many students that College Career Center person saw, which I think what you're getting at. How many did they see during the course of a year? I don't have that number. But I certainly can talk, because I asked that they keep those numbers. I certainly can find out.
So the one follow-up comment that I'll have, and this is not something that I'm going to say is a friendly amendment or anything. It doesn't have a fiscal impact. And I'm going to support this, by the way. I have made up my mind as I've sat here and thought about it and heard your additional comments. But if this passes at these 3 schools, this provides an opportunity for us to try to measure some specific benefits that come out of it, even if it's collecting anecdotal things like somebody got a scholarship because they, got help to apply for something that they never would have. So it's not just students getting into school where they otherwise wouldn't have, but maybe getting scholarships and, stuff like that. So, okay.
Mr. Gilliland.
Thank you, Madam President. And if I could just echo what Mr. Grannon said, certainly there's the college pathway, but then we're seeing a lot of movement as it relates to the apprenticeship programs throughout the state that's coming out of the Maryland Department of Labor. And I think this just corresponds very well to that. So I'm looking forward to voting aye on this one.
Okay, Ms. Antoine.
I will add one final thing to what you did, what you shared here, Ms. Alvey, was the fact that at those schools, which are many of the students are in District 1, one of the main concerns once they go over, once they graduate and move into college, is that they felt like they were not adequately prepared for the college experiences that they had. And I believe if we had that additional resource as described, it would tremendously help these students, especially when it comes to scholarship applications and preparing them overall for their college and career choices. So thank you for that, Ms. Alvey.
Ms. Alvey?
And just to add to what you're talking about, that was also a consideration when I proposed this amendment. That phenomenon is called the imposter syndrome, and it's something that some of my friends have experienced. So providing these resources earlier on in high school will help avoid them being diagnosed with that when they get into college.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no more comments. Any comments from public? Seeing no movement. Ms. Ellis, please reread the amendment.
Add 1 college and career counselor to each of the following schools: Glen Burnie, Meade, and North County High Schools. Increases operating budget recommendation by $309,720.
Ms. Howell, please call roll.
Ms. Alvey?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
I didn't comment before, but very enthusiastic aye.
Ms. Antoine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Mr. Live? Aye. Ms. Hummer? Aye. Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0.
Ms. Ellis, amendment number 22 as we count down.
Add $1 million for the expansion of the global community citizenship curriculum models to the middle and elementary levels. Funding would be used for introduction of curriculum studies on modification of the global community citizenship course of learning at the middle school and elementary school level, materials and supplies, student self-exploration, and collaborative discussions of events, traditions, cultures, and circumstances that shape views, behaviors, and individual goals, professional development, value learning to streamline or eliminate episodes of bullying, hate, bias, and discrimination, fostering, enhancing, and maintaining trust relationships between students and staff that promotes considerations for safety, diversity, and inclusion in our schools, increases operating budget recommendation by $1 million.
We have a motion.
So moved.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Ms. Alvey. Okay, sorry, Ms. Antoine. For a while, you were the only one lit, so Ms. Antoine.
Thank you. In consideration of the late hour, I will summarize my justification for this. Every week since about October, we get an incident report of hate and bias. We had the most recent arrests and citations report that came to us from the police department. And I understand that we currently have 35 students who have performed in a way so atrocious that they're being considered for being expelled from school. I truly believe that a concept like global citizenship should start early in life. I believe that it will support many of the students in their decision making and in their understanding of the world around them. So AACPS introduced the Global Citizenship course to our high schools, and it has been quite successful. I have seen the positive effects of such a course when Northeast High School opened its doors to me to let me sit in their GCC class. The educational models and the unique communication applications within the course have supported more student collaboration rather than student conflict. The work and outcomes of this course placed Anne Arundel County Public Schools in the grand position afforded to out-of-the-box, forward thinking for solutions to ongoing problems plaguing our school system. This includes acts of hate and violence, bullying, racial insensitivities, and closed mindsets. This amendment will expand these learning models to our middle and elementary school students. There will need to be additional research and adjustments to modify this program to our younger learners. Still, learning to be a global citizen with cognitive awareness can be implemented very early in a child's life. Such education helps our students make more positive choices and prepares them to handle the world around them. This amendment is less than 0.1% of the superintendent's current budget recommendation.
Thank you very much. Dr. Alato, but before we get to the other members, I believe you had a point of information you wanted to share before we proceed.
I just want to share, we shared a number of, we believe there's 35 students that are pending up for expulsion. Right now that number is 0 for us. That number is 0. We do have students that are up for extended suspension based on a number of things that they've been involved with, which I think you're referring to. But right now there are none that are up for expulsion.
So that's definitely changed since Monday. Thank you. Since our meeting Monday.
Okay, let's proceed. We have Ms. Alvey, Ms. Ellis, and Mr. Grannon. Ms. Alvey?
So while I agree with the intent of this amendment, I'm a little hesitant to support it only because I'm not sure that the Global Community Citizenship course is applicable at the middle and elementary school level. And I know that from my school visits and from speaking to staff, we are working on implementing other strategies to create those community environments at the middle and elementary level. So by limiting the amendment to global community citizenship, it limits the overall intent of the motion to say that very similar structures or almost exact structures should be implemented. So I don't know if that's exactly what you were going for, but that was my interpretation, and that's why I'm a little hesitant to give my support.
Thank you. Ms. Ellis?
Thank you. So I went on some school visits recently, and this really struck me. It happened in the same day. I believe I was with Dr. Arlato, and we visited Arundel High School. I was able to see part of their, sit in on part of their GCC class. And later that day we went, I want to say it was, I can't remember if it was Four Seasons or Wild Chapel that day, Wild Chapel. And interestingly, in the class at Arundel, they were doing a lesson or a discussion on students making a difference in society, whether it be their local community or something greater. They were doing that same lesson. It was fascinating, actually. In the elementary classroom, I believe maybe it was 4th grade. And So the point I want to make is, while I agree we can't structure a class that is identical to GCC into elementary school, I don't know about middle school, probably not quite yet, but I agree that we need to tackle these issues in elementary school and middle school. 100% agree. But I think that can be done maybe with a little training of if it's not going on in all of our classrooms. But I don't think it needs additional staff or, it just needs to happen in the classrooms as I saw it happening now.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis. Mr. Grannon?
Yeah, this is a question for Dr. Arlato or anyone that he delegates this question to. For elementary school students, if such a course were created, what would that displace that they already have as part of their curriculum?
So thank you for the question. That's a great question. I haven't really thought very deeply. I'm really sort of hearing about this amendment now. What we're talking about the elementary level is time. So as opposed to at the high school level or middle school level, it replaces a specific course. Would it take the place of English or history or PE? At the elementary level, it's really about time. So there's time set aside for math. There's time set aside for movement. There's time set aside for reading and English language arts and the like. So if the idea were to be delivering a course, developmentally appropriate GCC course at the elementary level, without changing the structure, without changing the start and end times of the, without extending the day in the elementary level, you'd be taking time from something else. Let me add to that, if I could, since my microphone is on, that much of this work, as Ms. Ellis saw, and many of you have seen as you visited schools, is happening at the elementary middle level. You've seen community circles in the mornings. There is Second Step. We've implemented Second Step in many of the elementary schools, and that will be extended to all the elementary schools and all the middle schools next year. And Second Step is a program that focuses on building the social emotional skills of students, building empathy, building problem-solving skills. And so we are implementing, that's all very developmentally appropriate at the age. So the Second Step is delivered. There's a second grade curriculum, a third grade curriculum, a fourth grade curriculum, and so on. We've begun to implement that using some of our monies from state grants, school safety state grants. We've been using that money. We'll be adding it now to all the elementary and the middle schools next year. We have counseling groups that are going on. The middle schools have have advisory, and we've built advisory lessons around many of these things that I think that Ms. Antwine is talking about and getting to, that you would see in GCC without a course that's being done at the advisory level, and we'll now be adding Second Step to that. So that's just food for thought as you contemplate this amendment.
Thank you. Any further, Mr. Grannon?
Oh, no, thank you.
Okay.
That was helpful.
Okay. Ms. Antwine and then Ms. Schallheim. Unless Ms. Antwine wants to reserve to the end. And
I'll reserve to the end.
Okay. Okay. Ms. Schallheim?
I definitely applaud the spirit of this amendment. I have a question, though. Maybe it's just the late hour. Maybe I didn't hear correctly, but certainly, this list has been growing of amendments over time, over days, and available to members to add stuff. And so none of this should be a surprise, because this was all sort of compiled over time, and this particular one has been in there for a little while. So I thought I heard that people were just seeing this for the first time, and it's just not the case, because it's been in the list. So
if I can answer, so I've said that now twice. So my meaning by that is, while I have seen it in writing, I've had no conversations with board members about the amendment, so I've not been able to tease out a purpose or a reason so that I could then give any kind of recommendation. So that's my point. While I saw it in writing beginning last Friday, it was sent to me while I was away, and I was able to review it with staff this morning. We went through it as a staff, as a team. My point being that without I've not been able to get the nuanced pieces from individual board members about their individual amendments because they've not had those conversations with me.
Thank you
That's
for
my
clarifying.
point.
I just didn't want the public to be like, well, wait a second, thank you for clarifying.
Okay, I'm going to, I don't have a button, but I will, I just want to make a point, a very brief one, that I applaud Ms. Antoine's idea of expansion of it and have thought of it myself. I go back, however, to, and I actually went back when I saw this amendment come in, I actually reviewed the video of the original presentation of the course. And as others have indicated and inquired and received answers to, my understanding, I believe, is affirmed that the integration of the concepts to bring a person to, by the time they get to the GCC course in the 9th grade, there's no new there per se. It's putting it in the bundle for age appropriateness because they will have received exposure from these. My personal experience is having deployed similar substance abuse programs in the school and watching them expand. I just remember some very good advice from our, on the substance abuse from our nurses team and some of the others in Dr. Arlotto's team, and going through that a few years back, and that was that, although I was not the main person on it, in those discussions, was to give everybody a chance to work with what they have so that they can flush out the best opportunities. And so I'm kind of not inclined to put dollar value to that until the superintendent staff has gone through a whole year of it and can identify if there are resources needed, because my understanding is the whole course in and of itself has not come at a cost to the school system. So I guess I would not be inclined to expand the services through dollar value, but rather continue to encourage, and if the dollars are needed or the other resources are needed and we cannot find ways of adjusting ourselves in-house, I would be willing to support. But at this moment in time, not seeing any requests come in from staff and recognizing how new we are in the pilot at the high school, and right along, even on back to school day, Ms. Ellis, I know I saw firsthand on those back to school days in particular, most of the strategies that were introduced to us in the GCC was active, whether I was at an elementary school, a middle school, or a high school. So I think we're going to be taking great strides in this. But knowing those matrices are going to take, there's nothing that you can replace that time cannot provide. And when we're talking about outcomes, that is truly what we will have to do, as painful as it is to wait and see for some of the outcomes, make the adjustments. And so I look forward to continuing to work in support of all of these programs. I don't feel at this moment in time comfortable adding the dollar value, as I said, when the entire program to date has not had a fiscal impact to this level and has been handled in-house. Ms. Antoine.
Thank you, and thank you all of the board members and Dr. Arlotto for your comments on this. The first sentence says that we're going to introduce those curriculum models. We have real concerns and troubles in our school systems. We are getting recommendations, funded or unfunded, from the state, local, and even federal levels on how we could best do things differently in our school systems when it comes to some of these vulnerabilities. To include, as I just shared, our students are making choices that I believe, if we had these models up front and early for them, they will make different choices. And with a course that has significant successful outcomes like GCC, if we know that this is a known good, we can modify the curriculum to accommodate the needs and the education of our younger learners. With that said, I also want to point out that we have several workshops
we have several initiatives such as the Closing the Opportunity Gap Initiative, the gun violence initiative that Executive Pittman has put into place that had recommendations for us, similar to what I'm saying here. We also have state recommendations on how to educate our students to be better in their choices as a quote-unquote global citizen. This is simply an opportunity for us, as we did at the high school level, to get in front of these concerns and problems.
Thank you very much, Ms. Antwine. Any public comment? Yes, Ms. Oaks.
Hello again. India Oaks, Hillsmere Elementary School and Board of Education candidate. I would say I am in full support of incorporating the Global Community Citizenship course throughout all schools, but even that does not do justice in saying just how much I believe we need these kinds of classes at the earliest point possible with our children, and I believe it should be a specific amendment to ensure this equally implemented in all schools. Study after study have shown ways that young children take notice of racial differences, and that as early as preschool, some children begin excluding classmates of different races from play. One study talks about how people actually breathe in racism and prejudice when exposed to it every day, but the opposite is also true, in that elementary school teachers can support the unlearning of things like racism, as would be the case with this kind of curriculum. Same is true with virtually every other type of bias listed in Board Regulation JORA. The more we start to talk about cultures, about gender identity, about homelessness, about disabilities, about hate crime, the more we foster the positive development of every child's full identity at an early age, and an understanding of what happens when those identities are attacked, the more we enable our children to use that knowledge to disrupt the systemic racism and high rates of suicide of young, and let me say that again, young kids who are gay or transgender or bullied for other reasons. And so I truly believe incorporating the Global Community Citizenship course into all grade levels actually will be one of the most effective ways to build the more equitable society that we have been talking about for years. And if I may just get personal in closing, a few years ago my son heard about one of the constant incidents of hate crimes and said, "Why is that still going on?" I thought Martin Luther King took care of all of that. Who can be the new Martin Luther King? Because I am too young to be. I didn't have a clear answer for him then, but if he said that now, with this kind of curriculum, I would say, no, Jack, no one is too young to be the next Martin Luther King. Thank you.
Ms. Oaks, I'll just say that Jack may very well be one of our very next leaders that may be standing side by side with some of the greats like Dr. King was. So you've got a very wise in thought young man with you. So thank you very much. Ms. Ellis?
Can I ask, I don't know, this might be a question for Dr. Arlotto or maybe just the board in general, but if we wanted something in the curriculum, let's say for elementary school, like cursive or issues surrounding global citizenship, and so we ask for that to be developed in the curriculum, that could be a board motion that is not a budget motion, correct?
Without knowing without knowing too much, the answer is yes and no. I mean, if it's, depending on what is offered, it could have budget implications. If there's something that we need to purchase, a curriculum, or do training, professional development, those kinds of things, it could have a cost. But otherwise, no, it's a matter of us writing the curriculum to whatever it is, handwriting or bullying or whatever it might be, and then implementing it, doing training with the teachers, and then implementing it in the curriculum.
Okay. I'm thinking along the lines of like when a couple of weeks ago we had a presentation on additional or new classes and we voted on them. I mean, that wasn't, we didn't consider that in the budget process. You guys are working on curriculum all the time.
Correct.
Thank you.
Ms. Antwine, final comments?
I thank you for that question, and of course I could have introduced this as a standard motion. However, with the recommendations that are coming to us, it is not okay for us to have these initiatives going on and we're unable to fund them when they're recommended, especially in terms of closing our opportunity gaps, especially in terms of our gun violence and our hate bias incidents that are happening. It will cost us money, whether it comes out of personal pockets or it comes out of our tax dollars. Money, it will be some future implications. Too late. The budget that will have an impact, whether we understand that impact fully or not. The reason I put the number that we did was based on numbers of my research that it has cost others to combat some of what is going on in our system. And so 1 million actually is a very a very small number compared to the negative outcomes and the costs to us later if we don't address this upfront and early. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Antwine. Ms. Ellis, could you please read the amendment one more time before we go to vote?
Amendment 22, add $1 million for the expansion of the global community citizenship curriculum models to the middle and elementary levels. Funding would be used for introduction of curriculum studies on modification of the global community citizenship course of learning at the middle school and elementary school levels, materials and supplies, student self-exploration and collaborative discussions of events, traditions, cultures, and circumstances that shape views, behaviors, and individual goals. Professional development, value learning to streamline or eliminate episodes of bullying, hate, bias, and discrimination, fostering, enhancing, and maintaining trust relationships between students and staff that promotes considerations for safety, diversity, and inclusion in our schools. Impact increases operating budget recommendation by $1 million.
Ms. Howe, please call roll.
Ms. Alby?
Nay.
Ms. Ellis?
Nay.
Mr. Grannon?
Nay.
Ms. Schalheim?
I will always vote aye for something that I think will help erase bullying, hate, and bias, so aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland? Mr. Leib? Ms. Hummer?
Nay. I understand the spirit of this, but we've heard it again and again from staff here in presentations. We've seen it in the classrooms. Many of these things are already being implemented in our pre-K and up classes. We see community circles and things everywhere. Dr. Arlotta just shared that the Second Step program that's specifically designed to address many of these areas is going to be implemented throughout the middle and elementary schools next year. And so I think many of this is already happening. We should always look for ways to enhance it, but we're already in place. So I vote no on this.
Ms. Corcadow?
Nay.
Motion fails 7-2, or 2-7, sorry.
Amendment number 23.
Initiate annual funding to Goshen Farm for equipment storage, fuel, and funding for equipment repairs to maintain the grounds leased by Goshen Farm Preservation Society, as well as the access road needed to safely allow AECPS students and faculty to attend educational support programs requested by the faculty. Impact increases operating budget recommendation by $20,000.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Ms. Schalheim?
So what I think I'm going to do is just read a letter we received from Goshen Farms Preservation Society back on January 27th, 2020. This was delivered to, I I believe all of us, yes, and also maybe, well, perhaps also Dr. Arletta, though I'm not entirely sure. So here we go. This one was addressed to Ms. Corkadell. Dear Ms. Corkadell, the purpose of this letter is to seek your support for the inclusion of the Goshen Farm Preservation Society in the Board of Education's annual budget. The society requests $20,000 annually to be paid to the society for the equipment, the storage required for the equipment, the fuel for the equipment, and repairs to the equipment needed to maintain the grounds leased by the society and the access road needed to safely allow AACPS students and faculty to attend educational programs requested by the faculty. The rationale for inclusion in the budget is that over the past 5 years, the society has supported and broadened the educational experience of at least 1,000 students from public and private schools at all levels, from preschool to college, not to mention hosting several professional development days for teachers at Broadneck High School. This has been something that neither the Society nor the Board of Education envisioned when the lease was signed almost 10 years ago. The historic Ocean Farm and Educational Center has become the extension of dozens of classrooms throughout Anne Arundel County Public Schools. The Society has dedicated a significant portion of 20,000 volunteer hours over the past 5 years to educational program support. This educational support has not been without cost. The Society considers its request for funds to maintain the leased property and access road a bargain for the expanded educational opportunities the Society provides the Anne Arundel County Public Schools. And then it closes. Thank you in advance for your consideration. Now I realize that I'm probably that others might speak to the fact that the current contract states that Goshen Farms is responsible for maintaining the property, but I will also add that when the lease was struck 10 years ago, no one envisioned tons of programs, tons of educational programs, opportunities for our students, opportunities from some special needs children, and just the expansion and all the wonderful things that go on at Goshen Farms. I've visited there, like I said, with some colleagues. Some of these educational opportunities arose just by the mere presence of that wonderful historic site in our county. A PVA student did a historical reenactment. There's been lots of Eagle Scout projects. Broadneck High School students from the Enclave program learning basic job skills, and the list goes on and on and on. We have, each of us received a 45-page report on their efforts, and so this is a drop in the bucket. I realize that they need to re-up their lease and their contract with us. I realize that that's coming up in a few months. This, once again, will help them direct the resources that they've been able to raise over a year's time to stabilizing that building that was created, that was built in 1798. That's a historic treasure, and like I said, when that building crumbles to the ground, as we're currently letting it do, then it's just a pretty piece of land. So I hope that we're going to consider this. I encourage my colleagues to vote for it, especially in light of the fact that this contract renegotiation is forthcoming. This was an official letter sent from the president of the Goshen Farms Preservation Society to all of us, requesting in writing that we consider this. So please, it's a tiny bit of money compared to our $1.3+ billion budget, and not even including all the stuff we voted on and passed tonight. So I encourage you to vote yes on this.
Ms. Hummer?
Mr. Shaknovich, when is the lease for Goshen Farm up to be renegotiated?
I believe September 15, 2020.
So it's coming up quickly. So
Yes.
I'm just going to stand by that. I think we need to honor the existing contract and lease that we have with them, and these are certainly things that can be discussed and negotiated when it comes back due in September.
Okay, seeing no more comments from board members, any testimony? Seeing no motion in the audience. Ms. Ellis, please reread prior to roll call.
Amendment 23, initiate annual funding to Goshen Farm for equipment, equipment storage, fuel, and funding for equipment repairs to maintain the grounds leased by the Goshen Farm Preservation Society, as well as the access road needed to safely allow AACPS students and faculty to attend educational support programs requested by faculty.
Ms. Hall, please call roll.
Increases operating budget recommendation by 20,000.
Sorry. Ms. Salvi?
Fell asleep for a second.
Ms. Ellis?
I'm sorry, I have to make a quick statement. I supported the previous amendment for this effort because I'm very concerned about the building on that land. But with the contract coming up, I'm going to say nay, and I look forward to revisiting that.
Mr. Grannon?
I'll say nay and also echo that the upcoming contract negotiation is just a couple of months away.
Ms. Schulheim?
Aye, always.
Ms. Antwine?
So I'll say aye, because when that contract does come up, we'll still need funding, and it needs to be in the budget to negotiate on.
Mr. Gilliland?
No.
Mr. Leib? No. Ms. Hummer? Nay. Ms. Corkido?
Nay.
Motion fails 7-2.
Amendment number 24.
Add $114,426 to allow live streaming of all future Board of Education hearings and workshops. Increases operating budget recommendation by $114,426.
Motion and second. Ms. Schulheim?
So in the name of transparency, I definitely want this to occur. I'm a little confused on the price because, you know, my demographic, myself included, are kind of addicted to Facebook and know that Facebook Live exists. You just hit your button and poof, away you go. So I wonder a little bit about the price. So I hope that we consider being innovative in that sense and using things that are without cost out there. I know that that's also pending a Wi-Fi signal or internet signal reception of some sort. But of course, I want this to occur. You know, we've had some workshops and some hearings off-site, and I get asked every single time, are these being streamed so I can watch them from the comfort of my couch instead of going down there. So it's just something I think we should consider. I think, though, we should get some understanding of why the cost is the way it is, and I noticed that Mr. Mosier has approached, so maybe you can enlighten us.
Thanks. For the record, Bob Mosier, Chief Communications Officer. I would urge you not to reduce the amount in this budget, in this amendment. It includes a position that we more than need. Our TV production people, I would put up against anybody in this state, school systems, municipalities, anything. We have worked very hard to maintain and create a level of quality that we have. We can set up a tripod and an iPad and do it that way. You can certainly do that. That's not the standard that we have here. And so, and our folks are more than stretched. In addition to the programming for a 24/7 TV channel, in the last 2 years, we've produced more than 150 off-air things for curriculum, for many other things. But it's a position that we desperately need, and we can't do without it.
Oh, okay. Well, then I retract most of what I said before. And does that mean that staff, i.e. Dr. Lotto, is recommending that we add another staff person, as he has with some other amendments because of things that constantly change and whatnot? Like, do we have your support on that?
So the answer is no and yes.
Awesome.
How's that?
That's
all right. I'm done.
For 12:10 a.m. That's awesome.
So,
yes.
Yeah. The answer is no and yes, in that this has been an ongoing issue.
Yes.
And the team is stretched. They're here late watching you have other people watch them.
Yes.
And so it's something we've talked about, but I did not put it in the budget.
Okay.
We did not put it in the budget, so it was no. you sort of gave us an avenue with this amendment for us to say we could do something with this. We weren't thinking about live streaming because in terms of Facebooking, because we could put an iPad on a tripod and you could FaceTime all day long, if that's to your heart's content. But this created an opening, so there's the yes part, create an opening for us to say, okay, well, maybe if this is something the board is interested in, it was a discussion, I'm assuming, at the budget committee, that we could find a way to add to the staff that's doing an amazing work, that's stretched really thin, and get you something that you're looking for as a board.
Great. Well, I'm all about it, and I do want to say that the level of professionalism and the quality of what we put out has not gone unnoticed to me as a board member and as a parent and as a member of this community, and so I am grateful for the quality that they put out. So I hadn't thought about it in that way. I was a little confused. I am no longer confused, and yes, of course, this was my amendment, and of course, I'm going to vote yes on it. So I encourage you all to do the same.
Thank you, Ms. Schallheim, Ms. Antwine, and then Ms. Ellis.
Thank you. So I would like to offer a friendly amendment to the amendment where it says all future Board of Education hearings and workshops. Can we expand that to say all future Board of Education public meetings, hearings, and workshops?
Yes, of course. Yeah, I accept that. Because we already do.
Can you please repeat? I did not hear it in the entirety, the amendment being proposed.
So I'm offering a friendly amendment where the amendment would read: add $114,426 to allow live streaming of all future Board of Education public meetings, hearings, and workshops.
Yeah, I accept that.
May I?
It looks like we have some points of information to make, Mr. Mosier.
I would respectfully ask you to use extreme caution with that wording, because under the wording you just suggested, that would require us, for example, to live stream every redistricting committee meeting. Right? I think you're better off to stick with the hearings and the workshops, and we can have discussions about other stuff. I wouldn't want to commit us to that, because then I think you're talking about more than one position at that point, and I don't think you're getting there.
In my mind, I was thinking meetings like our policy meetings and they're public, and other meetings that are not Catholic, where it lends to a lot of misinterpretation.
I would say those are ones we can have discussions about, but trying to put it in a steadfast motion like that could get you where you don't want to go.
I would still, if you're inclined, I would still like to say public.
Well, your redistricting meetings are public.
Off the whole time? So rather than saying, so you're recommending not to utilize the term public at all?
I would utilize the terms that are in this amendment now, because this is the calendar that the board officially adopts in public session.
Got it. So I withdraw the amendment to the amendment.
Okay, friendly amendment withdrawn. Ms. Ellis.
Thank you. I feel like I'm voting for a different thing than I was originally. So I'm trying to understand it a little better. Is this an additional position or a new position? Is this a position that exists and you're adding another one, or what would the position be?
No, we have someone that we're using on contract now.
Okay.
And so we would convert that. Right?
Oh, so is there a savings for what we're spending on?
There's somewhat of a savings, but remember, our folk, we would still need that person, or it's the same job, right? So we would convert the position. We would still need the contract dollars, because our folks are just stretched too thin right now as it is, to be perfectly honest with you. So there's not a direct offset, if that's your question. Right.
Okay. Right. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no more questions from members, do we have any comments from the public? Seeing no movement, do you want to restate the amendment?
Yeah, so this has not been amended, correct?
Correct.
Add $114,426 to allow live streaming of all future Board of Education hearings and workshops. Increases operating budget recommendation by $114,426.
Ms. Howe, please call roll.
Ms. Alvey?
Nay.
Ms. Ellis?
I'm sorry, when we're looking at FTEs, this could be a guidance counselor. I'm going to say nay.
Mr. Grannon? Nay. Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Mr. Leib?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer?
Nay, I would love to see this happen in the future, but I think priority-wise, we have other things that would need to be funded first.
Ms. Corkadell?
This is one of the top topics that I hear in interest of transparency, and is in my wheelhouse of that philosophy. So although I have some agreement with Ms. Ellis's concept of the FTEs, I think the interest of transparency, this does sit unique compared and does not necessarily compete with the other interests. So I am a yes.
Motion passes 5-4.
Okay, Amendment 25, add $573,375 to allow all high schools and middle schools to have an activity bus once per week. Increase operating budget recommendation by $570,375.
Okay. I don't know, Miss Antwine, Miss Alvey, this is yours? Okay, this is your amendment. Okay, got you. Sorry, I don't have the names here. Miss Alvey?
So I'm going to do my best to explain again at this hour, but the purpose of this amendment was to, first off, consider the extensive conversations that we've had about transportation on this dais. And I think we want to, as a body, always apply the goal of equity to what we do. And I think the activity bus is a simple and easy way to allow access to students who don't have access to transportation to participate in after-school activities. And I know this says only once per week, and although ideally I would love to provide all of our students with activity buses, which are after-school transportation, all days of the week, I think that for each of the schools that do not have a free period, or as my school calls it, a Panther hour during the day, it's necessary for students to stay after school on a designated day to make up work, meet with teachers, get extra help. And if they don't have someone to pick them up after school, then they don't have that opportunity. And that's a huge gap in my opinion. So to address that, providing that activity bus would give them that opportunity, and also for students who play sports, even if you have practice 5 days a week, that one day of the week, your parent, your older sibling does not have to take the responsibility of you of you being picked up from that activity. So I think it alleviates some of the stresses for our families, and also provides a huge opportunity academically for our students to get support in the after-school hours.
Thank you, Miss Alvey. Miss Antwine, Miss Schallheim, Miss Hummer, and Miss Ellis. Miss Antwine.
So, Dr. Lotto, do any of our schools currently have activity buses that they do on their own as part of their specified schools?
Yes, ma'am. So all the middle schools have activity buses, and they're supplied with funds for activity buses twice a week. Many of them pick Tuesdays and Thursdays, but they can choose those days. And then we have a few of the high schools have activity buses.
So this would expand so we're already paying for activity buses.
Yes, ma'am.
So this expands that to maybe an extra day even.
I'm assuming that's correct. Yes, I think that's Ms. Alvey's intent, is to add a day.
At the high school level, because the way it's worded is once per week. The middle schools already we already provide middle schools with sufficient funding to do it twice a week.
Okay.
Some of them don't always avail themselves of that, but we give the middle schools enough funding to do twice a week already.
Okay.
So this amount only addresses the high school component because the middle schools were already covered. Yes, ma'am.
So is it then being amended to just address the high schools? That's what's going on?
I'm just going to clarify with Mr. Shaknovich that this cost value is associated with adding activity buses 1 day a week to the high schools that do not have them.
For all 13 high schools
Yes.
to have this opportunity.
Yes.
Once a week?
Yes.
And then the schools would have the choice as to when that 1 day is?
Yes.
Likely.
In all cases, schools have local management over that.
Good. So Ms. Alvey, I'm in strong support of what you're saying. In District 1, many of our students are choosing not to do enrichment programs, after-school programs, other extracurricular activities, clubs, and otherwise, simply because they don't have a way home. And so I think this is a good measure in supporting them and making decisions that can enrich them as successful students.
Thank you, Ms. Antoine. Ms. Shawhan.
So I agree with the equity piece. I have some questions though about, I know that not all high schools have like a Panther Hour or a Bruin block, and I want to know how many don't, why that is, and perhaps motion that occur, because that's an inequity as well. So
Is this a budget motion or a general motion?
Well-
Because it's not dealing with the budget. It would not be an amendment to her amendment. It would have to be a separate amendment after we have dispelled of hers and the remainder of the amendments, because it's not germane to it.
Well,
I think
kinda,
like as soon as
sorta.
like once we pass hers, just like we did with Goshen, after we went through and voted on it, then Mr. Live made a motion,
I see
companion
what you're
motion.
saying.
So if you would like to do that, I'm happy to reserve that between the amendments.
I would, but I have another there's another piece to that. So I am tempted to support this because I believe in equity. I understand the argument, especially in this county where it's not all that walkable, there's lots of construction, there's windy roads with no shoulder and no sidewalks, so I get all of that. I have a question about, we have a workshop coming up to talk about transportation. We have a 179-page report in my bag from Prismatic that talks about inefficiencies, and I wonder, so I'm a little concerned about the cost, because I think if we tighten our ship up with these other bits and bobs that were presented in the Prismatic report, maybe this money wouldn't be needed, so I'm tempted to support it with the caveat that if we don't need that money as a result of what's going to happen later this spring with the transportation workshop and almost certainly motions coming out of that I don't even know where we'd put that money, but I just want to make us all aware of that. And see, this is exactly why I wanted to stop an hour and a half ago, because I can't put together a sentence. So I just want us to be cognizant of that, that once we tighten our ship as a result of having further discussions about our transportation department as a whole, and all the things that used to cost money or used to have a price tag that no longer, because of that, I actually believe buses might actually fall out of the sky at that point, and that we can fulfill this inequity piece with activity buses and maybe not have to spend that money, if that makes sense.
So
that's where I'm at with that.
If that's okay with Ms. Corkadell, I had a question for Mr. Shaknovich. If that is, let's say changes are to occur after we take part in this workshop. Worst case scenario, we now don't ask for this money if this is to pass today, is what I'm understanding. So if it is to...
No.
I just want to understand what would happen.
If it passes, it's part of your official request. The board would have to vote to amend their budget at some subsequent date to remove this from your official request. By county charter, the board's budget has to be delivered to the county executive no later than March 1.
Okay.
If this is passed, it will be in there as of March 1 because we have to comply with the law. If you want to give the county a different budget, you're going to have to reconvene and vote again to amend your FY21 budget to remove something, hypothetically.
So I understand Ms. Shahheim's concern, but to me this is really important, so I want my amendment to stand as is, and I'm welcome to considering other solutions when we do have this conversation at the workshop, but I only get 1 year here. This is my one budget meeting ever, so this is really important to me, and I want to hopefully have this considered and passed. I legally cannot, but I would.
Something tells me you would be making friends with the council if you're proposing to go in and amend to a reduction between now and their time. We have Ms. Ellis and Ms. Hummer, and I can't remember which order, so I'll just apologize if I get it wrong. Ms. Ellis.
Thank you. So every middle school has access basically to two twice a week activity buses. You said they don't all use that. Do you know why that is?
No, look, the principal's discretion, I can't comment on that at all.
Okay, because I'm addressing the equity issue that is what this was framed around, so I'm trying to understand. So if all the middle schools were to use them, it wouldn't change this number. Okay.
That is correct.
And then you said some of our high schools have activity buses, and how is that determined that some of them do?
They may access grant funding or have other means. They don't receive general funding from the budget for that.
Okay. And finally, if high schools had them twice a week, would that double this number?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I just don't think that's a big price for the benefit it provides. I don't know if you'd accept a friendly amendment or if you want to stick with once a week. We've got our middle schools that have the opportunity to have the buses twice a week, and I know high school, a lot of activities like dance company or certain sports and clubs, you know, students would be able to accomplish that once a week. Can be challenging to participate in activities. Just a thought.
So I'm going to reject that amendment, only considering that we also requested for a lot of other things. So just to make sure that, in my eyes, the priorities are in line, that this is a good first step in addressing that inequity.
Thank you. Ms. Hummer?
So, Mr. Sheknovich, realistically, I know from my time, one of my boys' time in high school, there were funds there for an activity bus. They were not able to get a bus. There were not buses available. They weren't able to find a contractor, even though they had the funds and the will and the want to do it. How much of an impact, I mean, would we be able to actually contract and find the buses to do this?
So the situation described is a reality. There are schools that either try to get buses for activity buses or field trips, and there's just not buses available. You know, given the current structure of our tiered system, these activity buses would likely be running at the time that the demand for high school activity buses would probably coincide when we're still delivering elementary and middle school students home in the afternoons. There naturally would be some competition and conflict for that. Until we get there, I don't know, but I would be concerned again because of the overlap of the high school afternoon activity runs juxtaposed to elementary and middle. We already provide, for example, through Mr. Culp's office, we provide athletic competition buses, and even there sometimes we struggle to secure buses for things like away games, etc. We're very successful in that, but it is a challenge to even find reliable transport without jumping through hoops to get even our competitive varsity and JV students shuttled to some locations.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no more questions, do we have any commentary from the public? Seeing no action, Ms. Ellis, please read.
Amendment 25, add $570,375 to allow all high schools and middle schools to have an activity bus once per week, increases operating budget recommendation by $570,375.
Ms. Howell, please call roll.
Ms. Alvey? Aye. Ms. Ellis?
Aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Nay.
Ms. Schallheim?
In the name of equity, however, with our upcoming workshop, I hope that we won't need to use this money.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Mr. Live?
Nay.
Ms. Hummer? Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 6-3.
And our second to the last amendment. I'm sorry. My apologies. You're right, Ms. Schallheim. There was, we have a tandem motion to.
Right, because it fits in with, fits in with the inequity piece. So some of our schools have Panther Hour and Bruin Block. Some of our schools do not. So my motion is that all schools adopt that model so that some of the tutoring and the meeting of clubs can occur during the school day. So that's my motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We have several lights here. We have Ms. Alvey, Ms. Hummer, and Ms. Antwine. Ms. Alvey?
Again, so I really appreciate your motion because this is something that students have come to me and talked to me about a lot, and making sure that we address that all students have an equal opportunity during the daytime to access the help that they need and participate in clubs. The only reason that I would ask that we hold off on this motion is because this is also a conversation that has taken place at the Superintendent's Teen Advisory, and Chesapeake Science Point counts as one of our high schools, but because it is a charter school, there are some implications in implementing that 1 hour period during the day. So I would be hesitant to vote on this motion without having accurate information on which schools have the Panther Hour, how they're working, how it impacts grades, and some more statistical information and logistics before we do make that motion.
I'll revise my motion to all non-chartered high schools. Everything I've heard indicates that this is well loved by students everywhere, the district over. So all non-chartered high schools.
Do we have a second? We have a second on the amended. Okay, we have a second. Okay. Ms. Hummer, Ms. Antwine, and Mr. Grannon. Ms. Hummer.
I'm going to echo Ms. Alvey that I think this is certainly something worthy of discussion, and I'd love to hear more about what different schools are implementing and what they're in place. But at 12:30 at night, when we're discussing the budget, I don't think we have all the information that could to make an informed decision. I would actually instead request that Dr. Arlotto ask that his team do a presentation for us about what kind of different plans are available in our middle schools and high schools, and getting some feedback. As Ms. Alvey said, the Teen Advisory has discussed this. I would love to hear from students and have them come in and have that, rather than us making a less informed decision or motion that we can at the middle of the night. Let's get all the information and hear from all the stakeholders.
Ms. Antwine?
I believe the motion is to implement it. It didn't give a time frame. So with that, we can still request of Dr. Arlotto that he brings up same presentation so we can shape the time frame for that. But enrichment opportunities like this for our students, especially at what has been described as the challenged schools, it's necessary that they have that, and I agree with the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Antwine. Mr. Grannon, and then Ms. Schallheim.
Largely for the reasons stated by Ms. Hummer. Thank you. Largely for the reasons stated by Ms. Hummer, which I independently was sitting here thinking myself. I think we should do this with some more information and to give students an opportunity to weigh in with public testimony on this as to how much they love it or don't love it. And I guess I would, in particular, you know, these are schools we're talking about. These are public institutions, and I'm sure there's a reason why Mr. Shaknovich was circumspect, but for us to make a fully informed decision, I think we need a little bit more information, that principal's discretion. So I think we need to get more information about this. So I move to table this just one meeting to the next meeting, where we can get some, or if people are concerned, we can do it at the next night meeting so students can come and talk about this. Okay, I'm seeing some nodding heads. I move that we table this to our next night meeting, which will give the staff plenty of time to prepare for that, give students an opportunity to weigh in, and then we can make a fully informed decision. It doesn't have a budget implication. There's no reason why we need to do it at 12:40 at night.
Second, we have a motion to hold that does supersede the existing motion. Debate. So with that in mind, I cannot remember if it's debatable or not. Give me a second, folks. This is a late hour one. It is not debatable. So at this time, Ms. Howe, please call roll for a motion to table the existing motion on the table.
To the next night meeting.
To the next evening meeting. Thank you, sir.
Ms. Alvey?
Aye.
Ms. Ellis?
I have to make a statement. I am the hugest proponent of this with my high school students, but I'm all for more information, so I'll say aye.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
I'll vote on this in a second. I just want to say using the late hours as an excuse is hilarious to me when we could have all been asleep right now and stopped at 11. So, yes, I understand the concern, and I'm definitely
Point of order. That was a motion that was granted and adopted, and no further comment on the motion to proceed shall be entertained. Ms. Schallheim, please proceed.
All right, I'll rephrase. I just don't like using excuses for why we can't do something, but I do agree that having students here to vocalize their opinion of this is appropriate. So I will say aye. That's what I was about to say.
Ms. Antwine?
So a point of clarification, we are going to, on March, I think 19th, I think that's the date, 18th or 19th, we are going to have a presentation from the superintendent and his staff on these, on this, I will call it the enrichment hour, and it will also allow public testimonies to include testimonies from students. So we're tabling the motion for that reason. Okay, aye.
Mr. Gilliland? Mr. Leib? Ms. Hummer? Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 9-0.
Okay, motion
Amendment
has been
26,
held.
sorry.
Yes, please.
Amendment 26, double the number of STEM seats available in clusters that have capacity for additional students without recourse to portable classrooms. Increase operating budget recommendation by $627,690.
Mr. Grannon. Yeah, that's right. Motion to move. Okay, we have a motion. Mr. Grannon.
Is it too late to bundle this with Amendment 25?
Huh?
That's a late hour joke. Don't worry about it. No one got it. It passed 9-0. Okay. Anyway.
I got it. Did we vote on? We voted to table my. Oh no, we did.
Yes.
Never mind.
Anyway, so if I can try to muster some articulate thoughts about this, I want to explain why the wording is like it is for full and total transparency. This motion evolved over time as I got information. So basically, my kids are in elementary school, so I don't necessarily have a lot of firsthand experience with the magnet programs, in particular STEM. So it was going on school tours that I learned about them and got firsthand kind of exposure to them. In fact, I think you were on one of the same school tours with me where we saw the STEM programs at Central Middle and South River. And so learning more about them and talking to the principals, in particular at those two schools, I learned about the mechanics of at least how the STEM program works and how admission to it works, and how there are more students seeking admission than we have seats. I also learned some of the statistics behind the STEM program and how these are some of our hardest working students and how they're some of our most competitive graduates. As the numbers were put to me, there were 100 STEM seats available for middle school students and only 100 available for high school students. I guess that's at the two different locations that have them. So that got me thinking that, okay, well, there's a need for this that's not being fully addressed by those numbers. And so my request initially to Mr. Shaknovich was to price out for this process, doubling the number of STEM seats countywide. With that well-intentioned thought, the thing that came back, because that's Mr. Shaknovich's job and his team's job, is to say, okay, that's what you want. I'm going to give you the numbers for that. The numbers were significantly increased because at some schools that would require portables that would not be required at other schools. So without understanding, okay, well, I don't know which schools those are, tell me what the numbers would be if we did it without the portables. And so that's how we got to this number. So for us to double the number of STEM seats without incurring the additional facilities costs for portables is $627,000. For now, this amendment, if passed in this budget cycle, would double the number of STEM seats at South River High School, which does not require portables to make that happen. So that got me thinking about some of the implications of this, and it's not something that we would be voting on now, but if this were to pass, I think there definitely would be, those seats would be filled. There's no question about that. Those seats would certainly be filled. But one of the things that I learned in this process of the mechanics for the STEM applications is you can have a very successful STEM middle schooler going through getting 4.0, or I guess under our system, higher than a 4.0, and that student, after all that hard work, can reapply for STEM in high school and not get a seat. So I'm not saying that we address this now, but I do think that is something that should be considered in the policy committee, in particular if we open up additional capacity in the high school. And there's a logic to that. To me, high schools are bigger than middle schools, so there should be more STEM seats available in the high school. So that's how this came to be worded this way. For full transparency, I want everyone here to know that I did not go into this with any intention of benefiting just South River High School. It just so happens that South River High School is the only high school at this time that can take the additional students for STEM without recourse to portables. So that's how this amendment came to be. I wanted to give that full explanation, and I hope that you all will consider it. And then further down the line, again, there's not a budget implication, but further down the line, I think the policy committee would be the appropriate one to start thinking about, do we want to think about potentially adjusting our application process for STEM high school seats for middle schoolers that have done very, very well, and whatever the appropriate metric that we would assign to that. That's something for consideration down the road.
Thank you, Ms. Schallheim. Ms. Schallheim.
So I just have just a point of clarification, just so if we do pass this, that it has the intent that you wanted. It just says double the number of STEM seats available in the clusters that have capacity, but it doesn't specify high school versus middle school. Did you want it just to be the number of high school STEM seats available in the clusters that have capacity for additional students without recourse to portable classrooms, so we don't touch the middle schools, and would that, I don't know if that would affect the dollar amount or not. You were speaking of high school, so I was curious.
Right. So to answer that question, what I understand from Mr. Jakunovich, and I want this to be as transparent as possible, we could have a parenthetically. This was not intended to be just high schools. This was intended to be at all levels.
Okay.
The only school right now that satisfies this criteria of being able to take additional STEM students without portables is South River High School.
Got it.
So for transparency, so everyone can understand, I'd be happy to put a parenthetical after that says something like that. At this time, South River High School is the only school that can accommodate the additional students without recourse to portables. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, so then I'll take that as a friendly amendment.
Okay.
If we want to add this, Ms. Howell, in a parenthetical, at this time, South River High School is the only school with capacity for additional STEM seats without recourse to portables. Did you get that? Thank you.
Okay, we got it. Any other comments, Ms. Shawham?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Antwine, Ms. Hummer, and Ms. Ellis. Ms. Antwine.
So even with the amendment, we're realistically just requesting more STEM seats for one school. In this case, so as it is written without the adjustment that you just made, should another school, by some miracle, get that capacity, right? Would the funding amount that's here be able to cover that, doubling that successfully?
So, okay, so let me dial out and then I'll dial back in. So, the opportunity exists at South River because of the redistricting activity that recently took place. So, over the span of 4 years worth of time at South River High School, approximately 800 students will migrate over to Crofton High School. So there's not an immediate doubling at South River High School. The way the STEM programs operate is there's 100 seats that are brought in every year in the STEM program, and 100 seats graduate out. So that's the steady state pattern at the high school. Mr. Grandin's proposal would have the effect of, in the FY21 year, if funded, they would bring in a cohort of 200 students in that freshman year. The year after that, those 200 students would move to sophomore year, 10th grade, and then another 200 come in. So they would glide in over 4 years because we only onboard STEM students at the freshman year because they have a very specific sequence of courses. So
Right.
you can't just come in mid-flight and kind of catch up. It just completely doesn't work. Now back to this. There are no other schools in FY21 within Anne Arundel County, absent something completely happening like I couldn't even possibly imagine, that could take on additional STEM students without the introduction of portables. Mr. Grandin was very specific with that. So I don't see that happening because every school, all the remaining schools would need portables. And B, should magic happen and some school didn't need the portables, $627,690 is not a sufficient amount of money to do that.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Hummer, and then Ms. Ellis. Ms. Hummer?
So let me start by saying I am all for expanding magnet programs. I am a parent who has had children who attend or have attended 4 different magnet programs across the county. So I know the benefits of them. I know how fabulous the programs are. I'd love to see them expanded. I also know that every single one of our magnet programs has a waiting list. I actually checked the list today because acceptances came out. And actually on the waiting list at South River right now for STEM, there is not enough students on the waiting list that would fill to double the program at this point. I have, you know, as I do think this is something we should look toward in the future, especially at South River as things happen with Crofton, but I think this is premature. Crofton High School will be opening this fall, and over the next 2-3 years, we'll see the impact on space at South River and the feasibility of adding seats. Doubling the number of seats is a drastic expansion before we actually know what the enrollment trends will be. We don't know if the demand for the magnet will even remain the same when the new high school opens, because many students that may have gone for the magnet may instead choose to be going to the new high school. I also have a concern that this amendment only proposes expanding seats at one STEM high school program. We have 8 high school magnet programs as well as 7 middle school ones. Every one of those programs has waiting lists, and many of the schools have capacity to possibly increase the enrollment, not necessarily doubling, but adding 10 or 20 seats. So why are we considering doubling at one school without even looking at the others? Performing visual arts, biomedical, allied health, and international baccalaureate are also quality sought-after programs with very long waiting lists at all the schools. This expansion, I think, is premature. It doesn't comprehensively look at our entire magnet structure. And I don't believe it's a priority for this fiscal year when we're opening a new high school, hoping to expand EEE to all clusters, and trying to aggressively lower our class sizes and increase our compensation.
Thank you, Ms. Hummer. Ms. Ellis.
Thank you. I'm going to ask a couple questions. I know it's a lot of information on the fly, so I don't know if you have it, but do you know first of all, do you know if there's fewer students on the waiting list for South River STEM right now than last year, perhaps as a result of Crofton opening?
The answer is yes. We are at a low point in terms of the waiting list size at this point in time versus what we would have seen, 3 years ago, 6 years ago, et cetera.
And is there a waiting list at North County, I believe, is the other STEM?
Right.
And how does that compare? Do we know?
Much larger than South Rivers.
It's much larger. So.
Yeah, Dr. McMahon's coming up. She'll notice.
Hi, Dr. McMahon.
we woke her up. I'm sorry.
The waiting list. The waiting list well, first of all, the waiting list that you'd see online right now, they're not true waiting lists, right? They just came out of lottery, which means waiting lists have one student could be sitting on more than one waiting list right now. So the waiting list we look at, which tells the real true picture of how many people are waiting to get a seat in that school, is the one in July and August.
Right.
Right. Just, a good month before school starts. That's the bottom line waiting list. Last year, South River's waiting list was at 40 at that point in time. So there'd be 40 students to attend South River in those extra 100 slots that you would be putting in.
So there were 40 students
on the waiting
left
list
without a seat at STEM.
For South River. And do you know the comparable numbers at North Our biggest waiting list last year was Lindale Middle School. There were over 100 people waiting to get into Lindale Middle School STEM. So I don't remember the exact ones otherwise, but I mean, those are the two, things go through trends, right, and cycles. And so the bottom line is the STEM schools are absolutely sought after, as are our other magnet programs. But what we see over the years is a settling to some degree. Over time.
I'm sorry to keep pushing, but do you know confidently that the number of students on the waiting list that don't get a seat at North County are higher than at
last year? I know it was higher. Yes.
Last year it was higher.
Our STEM waiting list last year at the end of the year were between 40 and 70.
Okay. And
I don't know.
That difference may grow this year because of more people wanting to go to the new high school, perhaps.
Well, we know what's true is a new school effect often has a few less students wanting to go. However, I don't doubt that there will be a demand at South River.
And then, what was my final question? Sorry, it's late. It's slipped my mind. I'm sorry. Okay, and I'm just gonna. Oh, that was my other question. If there's a greater number of students that don't get a seat at North County, and perhaps that grows with the opening of a new school, is there a way to shift our boundaries so that, because right now it feels like perhaps more students with interest have an access to STEM if they live in a certain part of the county than the other?
So ultimately, you can shift, but it's very tricky to shift. I mean, we've built these transportation hubs and where they go based on geography, but also based on traffic in the morning, right? So right now, we have a 7 up, 5 down for STEM feeding. Everybody in the county can go to Glen Burnie, but 7 of the feeders feed up to North County and 5 feed down to South River. To change that is not a simple movement. That's over time. And Crofton is going to add down to South River. So initially, while Crofton may be a place that has the new school effect for a few years, eventually, you know, Crofton will feed from the beginning into South River. Those numbers will grow to South River STEM. So we'll have a 7 up, 6 down. We've looked at that significantly and would not recommend right now moving the borders and who goes where based on feeders right now. Because remember, although we have 2 major STEM high schools, we have 3 STEM middle schools.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Grannon.
Yeah, I just reiterating in case it wasn't clear from my earlier comments that my initial request that I made to Mr. Shaknovich was just to increase the number of STEM seats county-wide without any design for a specific school. I do have one question for you. Do you have a sense of how many students go through STEM in middle school but then are not able to get a seat in high school? Is that the majority of the waiting list?
No. It's
Okay.
it's interesting. It's a great question you're asking. The schools are all different, but what we've looked at over time, and I'll give it to you for the PVA just a minute, just for now only because I know that one off the top of my head, only 30% of the current PVA students in Bates Middle School go on to apply to the PVA at high school. When they're queried about that, because we have done that, it's not because they didn't enjoy the program, it's because that passion and interest, it doesn't go away. They just see themselves in their either Annapolis High, not as a PVA student, or in their home school, and they continue with their arts. In STEM, what's interesting is we have bolstered the STEM programs all over the county in all the comprehensive high schools. So you can get amazing science, technology, engineering, and math everywhere. So some students, to the tune of 30 to 50% of the students, don't necessarily apply to go to the STEM magnet programs.
Okay, so thank you for that. I had another comment before I passed the mic. I guess I don't want to debate this, but in response to something that Ms. Hummer said, I think this is my 5th time going through a budget along with you, and I don't recall any other prior amendments in prior years to increase the number of seats in any of the magnet programs. That's an opportunity that you've had. That's an opportunity that any other member up here has had based on your experience going around and seeing them. This is coming from something that I saw talking to 2 principals saying, oh, you know, we have more students that want this than we can meet the needs for. I do want to be as responsible as possible in trying to address that concern that's expressed to me, again, directly by school principals, and that's why I was trying to modify it not to have, you know, huge, you know, facilities implications in terms of the portables. I know there's another amendment that's coming back around after this. That, Mr. Shaknovich, is there a way to, knowing that at this time this would only apply to South River High School, is there a way that in a few moments that you could cost down this number to address the 40 or so students that we know are on a waiting list to get seats there, rather than doubling it from 100 to 200? And that in that way, I think the motion would be tailored as precisely as possible to the specific needs that are currently existing. Is that something that you think, I'm happy to...
So it's not a simple 40%.
I understand that.
Yeah, we spent probably 6 or 7 hours getting to your number the first time.
Right.
So if Dr. McMahon has enough of her academic team here to pull that together,
Well, I'll tell you what, it's my
to help
motion.
us?
Can I move to table my own motion to see what the best you guys can do during our consideration of this amendment number 5 that's coming back around?
Yep.
Sure.
Yeah, well,
You can definitely table it. We can, why don't we present Ms. Antoine's motion and see if we can come up with a fast estimate, on the fly on that, or a rough enough number that we're comfortable with.
Ms. Antoine, correct? Let me know if I don't have this correct, but I believe the amendment will read as it's written, except it will be add 1.1 million.
Vice President Ellis, yes, but I want to amend even that number because as we went through, we agreed to some, the budget changed. So I would like to amend it down to 500K and to only address recruiting.
Hold on, let me look at the wording. So only okay, so take out the retention and the second sentence.
Yeah, retention in the first sentence and the whole second sentence.
Got it. All right, I'm going to read it and you tell me if this sounds right.
Thank you.
So add $500,000 to superintendent's recommendation to be used for teacher recruitment. Recruitment funds would be used to recruit more classroom teachers, which addresses capacity concerns due to aggressive student enrollment growth and overcrowding in our schools. Budget increases operating budget recommendation by $500,000.
Thank you.
I need a motion in a second.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Miss. Yes, I think we already went through the majority.
Yes, no worries. So as we went but we still failed to address recruitment based on my research and the presentation that we had at last meeting. I believe it's important that we enhance and support more of our recruiting efforts. As it says in there, it will certainly help with capacity issues, especially if retention somehow fails. Recruiting will be a good substitute in terms of filling those needs. If teacher A, for example, has 60 students, teacher B has 60 students, and teacher B decides to leave, then that gives, ideally teacher A 120 students. However, if we're recruiting actively and have the funds to be able to do that, you're looking at me funny. It's like 1 a.m. But what I'm saying in a very generalized term is that we should be just as focused on our recruitment efforts as we do retention, and therefore I'm offering this amendment.
Okay, Ms. Ellis.
Can you help us understand what the money will be spent for? This is not for staff FTEs. It's for.
So as it was pointed out earlier, if we do the FTEs in terms of recruiting, you would be hiring someone to recruit, right? So this would actually help with the outreach that was described. I understood that there was a lot of travel and plans to change even our technological features to enhance recruitment efforts. So this would be funding those types of efforts.
Okay, I don't see any more questions from the dais. So we are, do we have any public comments? Seeing none. Ms. Ellis, can you please reread the amendment
Certainly,
prior to roll call?
Amendment 5. Excuse me. Add $500,000 to superintendent's recommendation to be used for teacher recruitment. Recruitment funds would be used to recruit more classroom teachers, which addresses capacity concerns due to aggressive student enrollment growth and overcrowding in our schools. Increases operating budget recommendation by $500,000.
Ms. Howe, please call roll.
Ms. Alvey?
Not yet.
Ms. Ellis?
Nay.
Mr. Grannon?
I'm going to vote, but I just want to explain something. I think this is extremely well-intentioned on Ms. Antoine's part. I think it's very responsible of her to adjust her number downward. Philosophically, I have just a concern about us passing line items, fiscal line items that, we give the number as opposed to the number being generated by the need. And I have a concern about that, so I'm going to vote no.
Ms. Schallheim?
Nay.
Ms. Antwine?
If I may, my numbers are just not generated off the top of my head. It has been insinuated all night that some of us don't take the time to do what's necessary to make informed fiscal decisions, and that's just not fair or right. We are here to make informed decisions, and I assure you, the amendments that I put forth, they most certainly come with in-depth research, physically, mentally, and otherwise, and even spiritually, because I pray over these things as well. So, yes, I did dwindle it down, hoping that I could get some kind of additional information from staff concerning the number, but I dwindled it down based on the information that I already knew, the concerning recruiting, and based on information that has been recently shared. And so with all that, I'm saying aye to that amendment.
Mr. Gilliland? Mr. Leib? Ms. Hummer? Ms. Corkadow?
Nay.
Motion fails 1-8.
Okay, we have one more amendment to revisit. Alex, are you good? Okay. We are now releasing the hold on amendment number 26. And Mr. Grannon, do you want to initiate the reintroduction of this?
You guys have the floor. Same motion with a number tailored to the current wait list numbers of 40 students.
So to allow us a factor of safety, because the students can go like that, and to keep math a little bit simpler, we modeled it for 50 additional students. So it's not a doubling, it's a 50% increase above today's numbers, but it's not a 100% increase.
Okay.
So we model everything on 50 additional students coming into the 9th grade cohort, so they'll have 150 seats come September of 2020, and then they'll have 150 seats in each of the next 3 years. So the number prior originally was 627,690. That was the original number, and predicated on 50 additional seats, it's 359,340. And I'll repeat that again, 359,340.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Based on that information, Ms. Ellis or Mr. Grannon, can you please restate the amendment?
Add 50 STEM seats available in clusters that have capacity for additional students without recourse to portable classrooms. At this time, South River High School is the only school with capacity for additional STEM seats without recourse to portables. Increase operating budget recommendation by $359,340.
Okay. Can we get just a re-motion in second, because it did dynamically change? Okay, motion and second. Ms. Hummer, followed by Ms. Ellis. Ms. Hummer.
Yes, I just want to address something that Mr. Grannon said. He asked why, if I was in support of expanding these, that in the 5 years I've been on the board, we hadn't done that. Actually, we have, and Mr. Grannon's been on the board too. We voted multiple times over the past couple of years to fully, because at the time when we came on the board, there was not the STEM program at Central Middle School. So we voted in multiple budgets to expand the seats there and fully implement the STEM program at Central Middle. So we have expanded the seats by 400 students in the past few years. And so, again, I'm going to ask again, why are we looking to add seats only at South River? There is more room there, but there could be capacity, for instance, to do 20 seats at Glen Burnie or 15 at Broadneck. So we're singling out one program for expansion without looking across the board. I believe this is something that should be done, but done more methodically by looking at all programs and making a plan. But I also believe it's not the top priority for this year. We have other program expansions, a new high school, and other things that we need to focus on, and that I believe this should be for another year.
Summer, Ms. Ellis.
First, a question. This rewording of this amendment could adjust the schools that have capacity. Did that happen? Did you consider that? Is that the case at all?
No. Hang on a second.
No, it's just STEMs.
It would not. So.
In other words,
none of the other schools could make it work, even at the 50 number instead of the 100 number. They would require less portables than original, but none of the other schools could successfully onboard 50 additional students per year without installing portable classrooms at it. Could be as few as 2, could be as many as at least 4.
Right.
Just to accomplish the additional 50. South River is the only one that can take either the 50 or 100 number successfully without additional infrastructure costs.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to make a statement. Mr. Grannon, I greatly appreciate the spirit of what you're trying to do here. I have two concerns. One is STEM, I do believe, should be happening in all of our high schools. And I would like to see it expanded in that way, to where it eventually maybe is not a magnet program, because there is such a high interest, and that there's, even, I know there's some highly specialized classes, and perhaps teachers could float to touch all those high schools and make be able to offer that. But my big concern tonight about this amendment is a student who applies for and auditions for the PVA in theater. There's one location for them, so that therefore every student in the county has access to that program. There may not be enough seats for them, depending on the prime that they're auditioning for. But what concerns me here is that students do not have an equal access to STEM under this amendment, and where we already know we have a greater need in the northern part of the county, because we've heard that there's more students left on the waiting list. We create an issue there where students have more opportunity, more access in the south part of the county.
Thank you, Ms. Ellis. Ms. Schalheim. No. Okay, Ms. Schalheim, we'll have to take a pass on that. And seeing no more lights, any comments from the audience? Seeing none. Ms. Ellis, if you could please reread the amendment one more time before vote.
Sure. Add 50 STEM seats available in clusters that have capacity for additional students without recourse to portable classrooms. At this time, South River High School is the only school with capacity for additional STEM seats without recourse to portables. Increases the operating budget recommendation by $359,340.
Ms. Howe, please call the roll.
Ms. Alvey? Ms. Ellis?
Nay.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Mr. Leib? Ms. Hummer? Ms. Corkadow?
Aye.
It is 4-4. Motion fails.
Diane, Miss Schallheim appeared on the dais before we completely closed out, and although I traditionally do vote, I'm willing to keep it open to contain her vote because she did come into the dais and approach it, and being that we already did that for one other member this evening as they were approaching in, we can include hers if she would choose, if she wants to vote without comment, because this is a vote.
I don't know what to do here. I want more STEM, but I want a more equitable approach to this. But I think I want more STEM by any means possible. So yeah, I'll be an aye.
Motion passes 5-4.
Okay, I am going to ask any members if they have any amendments that were not already presented. Folks, if I could just get a couple more minutes here of everybody's attention, because I think there's a lot of discussion that's getting loud on the dais, please. We're almost there. Please reserve for another minute. Are there any other amendments that were not presented to us? Seeing no activity, okay. Okay, just as a gentle reminder, as soon as we reconcile this, we will be going into the board will be standing at ease while staff calculates the final number, and then we will return for the final vote as soon as that number is crunched. Last call? Okay, we are good to go. This board is officially standing at ease until such time the final number for the final vote has been conducted. Okay, the board is back in session again. Thank you all for your patience. We do have some final numbers, and in those final calculations and gestures, Alex, if you wouldn't mind, give us our final standoff statements.
So starting out with the budget that was presented earlier yesterday, and taking the net effect of all of the amendments that were passed. So I'm going to walk you through all the different steps. So all the amendments that were passed amounted to $11,516,133. So $11,516,133 worth of amendments were passed. All of those amendments have to be applied to the county government line. So the request of the county government has changed from approximately $57.2 million to the new number of $68,754,038. Again, $68,754,038. Our total year-over-year increase has gone from approximately $85.1 million to now $96,597,194. So again, the year-over-year increase is $96,597,194. On the FTE basis, so this is unrestricted general fund, our original request for positions was 506.2 positions. The net effect of the amendments adds an additional 58.5 FTEs. So the new FTE request will be 564.7 FTEs total. Again, the new request is 564.7 FTEs total. On a percentile basis, we began the process at 6.69% year over year. It is now the net effect of the amendments has us at 7.60%. So our official ask is a 7.60% increase. And the number you've been waiting for, the number you're going to vote on tonight, is the total operating budget request. So the total operating budget request is $1,367,447,894. I'll read that again. $447,894. We turn it back over to you.
Ms. Ellis, would you please read our final motion of the night?
I move that the Board of Education adopt a fiscal year 2021 operating budget request in the amount of $1,367,447,894.
We have a motion and a second. Seeing no comments, any public testimony? Seeing none. Ms. Howell, please call roll.
Ms. Ellis?
That's Ms. Aldi.
Mr. Grannon?
Aye.
Ms. Schallheim?
Aye.
Ms. Antwine?
Aye.
Mr. Gilliland?
Aye.
Mr. Live?
Aye.
Ms. Hummer? Ms. Corkadell?
Aye.
Motion passes 8-0.
Okay, this meeting is officially adjourned. Next meeting will occur on March the 4th at 10 a.m.
Bueno, un día típico, empiezan temprano en la mañana, depende, a veces empiezan a las 8 de la mañana, especialmente para los niños pequeños o para los niños de prekinder, porque también hay programas de prekinder, no en todas las escuelas primarias, pero en muchas. Entonces ellos entran, van a dejar sus cosas en sus taquillas, van a entrar, la maestra puede tener los que se sienten en lo que se llama el tiempo de círculo, van a hablar sobre la fecha, van a hablar sobre el día, van a contar, van a hablar de la letra del día. Eso es especialmente para los niños de prekinder y de kinder. Y después siguen, a veces les dan desayuno, después se preparan para tener sus lecciones o de lectura o de matemáticas, de ciencias, de estudios sociales. Y aunque son pequeños, tienen todos esos temas porque los
¿En el mismo día?
A veces, sí. Y entonces tienen sus selectivos, van a música, pueden tener educación física, tienen tiempo para el computador, tienen arte. Eso es una variedad para que no sea todo igual el día entero. Pero es un día casi de 8 horas para ellos en la escuela, que es muy diferente a los países latinos, que no están tanto tiempo en una escuela.
Tenemos mucho tiempo entonces de comida, ¿verdad? Entonces ya, pero no se le da acá tanto, ¿verdad? ¿Comer?
No, normalmente
comida.
creo que son 20 minutos para la hora del almuerzo.
¿Para almorzar?
Sí. 20 o 25 minutos creo que es lo que les dan en la escuela primaria.
Bien diferente, pues entonces, imagina la secundaria, entonces ya, la escuela media, entonces ya el colegio, como digo yo, y el liceo, la secundaria, entonces me imagino que también es diferente, ¿no?
Sí, en la escuela intermedia tienen lo que se llama clases o periodos. Tienen normalmente, creo que son 6 clases al día. Se empiezan el día A o día B o día C, y dependiendo en el día es el horario que van. Normalmente siempre tienen matemáticas, inglés, les puede cambiar la clase de ciencias o de estudios sociales, y después tienen educación física y cualquier electivo que puede incluir un idioma, puede incluir artes, banda, coro. Tienen muchas opciones.
Muy amplio.
Exactamente.
Lindo. No, gracias. Entonces se nos acaba entonces el tiempito. Gracias por haber venido acá ya, pero en la charla, entonces ya, espero que vuelva pronto.
Gracias otra vez por invitarme.
Sí, gracias.
A continuación, nuestra comunidad. Hola, bienvenidos a nuestra comunidad, un programa de información sobre el sistema escolar para la comunidad hispana. Les habla Diana Rivera. En nuestra comunidad anunciaré los actuales y próximos eventos que tendremos en las escuelas públicas del condado de Anne Arundel y les animo a que participen en estas actividades. Si ustedes tienen alguna pregunta sobre esta información, pueden contactar al facilitador bilingüe de Familias y Relaciones Comunitarias de la escuela de su hijo. Los formularios para las inscripciones al programa de prekinder estarán disponibles a partir del miércoles 5 de febrero. Este programa es ofrecido por algunas escuelas, ya sea mediodía o día completo para los niños que tengan 4 años de edad. Este programa de prekinder fue fundado por el Estado y no es obligatorio. Las oportunidades para este programa son ofrecidas basadas en las necesidades económicas del estudiante y otros criterios del Departamento de Educación del Estado de Maryland. Todos los niños que tengan 4 años de edad son elegibles para que soliciten el cupo al programa. Aún así, los cupos son limitados debido a los fondos económicos y algunas escuelas incluso tienen una lista de espera. El programa de prekinder es estrictamente para niños que cumplan los 4 años de edad antes del 1 de septiembre. El prekinder público no es una alternativa del kindergarten. Noten que el hecho de haber inscrito a su niño al programa no significa que tengan el cupo, pero les daré unas cuantas sugerencias para que vayan preparando a su hijo para el kinder y de esta manera les sea más fácil el adaptarse a la escuela. ¿Qué necesita para enseñar a un niño de preescolar en casa? Para saber cómo enseñar a un niño de preescolar en casa, vamos a necesitar de algunos materiales como libros, juegos de letras y números para memorizar. Rompecabezas sencillos, papel, borradores de goma, sacapuntas, lápices de colores, cuadernos de manualidades, algo de música y dedicar un buen rato a la educación de su hijo cada día. Ahora puede aplicar estas actividades. Lea con sus hijos siempre que pueda. Practique con ellos el nombre y el sonido de las letras. Juegue con ellos siempre que pueda en las actividades de memorización, colores y refuerzo para recordar letras y números. Hagan manualidades, ponga música y cante y baile con ellos. Esta actividad es muy fácil y divertida. El 10 de febrero, los estudiantes reciben los reportes de calificaciones. Padres, ustedes necesitan tomar un tiempo para revisar estos reportes de calificaciones con sus hijos y discutir los progresos. Es importante para los estudiantes saber que sus padres están atentos de sus progresos en la escuela. Si su hijo no está demostrando progreso en la escuela, entonces usted necesitará hacer una cita para hablar con el maestro de su hijo y saber qué apoyos académicos extras están disponibles. Noten que desde el 1 de este mes hemos comenzado el segundo semestre del año escolar 2019-2020. Si usted necesita ayuda para entender las calificaciones o los comentarios del reporte de su hijo, usted puede contactar al facilitador bilingüe de familias y relaciones comunitarias de la escuela de su hijo. El boletín de calificaciones es un método de comunicación entre el hogar y la escuela en cuanto al rendimiento académico del estudiante. Los boletines de calificaciones se entregan 4 veces al año al final de cada periodo de calificación. Los reportes de progreso de pre-kinder y de kinder se distribuirán al final de cada semestre. También se envían a casa informes de progresos parciales al final de la 5ª semana de cada periodo de calificaciones de 9 semanas, con el objetivo de que se pueda tomar acción correctiva si fuera necesario. Los maestros se pondrán en contacto con los padres de los estudiantes quienes se encuentran en peligro de suspender una asignatura o cuyas calificaciones hayan bajado en 2 o más letras en cualquier momento del periodo de calificaciones. La Oficina del Censo de los Estados Unidos realiza un conteo de cada persona que vive en los Estados Unidos cada 10 años según lo requiere la Constitución de los Estados Unidos en el artículo 1, sección 2. Los datos recopilados por el censo determinan la cantidad de escaños o asientos que el estado de Maryland tiene en la Cámara de Representantes de los Estados Unidos. En otras palabras, el estado de Maryland actualmente tiene 8 representantes en el Congreso, pero si el censo determina que nuestra población ha aumentado, podría significar que Maryland tendría que agregar un nuevo representante. Los datos del censo también se usan para determinar cómo cada año se distribuyen más de 675 mil millones de fondos federales a los estados y comunidades locales para servicios e infraestructura, incluyendo los servicios de salud, empleo, escuelas, carreteras y apoyo a negocios a través de programas como Medicaid, SNAP, Head Start y planificación y construcción de carreteras. Cuando las personas no se cuentan, eso se traduce en 1.821 por persona, por lo que equivale a un total de 1.709.919 de dinero perdido en esta comunidad porque las personas no se contaron. Durante 10 años, esta es una pérdida de más de 17 millones de dólares. La información recopilada del censo se usa para todo, desde cómo determinamos la cantidad de escaños o asientos en el Congreso hasta cómo asignamos miles de millones de dólares en recursos federales, especial e importante para las comunidades minoritarias e inmigrantes. Finalmente, la ley exige que la Oficina del Censo mantenga la confidencialidad de toda la información y la use únicamente para generar estadísticas. Para que cada comunidad obtenga los recursos que necesita, cada persona cuenta y es importante. Esta está en sus manos, ser contado. No se vayan, nuestra comunidad regresa enseguida. La información recopilada del censo se usa para todo, desde cómo determinamos la cantidad de escaños o asientos en el Congreso hasta cómo asignamos miles de millones de dólares en recursos federales, especial e importante para las comunidades minoritarias e inmigrantes. Finalmente, la ley exige que la Oficina del Censo mantenga la confidencialidad de toda la información y la use únicamente para generar estadísticas. La Escuela Secundaria Nocturna de Anne Arundel es un programa educativo a nivel de secundaria que proporciona un entorno alternativo a los estudiantes que desean finalizar la escuela secundaria. Los estudiantes que tengan entre 16 y 21 años de edad pueden transferirse a la Escuela Secundaria Nocturna del Condado de Anne Arundel para completar los requisitos necesarios para recibir el diploma de escuela secundaria. Los estudiantes diurnos también pueden tomar cursos en la Escuela Secundaria Nocturna para obtener créditos originales o de recuperación. Para inscribirse en la escuela secundaria nocturna debe pagar un cargo de matrícula por inscripción. Para obtener más información, consulte con los consejeros de la escuela secundaria o llame a la oficina de escuelas secundarias nocturnas al 410-222-5384. Si no ha terminado sus estudios secundarios, el programa de escuela secundaria nocturna le ofrece la oportunidad de completar su educación y obtener el diploma de la escuela. Los créditos previamente obtenidos en otras escuelas son válidos para obtener su diploma en Maryland. El programa de las escuelas secundarias nocturnas le encamina a la obtención del diploma de la escuela secundaria y es un programa reconocido por las Fuerzas Armadas, universidades y empresas. Si en la actualidad asiste a un programa de la escuela secundaria diurna, la escuela secundaria nocturna le brinda la oportunidad de sumar créditos